Abel thought that he was careless when he was trying to decelerate. Both of the corpsifier's fists were thrown towards Abel's body. Abel raised his shield for defense. Next thing he knew, all he could hear was the loud clunk when he took the damage straight on. He felt like he was being hit by a car. All his bones and muscles felt like they were being run over by a car. The shock impact was so strong that his vital organs were affected. Dark red blood poured out of his mouth. Then, a chilling air entered deep into his body. Abel's shield had frost all over it. That was a spectral hit, which was a special attack that combined both an ice element attack and a regular physical attack. To neutralize its damage, he had to put his golden combat kai into overdrive to force out the chilling air from his body. 2 seconds was all Abel needed. If the corpse fire waited that long, he would have the time he needed to move his body. As though excited by the smell of Abel's blood, the corpse fire let out a terrible shriek as it released its second attack. Abel couldn't move yet, obviously. He did have his shield in front of him, but he was still trying to recover from that initial hit. Clang! Since Abel couldn't use his muscles, he was knocked away along with his shield. The corpsifier sent him flying away, which made him have a hard landing on the ground. His injury just got even worse. There was nothing to separate Abel from the corpsifier now. Worse yet, the damned thing was already preparing for a third attack. His power of the will was already locked onto the super-exploding ball in his private storage box. He didn't like giving up even if it was his final moment. If he was going to die, he thought that he might as well take the corpsifier with him. And there it was. The corpsifier threw its third punch when Abel was immobilized. Abel's golden combat kai was recovering very fast, but the consecutive damage was continuously breaking his body. Suddenly, something rushed in front of Abel. It was holding a shield, and it was guarding him in a very standard knight's shield stance. It was Rib Bone, the very first skeleton that Abel has ever summoned. Despite how small its body was, it was not afraid to use all of its strength to block the damage for its master. The odds were just too slim, though. Soon, after being knocked away by the corpsifier, its bones were shattered into scraps. Rib Bone didn't get destroyed for anything, though. Because of its noble sacrifice, Abel's finally got the chance to take out a Master's Constitution potion from his portal bag. When the potion entered into his body, a part of his injuries were healed immediately. Some of his strength also came back. No, Abel screamed when he saw Rib Bone being knocked away. The corpse fire must have changed its target when it saw Rib Bone getting in its way to finish him. It could have gone for him now, but instead, it was running towards Rib Bone to finish it off. A white light appeared from Abel's body. He just activated the telekinesis ability on his magic staff. Before Rib Bone was getting completely destroyed, he managed to put it back into its original dimension. Now that Rib Bone was recovered, Abel had no time to make himself look pretty. Since he couldn't move a lot, he had to roll on the ground to avoid the second spawns that were surrounding him. When he could get on the ground, he ran as far as he could away from the corpsifier. Abel didn't have any gear that could protect himself from the chilling ice. If his guess was right, the blue glow on his shield was an ice enhancement effect. The corpse was not as durable as the hell creatures, it was just as strong in terms of its special effect. Abel left the battlefield as he scrambled away with his hands and feet. Luckily, the zombies were nowhere quick enough to catch onto him. That being said, they were also the reason that he had underestimated how strong the corpsifier was in the first place. Since Abel was gone, the corpsifier no longer could see any enemies in its field of vision. Soon, it lost the intention to make pursuit. Abel breathed hard as he sat on the ground. He almost died just then. This was not a game. If he lost his life due to some stupid mistakes, there was no reset button for him to press. Abel searched for Rib Bone with his power of the will. From what he could see in the dimension that was containing it, about half of its frame was completely shattered. One of its legs was even gone. Fortunately, the head was still intact, so he should be able to fix it if he had an entire day. Abel felt really relieved when he realized that Rib Bone was not completely destroyed. It was one of his loyal companions, after all. Since he didn't have a lot of friends whom he could share his secrets with, he really appreciated having partners like Black Wind and White Cloud around. Back to the current situation. Abel knew he couldn't kill the corpsifier in close range. If he decided to go for a melee attack, all his movements would be slower than a zombie by the time he got into its range. Abel took out the hairy bow from his portal bag. As weak as it was in its attack strength, it did have a very long range and high accuracy. Besides, after recovering the damage he took with the Constitution Potion and his golden combat kai, he could just continue the fight as long as he was keeping his distance. Abel took the hairy bow and shot at one of the spawns. When it flew straight into the thing's head, it took the arrow off and ran towards Abel's direction. The other spawns in the corpseifier also noticed the arrow, but because of how far it was shot from, and because Abel put away his night pearl, none of them took the effort to look for the archer that shot it. The only one who bothered to do anything was the spawn that was being shot at. Irritated and hurt, the spawn left the group to look for the one that attacked it. Just when it was about to give up, Abel shot another arrow at its head. It ran closer towards him this time, but it was still way too far to do anything back. Now that the spawn was isolated, it didn't matter if it was an elite-level zombie or anything. Once it got closer to Abel on its own, there was no way for it to win against his spells and the Sword of Victory, which had a 300% attack bonus against undead creatures. Just like that, one by one, the 7 spawns were lured out and killed by Abel. Once that happened, the corpseifier started howling. It noticed that something was wrong, so it tried looking for the enemy that was hiding this entire time. Abel stretched his arms for a bit. It was a battle of endurance from here. To start the battle, he decided to shoot an arrow that was fired from his fully extended hairy bow. Once the corpseifier was hit, it quickly ran towards where the arrow came from. Abel went full speed from there. He kept firing arrows with his hairy bow, and when they hit the corpseifier, they kept making a clanging noise as they were deflected by its frozen shield. From what it looked like, Abel had to break through the frozen shield first. If the corpseifier had it on its body, it could just ignore any one of Abel's arrows. Abel had to change his approach. With that in mind, he decided to go for a magic attack instead. Abel retreated as the corpseifier kept closing in. While doing so, he fired about 10 or more fireballs towards its front body. It was a very tense struggle, but he did break through its ice defense eventually. Abel pulled his distance once more. This time, hairy bow was starting to take effect. Instead of being bounced off, they actually went into its body. Just a few more. Since Abel still had a lot of arrows in his Kong spiritual beast bag, he could end this fight if this kept going on. When the corpseifier was far away, he would keep shooting arrows at it. When it went into his middle range, he would attack with his spells. Once it got too close, he would focus on running as far back as possible. After that, it was the same process all over again. Eventually, the corpseifier became slower and slower. Abel didn't let his guard down, though. He's already learned his lessons after taking those 2 hits back then. When the corpseifier was not moving at all, a few more arrows were shot in its head. After a loud, excruciating scream, its body exploded from the inside and spurted everywhere. It was like a rain of arrows, except that they were made with the dead body parts of this frightening creature. The way the corpseifier died reminded Abel of something. When he saw corpseifier dying in the game, he would always see some newbies running towards it for the loot. Next time they knew, they got blown up by its suicide attack. With that in mind, Abel knew that he had to cover himself with something. After hiding behind a rock somewhere, the falling pieces of the corpseifier splattered across the cavern near him. When the remaining hit the wall, small holes were punched out, and a very bad stench was starting to spread. He could even see some blue frosts that were on the rocks. That's a little too much, isn't it? Abel sighed as he said to himself. That was one explosion, but it was also a combination of a variety of attacks. If he wasn't fast enough, he would have had a lot of trouble defending against that. Suddenly, a dark shadow came and flew straight into the Horadric cube. Abel wasn't surprised. He knew it was the corpseifier's soul. It was finally defeated. He didn't expect what's coming next, though. After the dark shadow was absorbed, a golden essence followed and entered the Horadric cube as well. That's really weird. If the dark stuff was the corpseifier's soul, just what could this golden stuff be? Abel looked into his Horadric cube with his power of the will. From its inside, he could see 2 new potions. One of them was a dark gold soul potion, which, for some reason, had the corpseifier's soul on the surface of the bottle. The other bottle was a golden potion, which had a text to it that read, Ability Potion. It was described as an ability that could be obtained randomly from a corpseifier. Just for summoned beings, it also said in the text. For the Ability Potion, The Corpseifier had 3 abilities: Spectral Hit, immunity to freezing effect, and freezing enhancement. To be honest, any of them was pretty neat to Abel. But only for summoned beings. Just what could that mean? Abel could only summon Rib Bone right now, and to be fair, he didn't have a lot of confidence in trying to buff it. Since it was so weak against the hell creatures, it might be a waste to strengthen it with potions. That being said, Rib Bone was pretty brave when it tried to block that spectral hit for Abel. After contemplating for a bit, Abel decided to give it the ability potion at the end. 1 out of 3. If Abel fed Rib Bone the ability potion right, it would obtain 1 out of 3 new abilities. Obviously, he wasn't sure if he should do it now. He wasn't very lucky today. Both Rib Bone and he almost got annihilated back there. Based on his experiences just then, maybe it's a good idea if he waited for a few days. Despite all that struggle in his mind, Abel took out Rib Bone from its dimension. It was having a hard time standing on its 2 legs, so it just fell flat right in front of Abel. Abel felt sorry for it. It was in a state because of him after all. Slowly and carefully, he took the ability to potion and tried to feed it. He wasn't sure where he should pour it though. Rib Bone was a skeleton, so it's not like it had a mouth that could consume things. Rib Bone seemed to know what's going on, however. When Abel was approaching it with the ability potion, its body started closing in on his hand. It must have known how important this potion was. Abel wasn't sure what to do, so he just let it sort it out itself. When Abel passed the ability potion Rib Bone's hand, its only hand, it just smashed the entire bottle on its own skull. The cap wasn't even opened, and the liquid just poured down and into its entire body. Immediately, the bones that were broken were starting to repair themselves. Even the missing arm was starting to shape itself back together. The light that was deep inside the den of evil was starting to shine brighter. Eventually, everything that was in the cavern was covered in white light. Everything was starting to go bright, and all the frost and rotting smell were vanishing when they were being purified by this strange phenomenon. Slowly but steadily, the white light started gathering up. Eventually, it became this ball of light that was floating in midair. Abel was speechless to see this. The only thing he was thinking was to protect Rib Bone. If Rib Bone got in contact with this light, it would probably be destroyed on the spot. Just when Abel was about to take a few steps forward, the white ball started flying straight at him. It was so fast that he didn't even have the time to think about dodging it. A message appeared when the ball went inside. "Congratulations, Challenger. You are the only living creature inside the den of evil. As a reward for your efforts, you will be granted some mana points." Both heaven and hell have given up on this world, but from this message, Abel could see that the existing rules were still intact. He was seen as a regular challenger, at least. After receiving the message, Abel tried to find the light ball that was inside his mind. When he touched it with his power of the will, he realized that it was a tool to improve the rank of his spells. It'd be a waste if he used it now, so he decided to wait until he was in a higher rank. If there was a reward like this in the Den of Evil, there might be some other rewards that could be found in the mission map. Abel wasn't sure what they were, but he knew he was going to try looking for them. Abel took another look at Rib Bone. It had been 10-something minutes after it took the ability potion. Not only were its injuries completely recovered, but it also looked a lot stronger now. Since he wasn't sure what ability it got, he decided to command it with his power of the will. After the command was sent, a frozen armor appeared around Rib Bone. The ground around it was layered with frost. Abel was very close to it, but since summoned beings couldn't attack their master, he didn't take any damage from this frost. Oh, this was what the freezing enhancement ability could do. Abel was really happy now. The freezing enhancement was one of the 4 strengthening techniques amongst hell creatures, which were what separated the regular hell creatures from the elite ones. The freezing enhancement could slow down a horde of enemies. The fire enhancement could kill anything in one shot. The poison enhancement could continuously reduce its target's health point. Lastly, lightning enhancement could attack multiple enemies with a lightning arc. Now that Rib Bone possessed one of these abilities, it was now one of the top elite summoned beings. Abel decided to give it the shield and the ice magic. Sword with the means to attack and defend, it could now do a lot of fighting for him. Now that the Den of Evil had been cleared, Abel took some time to walk out and head towards the Blood Moor. For the next 3 days, After sweeping through countless troops of hell creatures, he finally found himself another human infrastructure. It was a wall that was made with chiseled stones. In the middle, there was a pathway that was wide enough for 2 chariots. This must be the end of Blood Moor because of how simple and practical its design was. It was still standing after so many years. When Abel entered through the pathway, something caught his attention. It was a dead body that was half buried in the ground. Despite being in a half-fossilized state, he could tell that it belonged to a female human. Strangely, the hand that was not buried was grabbing a bow. Flavie, Abel called out as soon as he realized. Flavie was a rogue bowwoman. She used to do patrols between Blood Moor and the Cold Plains. Even in her death, she refused to let go of her signature weapon. Abel said as he gave a deep bow, "O Flavie, the brave rogue archer, your loyalty has won my utmost respect. May your soul have the eternal rest that it deserves right." Here, as though influenced by Abel's words, Flavie's body started eroding into a part of the earth. It's almost like her body became one with the land that she once protected. After picking up Flavie's bow, Abel dug a hole at the entrance with his sword. Once he finished digging, he dropped the bow into it and started filling up the hole. He then found a piece of wood and built a grave with it. On the piece of wood, he carved in some text with the tip of his blade. "Here lies a great and loyal warrior. Her name was Flavie, the rogue archer who was the guardian of this land." After he did all that, he gave another bow in front of the grave. She might be in a different race than him, but she definitely deserved respect for being the loyal warrior that she was. Just when Abel was about to walk to the end of the pathway, he could feel a chilling air that was soaring at him. No wonder it was called the Cold Plains. The temperature there must be at least 20 degrees colder than the Blood Moor. Abel started looking around. Whenever he found some hard rocks on the ground, he would try to dig for something with his big sword. Unfortunately for him, the only things he got were just a bunch of rocks. He wanted to find a waypoint here. Since it had been too long since it was last used, it was probably hidden underneath the earth. If only Black Wind was here, it could have just sniffed out the right location for him. After searching for 2 hours, Abel was about to give up. Then, the tip of his blade started touching something hard. When he tried to dig the soil away with his blade, a magic circle appeared in front of him. Abel took out 2 perfect diamonds from his Kong spiritual beast bag. After placing them the slots at the circle's 2 ends, the rune pattern on it started glowing in bright light. Soon, the light started fading until the only things that were shining were the diamonds themselves. As Abel stood on top of the waypoint, a range of options popped up in his head. Right now, he could only choose between going to Rogue's encampment or the Cold Plains. After choosing the Rogue's encampment, a white light started surrounding itself around Abel. Next thing he knew, he was already at the waypoint inside the Rogue's encampment. It was very convenient for him since he no longer had the need to find his enemies by foot. Speaking of which, where was Rib Bone? From what it looked like, it probably didn't follow him back to the Rogue's encampment. Because of how far it was from the Cold Plain, he could try to communicate with it with his power of the will. He could try to read its status with the Horadric Cube, though. Just when Abel opened up his Horadric Cube and looked for Rib Bone's details, he could see that its experience point was increased by 2. He did not expect that at all. If killing 1 enemy meant that you would receive 1 experience point, did Rib Bone just kill 2 enemies on its own? Suddenly, Rib Bone's experience points increased by 2 again. If a double kill occurred twice in a row, there must be something going on that Abel wasn't aware of. As far as he knew, if he came to the Cold Plain again, the experience point Rib Bone would get would be just 1. Abel focused his power of the will into the Horadric Cube's skill tree. As soon as he noticed the skeleton symbol inside, his field of vision changed into that of what Rib Bone was looking at. From what it looked like, Rib Bone was having a fight with a giant beast. While it was guarding the attacks with its shield, the impact was so great that it had to keep moving back on its 2 legs. Suddenly, as a ray of blue light flashed by, the giant beast's body was covered in frost. It was starting to slow down, which gave Rib Bone the opportunity to finish it off with a knight's consecutive attack. It tried to resist, of course, but it wasn't so easy to get out of the freezing effect of the freezing enhancement. Soon, Rib Bone prepared itself for a second knight's consecutive attack. While its offensive ability was reduced, there was still quite a lot of damage being released when a physical attack was combined with Death Kai. By the time it was about to unleash its 4th attack, the giant beast was already lying dead on the ground. When that happened, the soul of the giant beast flew out and went into Rib Bone's body. Abel just noticed something. If Rib Bone could absorb souls to improve its strength, maybe it could just drink the soul potion instead. If that was the case, however, the 6 bottles that he had would not be enough at all. From the icon on the skill tree, Abel could control Rib Bone to walk to the waypoint. After that, he was able to transport it to the waypoint at the rogue's encampment. Once Rib Bone came, Abel took out the soul potion that had the corpsifier's soul in it. He could see that Rib Bone got very excited at the sight of it. Even without his command, it was walking straight at him for it. Abel wasn't planning to use the soul potion on himself. Since it was cleared labeled only for summoned beings, something would probably go wrong if he tried to drink it himself. Once the soul potion was passed over to Rib Bone, it started drinking it in the same weird way that it did. It crashed the bottle on its head, which made the dark gold potion pouring all over its body. Blue flames started striking up in its hollow eyes. Its bones were starting to thicken. It was becoming a lot stronger. After 10 or 20 minutes, Abel watched as Rib Bone finished its transformation. When he saw the attribute for the Resurrection of Skeletons spell, he realized that there was a change. Resurrection of Skeletons. Description: summon 1 skeleton from a dead monster's corpse to fight for you. Mana cost 7. Number of skeletons 2. Damage 1/2. Health point 21. Current level 2. Progress till the next level 23/5600. 1 bottle of the corpsifier's soul potion. That's all it took for Rib Bone to rank up by 2. As it turned out, the soul potion was just a potion for extra experience points for it. Come to think of it, it wasn't just Rib Bone and Abel. White Cloud and Black Wind needed the soul potion as well. There was only one way to get them, however, and that was for Abel to kill the hell creatures themselves. So far, the potions that he had were too little to be distributed. Wait, Abel just remembered something. The number of skeletons he could summon was 2. After bringing Rib Bone to the waypoint, Abel came to the cold plain and walked towards the giant beast that was just killed. After waving his hand, he drew out the death kai from its body and bang, a newborn skeleton was standing right in front of him. Abel took a look at this second skeleton. Contrary to what he had thought, it did not possess the freezing enhancement ability. As it turned out, special abilities weren't meant to be shared amongst all summoned beings of the same master. Abel took out 2 magic armors from his Kong spiritual beast bag. While they were usually meant for practice, he decided to have both Rib Bone and the new skeleton wear them. They were both magic armors, with Sol, the 12th rune word, written them. What Sol could do was that it could increase one's defensive ability against physical attacks. If the first one was called Rib Bone, what should the second one be? After thinking to himself, Abel decided that he would be lazy for once. The first one was going to be called Rib Bone No. 1, whereas the second one would be called Rib Bone No. 2. A Rib Bone No. 1 was just as fast after wearing the magic armor. Rib Bone No. 2 became a lot slower. Its speed was reduced by about 2/3. And since it was carrying Abel's ice magic sword and magic shield, its speed was now twice as slow as it was originally. Abel didn't feel like taking the armor off from his skeletons. From his experiences before, going inside the rogue's encampment himself was just going to take too much time. If he just left Rib Bone No. 1 and No. 2 in the Blood Moor, there would be no problem for them to kill the hell creatures that were spared. Speaking of which, Abel just realized something. With the equipment of a knight on them, no one was going to notice that the Rib Bones were actually skeletons. If they weren't so weak right now, there would be no problem if he was bringing them out to fight in the real world. Once Rib Bone No. 1 and No. 2 were brought into Blood Moor, Abel teleported himself back to the rogue's encampment. It had been about 4 days since he came to this reality. He wasn't hungry yet, and he felt like he still had a lot of stamina left. The strengthened ration potion worked very well for him. That being said, unlike last time, he wasn't planning to stay for 10 days here. He was sent here from his own home. He came from the territories of the dwarves, so he had to spend less time if he wanted to train in the dark world. Abel opened up a portal and went back to the guest room inside Moon Guardian City. When he closed up the seclusion circle on the ground, he realized that it was midnight. There was still some time, so he fell on the big bed in front of him and went to sleep. The next morning, when Abel woke up, the first thing he did was to look inside the Horadric cube with his power of the will. He wanted to check how Rib Bone No. 1 and No. 2 were doing. From what he could see inside the Horadric cube skill tree, Rib Bone was just about to slay a fallen with its word. On the other hand, Rib Bone No. 2 was targeting a fallen wizard. Instead of giving the fallen wizard a chance to attack, it just kept on swinging its sword at it. There were tens of fallen that were coming at them. But because of the frozen enhancement technique, all of them were moving so slowly that you could almost walk away from them. When Abel withdrew his power of the will, he could see that the attribute point of the resurrection of the skeleton spell was increased by 800. The 2 rib bones just killed about more than 400 hell creatures. Once he saw them again inside the rogue's encampment, they would certainly be on a completely different level than before. After brushing his teeth, Abel opened the door of his room. He then saw a dwarven servant that was waiting for him. "Good morning, Master Abel." The dwarven servant bowed. "Please follow me to the dining room. Your breakfast is ready to be served." "Good morning, Lorraine," Abel said as he saw Lorraine at the dining table. There wasn't anybody else around. It was just her sitting in a chair. Abel took some time to look around this dining room. While the chairs and tables definitely belonged to the size of a human, something about them just made it seem very dwarven. The breakfast today was lamb meat and rock fruits. Rock fruits were a fruit that was typical to the Great Dividing Mountain Range. Because they were grown on the cliffs, it was very hard to harvest them after the fruits became ripe. The lambs, too, were a special treat around this region. The goats also lived around the mountain cliffs. There were a particular tenderness and uniqueness in the taste of their meat. Lorraine didn't like eating meat, though, so she just stared at the lamb when it was passed in front of her. When Abel took it away and ate it himself, a grateful smile appeared on her face. "Thank you, Abel," Lorraine said in a somewhat shy voice. Abel wasn't hungry, to be honest. The ration potion's effect had not passed yet. He might have to wait for a few days if he wanted to feel hunger again. After breakfast, Abel and Lorraine came to visit Ivan, the Moon Guardian City's lord, after the guide of a servant. When they saw him, they noticed that there were 6 dwarven warriors behind him that were wearing armadillo armors. Armors, shields, war hammers. They must be the legendary dwarven armadillo warriors. While they weren't very fast, they had no boundaries in what kind of landscape they could walk on. Jungles, mountains, and swamps. They could travel freely in all of them. Due to their very useful ability to dig holes in the ground, kind of like armadillos, they could attack their enemies from the most unimaginable angles possible. Just by sensing their presence, Abel could tell that all 6 of them were at the same level as a knight's commander. If they had their mounts with them, they could be just as strong as Abel in terms of their fighting capability. Well, that was if Abel didn't use his spells. Behind the 6 dwarven armadillo knights commanders, there was a young man that was being carried by 2 dwarves. The 2 dwarves were wearing magic capes, whereas the young man had a sickly look on his face as he was lying flat as he was being carried. "They are the Borton 6 brothers," Lord Ivan said as he introduced the 6 dwarven armadillo knights commanders. After fighting together for their entire lives, their teamwork is unlike anything else you have seen before. While it's just the 6 of them, they could probably take on double that number if the enemies were in the same rank as them. Without saying anything, the 6 dwarven armadillo knights commanders gave a greeting towards Abel. Abel wasn't sure why, but he knew that there was something odd about them. Maybe they were the bodyguards, the young dwarf that was being carried. In fact, the way they behaved was almost like they were going to be attacked at any moment. But first, Abel decided to return a bow to them. And these 2, Lord Ivan introduced the 2 wizards to Abel. This is the wizard Kipling, and that is wizard Aitken. When Abel saw these 2, he quickly crossed his arms and performed a wizard's greeting. "It's a pleasure to see you, Master Abel." Since the 2 wizards were still carrying the young dwarf, the most they could do to greet Abel was to nod their heads. That being said, they were still very polite in their tone. Ivan said with a pitiful look in his eyes, "And this, finally, is my dear niece Bernie. He's in great pain because of the chilling poison. Because of how hard it is for him to move, we had to have someone carry him with a stretcher." Bernie spoke with a sickly purple on his face. "Thank you so much for letting us use your sky sparrow, Master Abel. If you didn't, well, I might look kind of hurt right now, but if you didn't ACK, I would be dead already." Despite how energetic Bernie's voice was, he was coughing very badly. He tried to laugh out loudly, but the coughs just didn't stop. "Stay quiet for a bit, Bernie," Lord Ivan said, then shook his head. "Save that energy for the journey back. We have a long way ahead of us." Bernie wasn't listening, though. He just laughed even louder. "And I thought we dwarves never got tired," he said as he coughed even harder. Abel could see how terrible Bernie's state was. Just now, even though there were about 5 meters of distance between them, he could feel the chilling cold chi that was being emitted from Bernie's body. Bernie turned the Wizard Aitken and pleaded, "It's getting cold, Wizard Aitken. You mind if you give me some of that good wine you have on?" Bernie might seem a little obnoxious, but he sure was optimistic in even such a dire situation. Abel just had a lot more respect for him now. "Wine, here, I've got some," Abel said as he took out a synthesized rum from his portal bag. Wizard Aitken was going to give away his, but Abel was a lot quicker. When Bernie took the rum, he started chuckling. "A crystal bottle. Master Abel, that's a little too fancy, don't you think? Are you sure that this rum is that good?" "Only one way to find out," Abel replied. "Because of how many crystal bottles he's had. He never saw them as valuable in any stretch of the mark. He would collect after he drank the synthesized potions he's made, so now he just used the spares as wine bottles." When Bernie opened the cap, a strong smell caught every dwarf off guard. They did not expect it to be this good. When Bernie saw the amber-colored goodness that was inside, he didn't even bother using a cup. When he wallowed the bottle down his throat, he could feel a streak of flame that was traveling throughout his body. Eventually, the heat became so strong that it extinguished the chilling chi that was inside of him. "Wow, this is some good stuff," Bernie screamed as he got up from his stretcher. After waving his arms for a bit, he jumped down and jumped up for about 2 times. This was very different from the sickly image he had back there. All the dwarves were shocked to see this. After putting down the stretcher, Wizard Aitken quickly grabbed Bernie with his arms. He wanted to do a full-body scan with his power of the will. "What is it, Wizard Aitken?" Lord Ivan asked impatiently. He didn't know what miracle had occurred to his niece, so he was eager to find out as quickly as he could. "Unbelievable," Wizard Aitken said in awe as he released Bernie from his grasp. "The chilling poison has been temporarily suppressed. If Bernie doesn't use his combat chi, he can move like just any other regular person." Lord Ivan asked nervously, "You still have any more of that wine, Master Abel? If you do, could you let me buy them? I think Bernie's going to need them on his journey." From Ivan's perspective, the wine could really help Bernie to get a lot better. He wasn't so sure when the next time they would find another ice-fire ape was, so time was very precious here. "Of course," Abel laughed, "I've got enough to last Bernie for the entire journey. Just take them. After you've treated me so well, Lord Ivan, there's no way that I'm going to say my thanks to you while being empty-handed." Lord Ivan bowed again. "Thank you so much, Master Abel. I hope you don't mind if I point it out. But it's a little late now, don't you think? It's probably for the best for you if you depart." "Now, yes, White Cloud." After a yell towards the sky, White Cloud came down to the ground beside Abel. After taking a few giant steps towards him, it started rubbing his body with its giant head. Abel said as he scratched White Cloud on his head, "Come on, White Cloud, we're leaving now." And just like that, White Cloud lowered its body to let Abel get on it. It was an unbelievable sight for the dwarves. Abel didn't use a control card. He was just talking to it, and it obeyed him like it was born to do so. Not even the orcs could do that. With a control card, it was impossible for almost everyone to command a sky sparrow. After getting on 6 giant armadillos, the Borton brothers rode them on top of White Cloud's back. These beasts were reluctant at first, but after being scolded by their masters, they had no choice but to carefully get on. Except for Bernie, every other dwarf here understood what's going on. The sky sparrow in front of them was not an ordinary bird. It must have been at least 1 rank higher than the armadillos for them to be afraid of it. The dwarves all thought the same thing as they looked at each other as spiritual beasts. While the 6 giant armadillos got ready, Black Wind was having a nap inside the carriage. It didn't even bother looking at them, but these armadillos were looking like they were ready to fight for their lives. It was already shocking enough to see a mount wolf that was tamed by a human. Judging from the ways these shelled animals behaved, the dwarves learned that even Black Wind was also a spiritual beast. Originally, White Cloud's back could take 5 orc warriors and 5 mounts on it. Now there were 9 dwarves, 6 giant armadillos, 1 mount wolf, 1 elf, and 1 human on it. Since 9 dwarves were nowhere as big as 5 orcs, and 3 giant armadillos, despite the name, were just about the size of 1 mount wolf, there was still enough space for them to move around for a bit. "Fly, White Cloud," Abel commanded. "Goo-goo," White Cloud replied as it started waving its giant wings. Soon, the entire crew was off the ground and going towards the clouds. At this point, 2 giant golden eagles started tailing from behind. There was 1 golden flying mount rider on top of each one of them. Abel asked Bernie, "Are the golden flying mounts coming with us?" Bernie replied as he sipped on his crystal bottle, "These eagles have some very sharp eyes, Master Abel. We'll need their help if we want to find an ice fire ape." Wizard Aitken added, "As fast as the golden flying mounts are, they can't travel for very long. If you don't mind, Master Abel, they might need to take turns to rest on the Sky Sparrow's back." After hearing that, Abel was starting to get a whole new perspective of how good the Sky Sparrows were. Not only could they fly higher and further than all the other flying mounts, but their stamina was also among one of the best. They were also great for carrying heavy weights, which was why the orcs used them to carry war supplies for them. Since the dwarves were riding with him, Abel chose not to turn on the barrier around White Cloud. That wasn't very good for Lorraine. In a very short while, her little cheeks were starting to pale because of how cold it was. When Abel heard Lorraine chattering her teeth, he took out a bottle of synthesized rum bottle and poured it in a crystal bottle. Since he didn't want her to get drunk, he only poured about half a cup of it. When Lorraine received her cup, she took a small sip of the rum. Her face started reddening up. Soon it became a lot less cold for her. "Come here, Black Wind." Abel called out at the sleeping Black Wind, which quickly got up and came after it went past the dwarves. "Sleep here," Abel pointed at the ground in front of him. When Black Wind lowered its body, Abel took Lorraine and helped her to rest beside its stomach. "It's a lot warmer here," Abel said to Lorraine. "You stay here too, Abel." Lorraine looked at him and said, "There's a lot of space for you as well." Abel didn't decline. When he rested beside Lorraine, he realized how warm Black Wind really was. Thanks to it, the chilling air was not so cold now. Unfortunately, the Borton brothers didn't get to have this luxury. Their armadillos had shells, not furs. They could try to sleep beside them, but that didn't really help them get warm. As for Wizard Kipling and Wizard Aitken, they just tried to hold onto their robes a little tighter. Since they weren't the muscular types, their bodies were a lot weaker than the rest. It wasn't like they could use their mana to warm themselves up. They were heading towards the Double Moon Forest, the home of some very powerful spiritual beasts. Even if the journey was freezing cold for them, they had to preserve all the mana they could. Bernie was the only one who didn't bother trying anything. Whenever he got cold, he just sipped on his rum. What Abel gave him was much better than the normal stuff, so he was just too focused on drinking it than to think about any other stuff. Abel smiled as he noticed how everyone was dealing with this situation. After taking out 8 bottles of his rum, he threw 1 bottle at each one of them. "Here, trust me, it's going to be a lot warmer after you drink it," Abel shouted. After thanking Abel with a bow, Wizard Kipling and Wizard Aitken opened the crystal bottle and took a sip. The coldness disappeared immediately as their breaths were filled with the smell of alcohol. Just like Bernie, a streak of fire went inside their bodies and cleared out all the freezing cold. "Wow, this is some really good stuff," the 2 wizards said. All dwarves were born to be wine tasters, so they knew how good Abel's product was. When the Borton brothers received the rum, instead of drinking them straight, they decided to hand them all to their leader. After that, the leader took all of them to Bernie. Abel squeezed his eyes when he saw this. From what it looked, Bernie must have been more than just Lord Ivan's niece. If the 6 brothers were just as strong as double of the knights that were in the same rank as them, they would be as strong as 12 ordinary knights commanders. That being said, Bernie must have been very important to be served by all of them. "Just drink them yourselves," Bernie pleaded to the Borton brothers. "It's going to be very cold this journey." The eldest of the Borton brothers smiled. "Your health is a more concerning matter, Sir Bernie. Don't worry about us. Our skin is too rough against a little breeze." "Enough, enough. I've enough for all you." Abel smiled as he intervened with a few more bottles from his portal bag. When Abel passed 6 more bottles to the Borton brothers, that's when everyone realized how much he had been packing in his portal bag. Normally, only the most precious items would be stored in a portal bag, but for Abel, he just stuffs in all the wines and food that he could in his. Abel was definitely not lying when he said he still got more of the rum. The dwarves weren't going to complain about it. But honestly, the boy was seriously packed in with some very oddly useful items. A day later, the 2 dwarves of Golden Flying Ride had taken several turns to rest and drank some rum. After White Cloud flew through the earth-dividing mountain range, before entering the Double Moon Forest, several dwarves discussed landing to hunt some prey and rest. The place for the temporary rest was very beautiful. On one side, the mountain peaks overlapped, covered with a layer of white snow, just like a sea of waves rolled up by the sea. On the other side was an endless forest, lush and dense, next to a stream. The Burton brothers and Golden Flying Ride took the hunting mission. It was wasted to let Commander and Golden Flying Ride hunt. In only a moment, 3 deers, 2 sheep, and a bison were hunted. The dwarves lit the bonfire, and Abel once again provided a bottle of wine for each person, which made several dwarves feel excited to show their skills to roast many types of meat. Abel still didn't feel hungry at that time. He didn't eat the roasted meat. Instead, he gave it to Black Wind. It seemed that the effect of the nutrition potion he drunk was still functioning. Lorraine was sitting next to Abel. She rarely ate meat. Only if it was insipid meat, it was impossible for her to eat barbecue. Lorraine, drink this. Abel took out a bottle of nutrition potion from his portal bag and handed it to Lorraine. Brother Abel, is this nutrition potion? The color doesn't look right. Nutrition potion was not a special potion. It was sure that Lorraine had seen it before, but she had never seen the one that was milky white. However, Lorraine knew that Abel would never harm her. Although she had doubts, she did not wait for Abel to answer and opened the lid to pour the nutrition potion into her mouth. This is the first work after I learned alchemy from you. I tried it myself and it succeeded, Abel said with a smile. Although Abel used the synthesis function from Horadric Cube, the premise was that he had successfully drawn the basic alchemy recipe in his mind and mastered the alchemist spell. It seemed that he had a talent for the profession of an alchemist. He easily learned the basic knowledge of alchemist without sudden enlightenment or other special help. Of course, it must be related to the fact that he was a 3rd-level wizard and had an extremely strong power of the will. Lorraine also told him everything about basic alchemist knowledge. Abel and Lorraine didn't speak loudly, but White Cloud's back was so small. Indeed, other dwarves could hear it. The Burton brothers didn't know about alchemy, but the wizard Kipling and wizard Aitken, the 2 dwarven wizards, were very clear about what an alchemist was. Master Abel, are you a 3rd-level wizard? Wizard Aitken asked Abel. Yes, Wizard Aitken, Abel answered. I just heard you said that you have just begun to learn alchemy. You are a 3rd-level wizard, and you are also learning alchemy. It's admirable that you are willing to take the risk of the success rate of the 1/10th chance that both the wizard recipe and the alchemist recipe coexist. Wizard Aitken sighed slightly. Wizard Aitken, you mean that the wizard recipe and the alchemist recipe have only 1/10th chance to coexist? What would happen if they did not coexist? Abel asked. Abel and Lorraine glanced at each other and found that both of them was the first time hearing this. You really don't know about it. If the wizard recipe and the alchemist recipe cannot coexist, the 2 recipes will collide with each other. Luckily, the wizard recipe will be destroyed, and unluckily, the soul will be damaged. Aitken Wizard looked at Abel surprisingly that he was unclear and explained. When Abel heard this, cold sweat flowed down. Without the right knowledge, he could have died. Wizard Morton did not inherit the alchemy, so he did not talk to him about this. It seemed that Abel had no difficulty in drawing basic alchemy recipe at that time. He just completed it step by step without any problems, and everything went smoothly. What was the reason? Abel thought of the soul-enhancing potion, a potion made from the souls of hell creatures and synthesized by Horadric Cube. After drinking it for a while, the main soul seemed to feel nothing, but the weak soul could already had simple thought. It showed that the soul-enhancing potion was helpful to the soul. Perhaps it was the soul-enhancing potion that allowed him to go through the most difficult alchemist recipe drawing process. But that was not right. Abel thought of the wizards who sell potions at the wizard market in Carol City. How did they coexist with the two recipes? Wizard Aitken, I have seen some wizards who master alchemy. How did they deal with the coexistence of wizard recipes and alchemist recipes? Abel asked with confusion. Human wizards should be treated in the same way as our dwarven wizards. Find an apprentice with wizard talent and start drawing alchemist recipes at the same time. In this way, even if they fail, they would just lose their chances of becoming an alchemist, and as long as he retrained for a while, he could redraw the wizard recipe to become a first-level apprentice wizard. Wizard Aitken explained with a smile. Thank you for explaining, Wizard Aitken. Abel bowed with thanks. The dwarves who just got Abel wine were very fond of this famous blacksmith master, and Wizard Aitken endlessly carried out all the answers to what Abel had asked. It was dark already, and Bernie came to Abel's side, sitting in front of him, holding rum in his hand and saying to Abel, Master Abel, how can I drink other wine after drinking your rum? Abel glanced at Bernie. Bernie was here to extort his rum. Although there was still a lot of rum, those rum were a gift for Master Bentham's teacher, Master Robin. According to his ideas, the 3 barrels of rum were just right, and only 1/3 of the barrels of rum was really left for him to drink with his friends. Seeing that Abel didn't reply, Bernie then said, Master Abel, sell me 10 bottles of it. I want to bring it to my father. Bernie took a 2-fist big black ore from the cup and threw it to Abel, then smiled and said, I use this as an exchange. Abel took the black ore and clenched. This is iron essence. Almost as soon as he got it, he called the name of the ore in his hand. Although he had never seen such an ore before, he had forged the iron ore over and over again and then forged to 130 times rough. The forged process was to make it approach iron essence, which was the ultimate existence of iron ore. This kind of iron essence existed in nature, but most blacksmiths would never see a piece of iron essence in their lives because it was rare. Even a master blacksmith like Abel had merely just heard Master Bentham introduce this kind of iron essence. Bernie, if you exchange the iron essence with me, I'm afraid it's not worth it, Abel said to Bernie with a smile while playing the iron essence in his hand. At this time, Abel was able to see that the identity of Bernie in the dwarven race was much nobler than his previous thought. Aside from how difficult it would be to get a piece of iron essence, how could he pull out such a large piece of ore from his arms with some portal equipment? Master Abel, you are wrong. You didn't mention worth it or not when you provided me rum for free, Bernie said with a laugh when he saw Abel collecting the iron essence. Abel carefully put the iron essence into the portal bag. This iron essence could fully be built a better weapon when he had the time. According to the size of this iron essence, it was enough to build a big sword. Taking out 10 bottles of rum again from the portal bag, Bernie did not hide anything and put all these wines into the portal equipment in his arms. By the way, I remembered what I came for. Bernie, who had collected the rum, was about to leave, suddenly patted his head. Abel looked at Bernie, silent. Bernie came to talk to him for a long time and made a deal which was not the business, and he didn't remember it until he was about to leave. Master Abel, Golden Eagle doesn't have good night sight, and it could be dangerous flying at night. So could you take a rest here and set off tomorrow? Bernie asked apologetically to Abel. It's up to you, I'm not in a hurry, Abel said with a smile. Since he was going to stay there overnight, Abel was prepared to treat Lorraine. He brought Lorraine to activate the barrier circle of the temporary camp at the corner. After being isolated from the dwarves, he took out Akara's tent from his personal storage box and unfolded it. Several dwarves saw Abel isolating himself, and they couldn't help but look at each other and laugh. Abel didn't know the dwarves' thoughts outside. He just wanted to provide a better rest environment for Lorraine. In addition, he also had to practice. It was not safe because he didn't have a practice circle. He could only go to Rogue's encampment for meditation practice while Lorraine was sleeping. Abel always thought that he didn't need to gather magic circles because he could enter Rogue's encampment at any time to practice. But now, it seemed that he must prepare a set of magic circles. Like today, it was really easy to reveal his deepest secret to use the teleport door with Lorraine. He was not distrusting Lorraine. But now Abel couldn't protect his secrets. And the more people who knew would be more dangerous. When Abel saw that Lorraine was asleep and was about to open the teleport door to enter Rogue's encampment, a sudden palpitation occurred in his heart. This feeling was what he would have before every danger. The elite knight's feeling plus his strong power of the will made him really believe in this feeling. "Lorraine, wake up." Abel awakened Lorraine, who had just fallen asleep. "Brother Abel, what's wrong?" Lorraine looked at Abel with sleepy eyes and asked softly. "Let's go out and have a look." "I felt danger," Abel said sharply. Lorraine had great confidence in Abel and knew that Abel's knight rank had reached the level of an elite knight, and his feeling was accurate. She ran out of the tent with Abel right away. As soon as Abel came out of the tent, he felt that the barrier circle had been attacked. The intermediate magic stone in the circle beat red light from time to supplement the barrier circle's consumption. He put Akara's tent into his personal storage box in a rush, and then took out the magic circle control card. He felt the outside scene through the magic circle control card. The outside was full of bees which were as big as babies' fists. These bees were flying frantically. So many bees hit the barrier circle from time to time. Although the barrier circle had the effect of isolating, it had no invisible effect. When these bees felt the energy of the circle, they attacked it instinctively. Recalling the contents of Morton's, these seemed to be savage bees. They were usually docile but would fight until death when furious. They had strong bodies and their sharp tail needles with toxins that produced acute pain. Flocks of savage bees were a nightmare for everyone. If the defensive ability of the barrier circle was bad, or if Abel wasn't using a new intermediate-level magic stone as the energy source with plus the effect of isolation of the barrier circle, they would have already been breached. But about Black Wind and White Cloud, Abel's heart anxiously linked with White Cloud and Black Wind through the soul chain. Fortunately, they were all safe. Black Wind was protected by the huge body of White Cloud. White Cloud expanded its huge wings to wrap Black Wind in itself. With huge hard feathers, these savage bees couldn't hurt them at all. Abel was relieved, and then he thought of the dwarves. The power of the will stretched out, 20 meters away from him. The dwarves had set up a battle circle and were defending these savage bees' attack. The Burton brothers stood with the shield at the outermost layer, yelling and arousing white combat kai to form a semi-circular protective cover, protecting 2 dwarven wizards, 2 golden flying rides, 2 golden eagles, and Bernie. The giant pangolins of the Burton brothers' ride constantly attacked the savage bees in the sky with their tails. The thick scales protected them from those bees. The 2 dwarven wizards threw rune signs constantly to support attacking the savage bees. Although the situation seemed to be very stable, Abel was not optimistic. Though the Burton brothers were all commanders, it was not possible to maintain their combat kai for a long time. They needed to expand their combat kai armor to form into combat kai shield to protect the safety of others. The giant pangolins' attacks seemed to be effective, but those savage bees that were shot down on the ground were not injured. Instead, they flew up from the ground to attack the shield again. Only the attacks from 2 dwarven wizards were effective. After being attacked by magic flame and frost, they fall to the ground and never rose again. But it was the attacks of the 2 dwarven wizards that made the savage bees even crazier. A large number of savage bees flew up to the sky and then slammed down like rain. The reason why the shield formed by the Burton brothers shining with white light was the combat kai being dispelled. Theoretically, at the level of the Burton brothers, it was possible to retain the combat kai for a long time outside the body. As long as it was not dispelled, it was like circulating in the body and consumed very little. But under the current situation, it was really hard to say how long the combat kai from the Burton brothers would last. If it was only the Burton brothers, they would be helpful to run out of these savage bees, but to protect other dwarves, they could only stay there. "Where is Master Abel?" Bernie asked. "I don't know. I'm afraid that he may be in danger." Wizard Aitken had no hope of Abel's safety, because even if these dwarven masters gathered together, they could not guarantee the safety of everyone, let alone only 1/3 level wizard. "Burton brothers, 6 of you flee with Bernie and Kipling." "I'll make way for you," Wizard Aitken yelled. At that time, all the dwarves saw that the situation was very bad. Anyone who still dragged on would be dead. Everyone else could die, but Bernie could not die. Even if everyone died, Bernie had to stay alive. At this time, Abel had contacted White Cloud through the soul chain. White Cloud, who was covering the body with wings, received the command of the owner and suddenly began to flap the wings vigorously. The huge wings waved, and the mud on the ground and the gravel, mixed with weeds and everything on the ground, were fanned into the air. Although the savage bees were strong, how could they compete with the huge wings of White Cloud, and the savage bees were fanned aside? White Cloud fluttered his wings all the way in the direction of Abel, and Black Wind hid on White Cloud's back. In this case, only a large creature like White Cloud could more easily deal with these swarms of savage bees. Of course, this method also consumed a lot of energy and could not last for a long time. Soon, it came near the barrier circle. Abel released the barrier circle after White Cloud fanned out the savage bees surrounding it, then quickly jumped onto White Cloud's back with Luraine. At this point, the two dwarven wizards, Wizard Kipling and Wizard Aitken, had begun their best efforts. The continuous flame of the Hellfire spell was blasting back and forth against the bees in the sky, and a large number of the bees were ignited by the flame, then fell to the ground like rain. However, there were still more savage bees. The Burton brothers rushed forward with their combat Kai shield. It seemed that they were planning to break through. The group of savage bees in the sky was like an iron fist, smashing continuously on the combat Kai shield of the Burton brothers, preventing the 6 of them from moving forward. Especially among the savage bees, there were several particularly stout savage bees. They were very cunning, constantly attacking the combat Kai shield, which is far from the two dwarven wizards. Their power was far more powerful than ordinary savage bees. Each attack would consume a lot of combat Kai shield. The way forward was blocked, even though the hellfire from the two dwarven wizards had lasted for tens of seconds, and there was no way to burn out a way. After a large number of fellows' deaths, these savage bees madly besieged the dwarves and attacked them constantly. Savage bees were not afraid of death. They were endless in number and had fearless bravery. They were invincible when they gathered together. Their only purpose was to bite the combat Kai shield. Although a savage bee's attack was very weak, there were tens of thousands of them, and the effect of their attack was completely different. "Let Master Bernie go with the golden eagle first," one golden flying ride said. In this case, the golden flying ride gave up his golden eagle, which was equivalent to directly sacrificing his life. "I don't want to leave, we have to go together," Bernie cried stubbornly. "It's gonna be too late if you don't leave now." In fact, Wizard Aitken also knew that even if Bernie sat on the golden eagle, he would not be able to escape successfully, but if the rest of them attacked with all their strength, Bernie might succeed. "I'll explore the way for Master Bernie first." Another golden flying ride looked deeply at Bernie, bowed, and then jumped on the back of the golden eagle and rushed into the sky violently. The combat Kai of the golden flying ride flashed the golden light like a god of war, with reflecting off the golden feathers of a golden eagle, rushing to the sky rapidly. Then it slowed down after being hit by endless savage bees when rushing to 5 meters. There was no speed when rushing to 10 meters. The combat Kai of the golden fly ride did not stop the attack for a long time. The dwarves below heard the scream of the golden flying ride. It was that the poisonous needle of the savage bee had pierced into its body. The poisonous needle of the savage bee was not disposable and could be reused. The dwarves felt horrible in this open space. Every golden flying ride was a selection of elites. Usually, even the golden flying ride wouldn't make a sound when they got hurt with a knife or axe. At this time, they made such a terrible sound, indicating that the pain had surpassed this powerful flying knight's maximum bearing capacity. The poison of one savage bee could only cause great pain to the enemy, and it was not fatal. The poison of a group of savage bees would quickly destroy the internal tissues of the body, erode every cell, and spread the pain, causing the enemy to die. "Save him," Bernie yelled and looked at the two dwarven wizards, Wizard Kipling and Wizard Aitken. If anyone could save the golden flying ride here, it would be them. "Master Bernie, there is no need to save them. The toxin has penetrated into the body." Wizard Aitken shook his head helplessly. The pain that had been magnified many times made the golden flying ride in the air mourn continuously, and the voice is getting lower and lower, weaker and weaker, and the dwarves seemed to already know the next result. Just a few seconds after the screaming stopped, a golden flying ride fell from the air and fell in front of the dwarves. The black leather armor on his body was worn out, and the exposed skin was covered in black holes. At this time, the golden flying ride wasn't breathing, and the golden eagle on one side had withered feather and was on its last legs. The dwarves looked at the corpse of the golden flying ride, and there was no hope of escaping. They felt hopeless. Two dwarven wizards, Wizard Kipling and Wizard Aitken, didn't have enough mana. The full cast they just used cost them too much mana. Bernie did not agree to leave alone, which let the two dwarven wizards felt moving. However, they also felt angry because they didn't know whether they could save Bernie. Finally, two dwarven wizards, Wizard Kipling and Wizard Aitken, had run out of their mana, and their bodies were slumped in the Burton's combat Kai shields. At this time, the Burton's combat Kai shields were already thin and would be broken soon. "I'm glad to take the risk with you, and I've dragged everyone down." Bernie was very calm in the face of the imminent death, and he bowed to all the dwarves. "Master Bernie, we didn't protect you well," Wizard Aitken said weakly. At this point, he had felt the death. "Master Bernie, please stand in the middle. At least you will die behind us. We have vowed not to let you die in front of us," Golden Flying Ride, who had been silent, said in a deep voice. "The world is dominated by me. The snowstorm also surge at my command. The earth-dividing mountain range. Life blooms like a summer flower. Although short, but we are giant blood. Sword shield." The sound of our war songs shook through the sea. This is the age of dwarves. They didn't know who started to sing the dwarf song, but all the dwarves took out the wine, sang the dwarf song aloud, laughed in tears, pride, and friendship. It seemed that everything would become eternal memory. The Burton's combat Kai shield finally disappeared in white starlight, and the dwarves were exposed in front of the savage bees. The dwarves consciously formed a surrounding circle and tightly surrounded Bernie. Just as the despair was shrouded in the hearts of the dwarves, a huge wind pressure blew the savage bees that were preparing to attack the dwarves, and even the standing dwarves was somewhat unstable. "Come up quickly," Abel yelled at the dwarves. Abel's voice came at this moment like a sound of nature. All the dwarves understood that they were hopeful. The Burtons each supported the two wizards, and Bernie then rushed to the back of White Cloud. The last golden flying ride also quickly followed. Up, coupled with the coming mounts, there was almost no room in the cabin on White Cloud's back. "Please keep the following thing secret," Abe said to Bernie, who knew that he had the highest status here. "Master Abel, I swear in the name of my family, we will not mention anything about your secrets." Bernie had known that Abel would rescue them out at the expense of his own privacy, he said solemnly. Abel nodded to Bernie and shouted, "White Cloud, unfold the shield, let's fly." White Cloud flapped its wings with all his strength, fanned the savage bees away from it again, and a shield appeared on it, wrapping the huge body in it, and the body flew off the ground. The savage bees, who couldn't see White Cloud taking off, were still frantically attacking the place where the White Cloud was. Many savage bees collided together, and there was nothing left. White Cloud forcibly rushed out of the way in the air, and all the savage bees which were on the way were blown aside, as if opened by a big invisible hand. While Cloud accelerated, lifted up, and rose. When White Cloud stabilized at high altitude, there was no savage bees around. It was impossible for any savage bee to keep up, even if they did see White Cloud. At this time, the dwarves on White Cloud had understood the role of the outer shield of White Cloud's body and the ability to hide. When this ability is on a flying animal, there was basically no place where this flying animal could not go. Needless to say, it was a strategic-level flying beast like a sky sparrow. It was no wonder that Abel asked them to keep secret. If a war occurred, a sole beast with invisible ability might change the situation of war. Also, this strategic-level beast was in the hands of the individual who was being targeted by humans. After this accident, which almost resulted in annihilation, no dwarf made a request for a camp. The nutrition potion produced by Abel also became a ration of Black Wind and White Cloud. Black Wind was still normal. The nutrition potion had completely eliminated its hunger. It laid quietly on the side to rest. White Cloud was different. Abel poured the last two nutrition potions into its mouth. The message returned in Abel's soul chain was that the two nutrition potions were just like a dessert to White Cloud. White Cloud's powerful flying ability was once again manifested, no matter it was day or night, even if it was fully loaded. It could still fly continuously at high altitude. Two nutrition potions allowed it to fly a day and a night. During the rest journey, the dwarves ate their own dry food. The two wizards' portal bags seemed to have prepared a lot of food for this operation. They stopped outside the Double Moon Forest just to eat a hot meal. They didn't expect to lose a life for that little demand. Although the dwarves had experienced adventures in the Double Moon Forest, they still underestimated its danger. Double Moon Forest. When they encountered the savage bees, they were almost annihilated, and before even entering the Double Moon Forest, a companion had been lost. Except for the elves who used their natural abilities to live in Double Moon Forest, no race could survive in Double Moon Forest, where soul beasts live. After entering the Double Moon Forest, White Cloud had encountered several large flying raptors. Fortunately, he had the ability to be invisible and flew without risk each time one passed. Abel also saw a variety of soul beast level raptors he had never seen before, and many of them could make him feel oppressed from the momentum. Master Abel, this is where the ice-fire apes appear from our information, said Wizard Aitken, pointing to a forest below. Abel looked down. The trees here were extremely tall, but not too dense. There was a huge space between the trees, which was the best living environment for apes. It was extremely vast. When you looked at it from high altitude, you couldn't see the margin at a glance. It was not so easy to find the ice-fire ape here. Now that they had reached the place, Abel instructed White Cloud to start landing through the soul chain. Fortunately, there were flat open areas here, where White Cloud could fall comfortably on the ground. After a day in night flight, everyone on the ground kept the attack of the savage bee attack in mind before entering the Double Moon Forest. They had no time for relaxation, and carefully sent a golden flying ride to the surrounding area for investigating, and under all security conditions, they started to build the temporary camps. Abel saw that the dwarves had built the camp, and his task had completed. He found Bernie. Bernie, my mission had been completed. I am here to pick up my mission items and say goodbye to you. Abel met Bernie without any polite formula and explained the intention directly. Master Abel, thank you for saving our lives. Bernie first bowed deeply and gave a fist-sized piece of wind silver to Abel. Abel took wind silver, feeling the magical power of it, then put it into the portal bag and said with a smile, Bernie, I brought you here safely. I just completed the task the city lord Ivan gave me. Master Abel, I know that the requirements are a little too much, but please consider it. Bernie gave Abel an embarrassed glance, then said, I want to ask you to stay here and help us. Bernie bowed 90 degrees in front of Abel and did not lift his body for a long time. Abel said with a wry smile, my strength is only a third-level wizard, and it does not help you much. Will there be a point for me to stay? Abel was not disgusted at Bernie's request. Because he would drift alone in the future, he could learn something about hunting soul beasts with the dwarves, and he had Black Wind who was fast. Black Wind could save him if they were in danger. There was no problem in terms of security. But the real problem lay in his own strength. Although Abel didn't look down on his own strength, he had never overestimated his strength. Perhaps because of the Golden Combat Kai, he could use the ability of an elite knight against the commander, or plus spells. Killing the commander was not a problem. But he was 100% clear that if he was going to face the Burton brothers' pangolin commander, there would be no hope of victory in terms of spells or knight skills. As long as he has known that the Burton brothers would persist for so long under the attack of the savage bees, it could be known how much their strength would be strengthened after the 6 of them cooperated. For the rest of the dwarf team, needless to say, the golden flying ride only talking about combat, it was definitely stronger than White Cloud. If it did not encounter a group of savage bees, there would be no loss at all. The Golden Eagle's speed, whether it was offense or retreat, it would make the opponent helpless. Not to mention 2 formal wizards. Although Kipling and Aitken were only junior wizards, with their spells had the lock of the will, Abel had no chance of winning. So Abel could really only defeat Bernie on the entire team. How could he help if he stayed? Master Abel, you can guarantee our final safety with transportation. I asked you to stay and helped us. Bernie continued with some excitement and said, I don't want to let my companions sacrifice themselves for me, and we could guarantee our escape route if you could stay. Abel thought for a moment, nodded and said, I can stay, but I will follow you. I have no experience in wild hunting, so I will follow you to learn it. Abel said very calmly. Maybe other dwarves would measure his age by his height, but 2 dwarven wizards would definitely not. Wizards had their own standards for age, which was vitality. Full of vitality was a sign of youth. A formal wizard could easily know the true age of others by observing the vitality. At the age of Abel, the third-level wizard was an extraordinary genius, plus the title of a master blacksmith. There would be no time for wild hunting achievement with this kind of achievement. After hearing Abel agreed to stay, Bernie's face had immediately filled with a smile. He laughed and said, "Master Abel, except for the soul cores of ice-fire apes in this operation, all other soul cores will be yours." Although the camp was temporary, there were 6 pangolin knights who constantly cut down the trees and used giant pangolins to pull it to the camp. In a short time, a temporary wall surrounded by thick trunks appeared. In addition, deep trenches were dug out of the perimeter wall, which was easily completed by giant pangolins. Wizard Kipling and Wizard Aitken placed beast repellents in the trenches. Although they could not deal with soul beasts and flying beasts, they could reduce the invasion of camps by ordinary beasts. And the 2 wizards began to arrange a defense circle on the fence. This defense circle was not like Abel's simple circle board, but many patterned cards were placed in orientations. Some larger circle board controllers inlaid with 6 medium-level magical gems arranged in a 6-pointed star pattern. If it weren't for the carelessness of resting outside the double moon forest, and if this defense circle was set up at that time, the dwarves would stay much longer under the attack of the savage bees. Abel glanced at this defense circle, and he had a deeper understanding of the dwarfs' wealth. As the largest arms seller on the Holy Continent, the dwarves were very rich. This intermediate defense circle could be carried around and used as a camp defense. It was important to know that the intermediate defense circle was customized by the alchemist, who mastered the production of the circle. It was rarely seen in the auction or the wizard market. The intermediate defense circle was mainly used for the defense of some important resident sites. It could withstand the attacks of junior wizards for a period of time. The defense circle was arranged so that when there was danger, it would be enough time to wait for the arrival of White Cloud. Now that Abel promised to stay was to say that as long as there was a buffer period, they could safely leave here. However, when the dwarves began to strengthen their defenses, Abel let Black Wind take care of Lorraine. He opened the barrier circle and began to refine the nutrition potion. He now found that the biggest usefulness of nutrition potion could be used as temporary food for White Cloud and Black Wind to supplement their energy. As long as White Cloud did not need to go to the ground to find food, it could fly in the sky almost unlimitedly. Black Wind's high demand for diet could also use the nutrition potion. The first rays of sunlight scattered on the double moon forest. Abel also woke up on time. He couldn't take out Akara's tent because of the surrounding environment. Inside the tent, his perception of danger would be greatly reduced. For example, when the savage bees attacked, if it was not in the Akara's tent, he would have already perceived the danger before the savage bees attacked. In fact, Abel didn't know the difference between his elite knight's feeling and other knights, because it was rare for a knight to have the power of the will like him, and no knight had his soul's strength. These 2 abilities made his feeling too aware of the danger. Being in Akara's tent was equivalent to being in another space. His feeling could perceive the danger outside. Now Abel and Lorraine used ordinary tents. If something happened, he could find out immediately. "Lorraine, you stay on White Cloud's back today. Don't get off," Abel said solemnly. When the dwarves had breakfast, Abel and Lorraine did not have breakfast but sat down together and drank juice. "Yes, brother Abel, I promise you that I won't get off from White Cloud's back. You must be careful as well." Lorraine raised her hand, made a swearing gesture, and then her face was tense and concerned, saying quietly, "Although it's dangerous here, I have Black Wind. You know how fast Black Wind is, and let me tell you a secret," Abel said and looked around. After hearing that Abel was going to tell Lorraine a secret, she looked pleased to be able to know Abel's secret. Black Wind is already a rank order spirit beast. It has the ability to escape. As long as it wants to escape, no creature can stop it, Abel said softly next to Lorraine's. "Black Wind?" Lorraine screamed in surprise and quickly covered her mouth, looked around, and found no one noticed her. Then she put her hand down and closed her mouth to stop talking. Lorraine was an elf. She knew the difficulty of upgrading the order of spirit beasts better than humans. Now White Cloud had been upgraded, and Black Wind had as well. If one mount was upgraded by chance, what about 2? No wonder Abel wanted to keep this secret. This secret was a big temptation to all those who had mounts. Abel rode Black Wind, bid farewell to Lorraine, and set off with the team. 6 dwarves, pangolin knights, 2 junior wizards, and a golden flying ride. Such a team could already be considered an army. Because Abel's rum suppressed Bernie's chills, Bernie set off with him. Although it was winter, all the plants in the Double Moon Forest were still green. This was the largest forest in the Holy Continent. Its strange location made the climate mild throughout the year, and it was a paradise for plants and animals. Due to the barriers of the earth-dividing mountain range, humans rarely set foot here. The team came along all the way and constantly found animals that were alarmed. There should be a spirit beast nearby. The boss of the Borton brothers walked headmost. He looked at the ground and said, "How did you know that?" Abel asked curiously, watching the marks on the ground as well. "After walking for a long time, we haven't found any beasts. There are only some small herbivores, indicating that the predators here have been driven away from here. The way we walked by, there was only one kind of footprint with claws on the ground." The boss of the Borton brothers explained and pointed to a place on the ground. Abel looked closely in the direction of Borton brothers' boss finger, and there were directly a set of shallow footprints in the shape of plum blossoms, and were clearly to see the traces of the sharp claws touching the ground. These footprints were so shallow that it would be difficult for Abel himself to find these traces without the guidance from Borton brothers' boss. This spirit beast is very dexterous. It seems to be a kind of lynx. Although Borton used the uncertain word seems, his tone was quite certain. At this point, Abel's feeling had sensed the danger was approaching. He looked at the big tree not far ahead. A gray and trunk-shaped figure appeared on a thick branch. "Over there," Abel whispered, pointing at the gray figure. The Borton brothers' boss looked at Abel in surprise, and Abel's perception was a bit unexpected. Last night, Bernie specifically talked to them and informed his decision. The dwarves had no objection to giving all the crystal cores to Abel. Compared with the life-saving grace, little crystal cores were not much, but it was a little difficult for them to teach Abel jungle hunting. Jungle hunting was a technique, finding and tracking traces, determining locations, and finally killing. Each step of the entire process required the interdependence of experience and skills, each of which required a long time of practice and also required talent. To teach a third-level wizard to hunt in the jungle, they had to teach him how to survive in the jungle first. But teaching that was already difficult. However, the Borton brothers' boss now had some confidence for Abel. Abel was faster than him, a veteran in finding prey. This showed that Abel was very talented in this field. Next would be observing Abel's combat ability. "Master Abel, this is a claw lynx, a very low-level spirit beast. The most powerful thing is its claw. It can easily break the armor. This is your first prey. We will help you only when your life is in danger." The Borton brothers' boss smiled and put away the sword in his hand, said as if he was ready to see Abel to be attacked. Although Borton brothers' boss said so, he had quietly taken out a dagger from his arms, ready to throw it out to rescue Abel at any time. Abel jumped down from Black Wind, let the Black Wind stand to the other side, and then patted the portal bag. A magic iron sword forged by a black iron meteorite had gone to his right hand, and a magic shield had added to his left hand. This was the first time that Abel had encountered a spirit beast in the wild. Although the level of it was not high, it could also be used for practicing. He would try to gauge the spirit beast's strength. If he rode Black Wind, he couldn't reach the purpose of testing. The dwarf's eyes tightened. If it was normal for Abel to have a magic sword with iron meteorite as a master blacksmith, holding a large sword and shield during battle could only show that Abel was very confident in melee. Abel struck the shield with his big sword and looked at the claw lynx, making a provocative action. Although the claw lynx was called a lynx, his body was larger than an ordinary leopard. This action pissed off the lynx when it saw him standing at the forefront from the dwarves behind. The claw lynx jumped off the tree and rushed over. With a shield stroke, Abel's shield in his left hand struck at an oblique 45-degree angle and resolved the attack of the claw lynx with minimal force. Claw lynx's paw flickered with lightning. Although it stopped the attack, Abel's big sword swept its body. When the sword tip swept the body of claw lynx, Abel felt it just like a sword tip hit a piece of cooked cowhide. He could not penetrate the skin of claw links, but felt a kind of rebound. The Borton brothers' boss saw Abel's movements at the back. Nodded. He could see that he has been trained by the Knight system. Each movement was very standard in place, such as he had undergone thousands of hardships. It couldn't be done overnight, and it was impossible to have such an ability without years of hard work. While the Borton brothers' boss was sighing, Abel had discovered that if he did not use combat kai, he could not break the defense from claw links. After realizing that, the golden light flashed in his body, flocking toward the big sword in his hand through his palm. Suddenly, the big sword of victory had become a big golden sword. The claw links was hit by Abel's sword. Although it was blocked, it was still very painful. At this time, it turned its body and moved to Abel's back. The elite knight's feeling made Abel's basic combat action become instinct. When the claw links' two claws were ready to attack, a shield was already put in front of it. With a few harsh frictions, the claw links' attack was once again useless. The link stopped for a sudden while it was attacking. This allowed Abel to seize the chance to stab into its body accurately with a long golden sword. This time, due to the golden combat kai, the long sword was able to stab into it smoothly. If Abel was holding the ice magic sword at this time, the battle would have already been settled, but in Abel's hand was the sword of victory, a magical sword that killed the enemy to increase his mana and did not slow down the effect of frost. After the claw links was stabbed, it screamed louder and became faster than Abel's eyes could catch. At this time, Abel had considered preparing a few more weapons to put in the portal bag for various situations. Forging magic weapons was not difficult for him. The materials were readily available. Once he had the chance to get into Rogue's encampment, he could use ground fire for forging. The claw links' speed exceeded Abel's imagination, but at this time, he completely gave his body to the feelings, and the harsh sound of friction between the claw and the shield constantly generated. No attack could enter his defense, although it's using full-speed attack, and its instinct recovered the lack of speed. The wounded claw links bled more seriously as it was being attacked, and its speed was getting slower. After a while, when it was about to prepare for another attack, its body stopped for a while due to excessive blood loss. Abel instinctively stabbed the golden sword forward. The golden sword stabbed through its fur with a howling sound, then passed through the heart from its side. The few dwarves who were watching the battle aside were already speechless. That was golden combat kai. With this kind of combat kai, he still learned to be a wizard. The ultimate achievement of this god-like combat kai could be compared with most wizards. This kind of knight genius was really a waste, especially for the Borton brothers. As commanders, they knew the power of the god-like combat kai. The terrible bonus was almost a symbol of invincibility. After becoming a wizard, it could no longer increase Abel's knight level again when the wizard's mana eroded the body. It was very remarkable that Abel's rank hadn't dropped. No one knew that Abel's golden combat kai was not a general-level god, like combat kai. Unique techniques formed this kind of combat kai. That characteristic of body repair also made possible the coexistence of the two professions of knights and wizards. At the end of the battle, Abel looked back at Borton's boss and asked, "Will the claw links have a crystal core? If there is a crystal core, it will be in the middle of the eyes on its head, but the possibility of the claw links to have crystal core." The Borton's boss was still talking, and saw that Abel had used the sword to pick up a soft, mercury-like thing between the eyes of the claw links. He was planning to say that the claw links was unlikely to have a crystal core, but what Abel just did made him stop speaking. Abel held this soft and slippery thing in his hand, and looked at Borton's boss in curious and asked, "Is this crystal core?" "Yes, but aren't you a wizard? Why do you use knight techniques all the time?" Borton's boss asked inexplicably. "Commander Borton, you know, low-level wizards have very little mana and hard to recover. If you can use knight's ability to win the battle, you can leave the mana to use when needed," Abel explained. It was Borton's boss' first time encountered this kind of situation of being a knight and a wizard at the same time. He didn't know what to say for a while, but he whispered, "It's a pity with that god-like combat kai." Abel didn't care about Borton's boss' whisper. At this time, he put his mind on the crystal core, which was soft like mercury in his hand. When he slowly moved his power of the will closer to the crystal core, he felt energy, which was like mana rush towards the recipe of the three-level apprentice wizard in his mind. Involuntarily, he began his first meditation practice without a magic tower and a magic circle. Two wizards, Kipling and Aitken, looked at each other and seemed to have seen the scene when they have contact with the crystal cores for the first time. Just like Abel, they started meditation on the spot. Black Wind saw the master entered a meditation state, immediately ran to its master to protect its master with its body, monitoring all around, and released its own imposed pressure. "Burtons, you protect Master Abel," Bernie said to the pangolin commanders around him. Following Bernie's orders, the two pangolin commanders walked quickly to the place nearby Abel, put the shield up, and were ready to deal with possible attacks. They were experienced. The protection doesn't work if they are far from Abel. If they were too close to Abel, it would make Black Wind felt threatened and vigilant, and likely to attack. Abel's mana fluctuated stronger and stronger. The turbulence caused by meditation surprised two junior-level wizards. This meditation effect was almost the same as a 5th-level wizard, but Abel's level was only 3. Gradually, the soft, slippery crystal core in Abel's hand became smaller and smaller and eventually disappeared, at the time his meditation stopped. Opening his eyes, Abel felt the effect of meditation, which was almost equivalent to Abel's meditation effect for 1 month. It was not surprising that the essence of a spirit beast life could have this effect. Unfortunately, the crystal cores could not be preserved. Otherwise, wizards could hunt a large number of crystal cores and use one for meditation practice every day. Then it would be easy to become a 4th-level wizard. Abel suddenly thought of one thing. His personal storage box could keep the items like Horadric Cube that was about to explode statically, so maybe it was not a problem to storage the crystal cores. Then it wouldn't have the problem of solidifying in 2 hours. With this, he could save a large number of fresh crystal cores that could provide meditation practice. Abel, whose heart was beating now, had a strong desire to own the crystal cores and had greater enthusiasm for the next hunt. After Abel completed his first hunt, the dwarves acknowledged his ability. At least his ability would not hinder them. Then they began to go deeper into the jungle. A day passed, and Abel had initially adapted the life in the jungle. His perception prevented him from at least 5 deadly attacks. There were venomous snakes from the grass, poisonous insects from branches, and even an inconspicuous tree branch could be a killer. Under the protection of 6 pangolin commanders, the 2 dwarven wizards and Bernie basically swept the entire area. The reason for the swipe was also very simple. It had been investigated that they were in the domain of the ice-fire apes, and there was no other official soul beast except for ice-fire apes. The equipment of the Burton brothers' pangolin commanders was also very luxurious. It turned out to be a full set of magic equipment, magic armor, magic shields, and magic weapons. This was also the team with the strongest equipment seen by Abel. The only thing that could really threaten this team was only the official soul beast with spell ability. This team had killed all the spirit beasts within a day, and only 2 crystal cores been generated from nearly 15 spirit beasts, according to Burton's boss words. This was already really lucky. Usually, 1 crystal core would be generated every 20 spirit beasts. Even though they knew that Abel had used the opportunity of meditation practice today, the 2 dwarven wizards, Wizard Kipling and Wizard Aitken, didn't make a request of having the fresh crystal core in Abel's hand. At this time, dwarves' stubbornness and integrity had fully shown. Of course, Abel would not waste these 2 crystal cores. Both of them were carefully put into his personal storage box. After 2 hours, he was still worried, then checked again with the power of the will and found that the time rest function of the personal storage was also effective for crystal cores. The next 3 days, this team went out every day to find spirit beasts in various directions for a siege. The cooperation between one another had gotten better and better. Of course, this excluded Abel, because Abel was only an 18-level elite knight and a 3rd-level wizard. He couldn't keep up with the speed of these commanders. The only thing he could do was gain experiences behind the team. The Burton brothers' pangolin commanders cooperated very well at first. Now they mainly cooperated with the 2 dwarven wizards, Wizard Kipling and Wizard Aitken. In 3 days, they formed a set of attacks and defense. It took them 3 days, not only to hunt the crystal cores for Abel, but the dwarves also wanted to improve the success rate of the team to kill the ice-fire apes. 3 days had passed, and there were still 4 fresh crystal cores in Abel's personal storage box. The others were consumed one per day. Now that Abel was finally aware of the trouble of using fresh crystal cores, they were hunted in the wild but were only fresh for 2 hours. Wizard had to find a safe place in the wild and enter meditation. Since wizards had no defense during meditation, it was dangerous for them to continue meditating. Bernie, we found the ice-fire apes. As soon as the golden flying ride who went out to find the ice-fire apes had returned, he hurriedly found Bernie and reported to him. That's great, the dwarves beside laughed. Although these days were just for practice, in fact. Everyone was looking forward to meeting the ice-fire apes, but 3 days passed. It seemed that the ice-fire apes had never appeared here. The Burton 6 brothers Pangolin commanders, Wizard Kipling and Wizard Aitken were all very anxious. If there wasn't an ice-fire ape here, then Bernie's chill venom would be dragged on for a while. If Abel Rum stopped working one day and no ice-fire ape was found, then Bernie would be in danger. Where is it? Bernie asked calmly. Master Bernie. Ice-fire apes were hiding in the South Valley, 2 peaks away from here. I observed it for a while, but it did not go out and stayed there all the time, said Golden Flying Ride. That's strange, this is not in line with the character of the ice-fire ape, Bernie murmured. Master Bernie, we asked Master Abel to drop us there directly with Sky Sparrow, kill the ice-fire apes quickly, and then Master Abel will take us back here. Wizard Kipling said first. No, ice-fire apes are not easy to deal with. The best way for us is to clean up their step by step, and clean the surrounding beasts to ensure our safety when killing the ice-fire apes. Wizard Aitken retorted. With our strength and preparations, there is no problem in dealing with the ice-fire ape. We can kill them quickly and cure Master Bernie earlier. Wizard Kipling persuaded again to Wizard Aitken. Speaking of being able to cure Bernie sooner, Wizard Aitken couldn't say more, but just shook his head stubbornly and expressed his opinion. The Burton 6 brothers Pangolin commanders did not express their opinions, but looked at Bernie. In this operation, Bernie's opinions were the most important thing. I'm all right, I have the good wine provided by Master Abel. The chill venom has been completely suppressed. For the sake of safety, we still advance slowly and fight steadily, Bernie said with a glance at the 2 wizards. Yes, Master Bernie, several dwarves said and bowed. You continue to monitor the ice-fire apes. If they move, report to us as soon as possible. Bernie turned to hand over to Golden Flying Ride. Then Golden Flying Ride bowed to replied. Everyone rest well tonight, we will start early tomorrow. Bernie waved his hand. Abel did not participate in the discussion of the dwarves. When he returned, he walked straight back to his tent. As soon as he entered the tent, he saw Lorraine was busy. On a small table in the middle of the tent, there were already a few dishes, grilled pheasant, collected fruits, bread, and wine. The pheasant was brought back by Black Wind in the morning. The fruit must be collected by Lorraine. Lorraine asked Abel for bread and red wine in the morning. Abel thought that Lorraine would eat them by herself, who knew that all the things were on the table. Although there were not many dishes, Lorraine had sweat and ash on her, which made a few pale gray marks on her face. Brother Abel, Happy New Year, Lorraine said to Abel with a look of joy when she saw him coming in. It was the new year, and Abel was a little dazed for a while. He didn't expect that this new year would be spent in the Double Moon Forest, and it was even in the wild, no relatives were around, and only Lorraine was with him. Fortunately, Lorraine remembered this day. Seeing the mark on Lorraine's face, and then looking at the pheasant that had been roasted a little bit black, Abel's heart felt extremely warm. Lorraine was an elf and rarely ate meat. But she even cooked meat. He didn't expect that she could do this in order to surprise him for a new year. Abel turned to fetch some water, took out a towel, and after it got wet he came to Lorraine silently, gently wiped the stain on her little face and said softly, Lorraine, thank you and Happy New Year. Abel's gentle gesture made Lorraine's face flushed, and hearing what Abel said, everything she did today was worth it. The dinner was not sumptuous, and although Abel had taken the nutrition potion, he was very happy. He had eaten all the roasted pheasant and drank some red wine. Now that Abel had just become a wizard, the New Year holiday was still very important to him. The Morton Magic Tower, although it was near the New Year, he did not feel the New Year atmosphere at that time, which caused him to almost forget this day. This was also because he was a new wizard and had not been used to the lives of wizards. Wizards had a much longer life than ordinary people. This group paid very little attention to the new year, and few wizards would celebrate for New Year. He thought of coming to this world for a few years, but he had slowly integrated into this world. When he enjoyed the careful service of his servants without any guilt, he could face life and death lightly, piercing the sword into the heart of the enemy without changing his face. He could anger the crown for his loved ones and destroyed the power of a country. In his past life, he accidentally fed the ornamental fish with more food, and it died. He had been sad for a long time. Now everything had changed. In his mind, the shadow of the original world's parents and family appeared, and then replaced with the shadow of Knight of Bennett and his mother, Nora. His elder brother, Zach, might blame him for not attending his wedding. He never got to see his bride-to-be, Emily. Was Lord Marshall still having fun with his friends, sitting in super ox carts every day? Were Ken and his friends still safe? It might be because of red wine. Abel thought a lot in his head, and seeing that he had something in mind, Lorraine was nicely by his side, watching his silhouette silently. Abel drank the bottle of red wine. Although he was superhuman, he had never been a person who could drink and not got drunk, especially a person with a mind. Even a little wine could be used as a catalyst. Sometimes it was not that people were drunk, but that their hearts were drunk. In the middle of the night, moonlight spilled through the crevice of the tent and fell on the simple bed, reflected on Abel's face, and his age was increased by 1 year. It seemed that his face had matured a bit. Suddenly, Abel opened his eyes filled with astonishment. The elite knight's feeling told him that someone was staring at the camp with a hostile look. That was a wild place with no people, without other interference. His spirit sense was so accurate that he could perceive the direction and distance of that person very clearly. The spirit chain in his heart called White Cloud and Black Wind. White Cloud protected Lorraine. Whenever there was danger, it took her away. Black Wind came to pick himself up. In an instant, the figure of the Black Wind appeared outside of Abel's tent. Abel quickly stepped out of the tent and jumped onto the back of the Black Wind, driving Black Wind toward the encampment. The encampment's defensive circle was not facing the outside. After Black Wind got ready, it jumped directly over the protective wall made of tree trunks and also jumped over the outer trenches. Abel's action naturally could not escape from the dwarves. Notice, whether it was the 2 dwarven wizards or several commanders, even Bernie heard the sound of Black Wind rushing out of the camp. Such a young man. Although Wizard Aitken didn't particularly sense Abel's behavior at night, the encampment was that large. He was sure to know that the elven girl had prepared a rich dinner for Abel yesterday. He thought that Abel rushed out of the encampment was to find something special for the elven girl. There were also several other dwarves who thought so, and even the 6 pangolin commanders did not feel the staring from the outside of the encampment. Abel didn't know how fast Black Wind was, but it was definitely comparable to the ordinary sports car of the previous life. Almost immediately, when Black Wind rushed out of the encampment, the peeper also discovered Abel and started to escape away. Pialfandalpha Nanua 1 SOM. Just why was a dwarf here? If he belonged to the camp, why was he peeking at it instead of just walking right in? Abel had a lot of questions. Maybe Bernie wanted to hide something from him. Anyways, he should worry about capturing the dwarf that was in front of him. It seemed really familiar with the geography around here. Abel knew that the dwarf was trying to lure him away from the camp. He didn't care, though. He could tell that it wasn't a wizard. It wasn't like it was going to be a knight's commander either. If it wasn't trying to beat him in a one-on-one fight, he would have no problem at all. When Abel and the dwarf were about 1 mile away from the camp, they stood still, at about 20 meters away from each other. "You must be Master Abel." A low voice came out as to tease Abel. "You're an advanced knight and a 3rd-level wizard, but apparently you can't cast any spells." Abel didn't know how to respond. He didn't use any spells over the last few days. That must be why this dwarf in front of him was saying that he couldn't use any spells. He was certain that it was only his team that was around, however. Whether intentionally or not, someone in his team must have leaked the information out. "Who are you?" Abel asked. He was sitting on top of Black Wind's back. There was a 5-meter lance in his hand. As long as the person in front of him wasn't a head knight's commander, he could easily knock him away with one swing. What was the chance of the dwarf being the head knight's commander? Even if he was one, he would have started the fight long ago. Whatever, Abel didn't believe that he was any threat. The dwarf replied, "We didn't want to make you an enemy, Master Abel, but you You keep ruining our plans, prepare to die now." The dwarf revealed a weapon from his back. It was an iron hammer that was very well made. It had a golden tip and pitch-black handle. The head of it was made with 8 sharp nails, which formed a circle together. These nails were dyed with blood. It was a weapon that was saturated with blood. There was something that had especially caught Abel's attention. There was a slot on the handle of the hammer. There was a blue magic stone that was inside. This meant that it was an ice magic weapon. Abel wasn't so relaxed now. He's always used his magic weapons to fight enemies who didn't have their own. Now that his enemy had one, he had to settle this fight as quickly as he could. Things would become troubling if he was slowed down by the freezing effect of the hammer. Just now, the dwarf's imposing pressure was slowly increasing. It was at the level of a knight's commander. After hunting with the Borton brothers over these last few days, Abel knew what he was dealing with. Not the dwarf, though. He obviously wasn't taking Abel seriously. Usually, you'd only reveal your imposing pressure if you were trying to scare an enemy that was a rank below you. Abel started charging forward with black wind. It caught the dwarf off guard. He didn't think that Abel could just ignore his aura. But he was fast enough to block Abel's sword with his hammer. He seemed to have some experience with fighting against humans. Usually, the best way to counter a knight's charge was to dodge it, but since black wind was so fast, he had to settle with a quick block. Clang! In a blink of an eye, Abel clashed iron with the dwarf. He didn't switch on his combat kai completely, but about 60% of it has been activated. After that clash, he felt like there was something that was trying to knock him backward. Actually, he's never felt something this strong in a competition of strength. Abel was tensing up his muscles with black wind. He wasn't using his full strength, but the hit was quite close to that. That must be the advantage of being a dwarf. As little as they were much stronger than that of humans. No wonder they believed that they were the descendants of the giants. Abel was forced to take a step backward. When he was preparing for a counterattack, an overwhelming power kept appearing and kept sending him backward. Magic weapons, the dwarf shouted. He was in complete defense mode now. His body was always backing away from Abel. He wasn't ready to make a defense as of yet. But he was quick enough to activate a combat kai armor around himself. 10 steps. Abel knew that his lance could knock his enemy away. Immediately, black wind ran forward and reached the dwarf that was still stepping back. With a tap of his lance, he generated a rune pattern right in front of his face. He just shot an ice bullet at him. Because of how useless the combat kai armor was against spells, wizards were recognized as one of the strongest classes on the entire holy continent. Abel shot the dwarf at his front chest, which immobilized him on the spot. The poor thing didn't have the chance to move again. "Why, wait," the dwarf spoke in an inaudible voice as frost appeared on his body. "What more do you want to say?" Abel asked. If this dwarf tried anything, he could just finish him off with another ice bullet. "I'm a member of the dwarves, do you understand that? You will make a lot of enemies if you try to touch me." A light flashed out from Abel's lane. "That just contradicts what you said at the start. All right, you can die now." "Wait, let me take something out. You'll understand when you see it." When Abel canceled his spell, he saw the dwarf taking out a scroll from his own pocket. It was a magic scroll, which somehow didn't make him feel alerted. For a moment there, the dwarf had a painful look on his face. Just when Abel was about to ask about it, the trapped warrior quickly tore the scroll apart. Next thing he knew, the dwarf was about 100 meters away from him. The dwarf shouted as he prepared to make an escape. "You'll regret what you've done today, Abel. Wait, and we'll come back for revenge." They were still inside the jungle. The dwarf thought that the trees would help him draw his distance from Abel. The plan was to keep burning up his combat kai until Abel lost track of him. Just when the dwarf was about to accelerate, Abel and Black Wind teleported right next to him. The giant lance was smashed onto his back and pressed him to the ground. The magic effect didn't stop. When he was repeatedly pressed by the lance's effect, it eventually became a part of the ground. Abel's night gun fired again, and an ice bomb was aroused again, hitting the dwarf commander's back. The dwarf commander could not move anymore. At this time, Abel just jumped out of Black Wind and came to the dwarf commander. He knew that with the commander's powerful vitality, the attack could only make the dwarf commander lose his combat power and motivation, but it couldn't kill him. Abel didn't even think to kill him now. Abel's night level had always been improved by absorbing the combat kai from other knights. Now that he had a legitimate opportunity in front of him, how could he give up? This time Abel grasped the neck of the dwarf commander. Very experienced, his golden combat kai surging. And the combat kai of the dwarf commander flowed towards Abel's palm without his control. He understood what was happening, but when he felt his combat kai entered into Abel's body, he had completely lost contact, like been cut off. Horrible thought arose in the dwarf commander's mind. Yes, Abel's age was no secret. However, it was because Abel was a master blacksmith, and he became a master blacksmith when he was 13 years old, which spread out the blacksmith union, so among the dwarves, anyone who noticed Abel knew his age. Becoming an elite knight at this age was simply impossible. Now the dwarf commander finally understood why Abel could become an elite knight. At this time, the dwarf knight wanted to resist, but his whole body was covered with frost. The most important thing was that the frost had severely injured his body, and a burst of weakness came to his heart. However, Abel did not care about it so much. A rare opportunity like this had to be seized. He guided the combat kai into this body, wrapped it with golden combat kai, and transformed it into a homogeneous combat kai that could be directly accepted by his body, forming combat kai meridian. And there was also 4 kai pressure point that was not connected to the core. This dwarf commander's ability was almost the same as Wolf Rider Captain of Flooring, and the combat kai provided by him was also very sufficient. Abel was also experienced in dealing with foreign combat kai, and the combat kai meridian had been established little by little. This dwarf commander's willpower was far less than Wolf Rider Captain of Flooring. When Abel established 2 meridians to become a 19th level knight, he collapsed, and his eyes wandered. At this moment, even Abel let him go, and he was already a useless person. After the last kai pressure point above the head was connected to the core, Abel officially became a 20-level knight. As long as the kai pressure point in the palm of his hand was connected to the other 9 kai pressure point in his body, he could become a 21-level knight. This could also form a basic combat kai armor. The life of a dwarf was much longer than humans. Abel did not know the age of the dwarf commander in front of him, but Abel knew that his combat kai was enough. After becoming a 20-level knight, the influx of combat kai hasn't changed, which gave Abel the confidence to become a commander. When Abel began to establish the channel between the kai pressure points, he started to understand the difficulty of becoming a commander. When the kai pressure point led to the core, the established meridian was a natural establishment. It seemed that there was a kind of natural connection in the body, just need to be activated, and that's what meridian was based on. The channel between the kai pressure points completely violated the laws of the body. It was forcibly opening a channel in the body, and it consumed more combat kai, which was very different from before. Seeing the meridian was building, Abel was anxious. His golden combat kai ability could never be exposed, so he couldn't spend too much time outside. Abel saw the dwarf commander's eyes wandered. He was fierce and moved his hand from the neck of the dwarf commander to the top of his head, and the kai pressure point in the palm of his hand was connected to the kai pressure point on the head of the dwarf commander. If the combat kai that just flowed into Abel's body, through the few meridians on the neck of the dwarf commander, was a water pipe. Then the combat kai that flew into Abel's palm through the kai pressure point above the dwarf commander's head was like a stream. This was a risky action to Abel. If the dwarf commander hadn't collapsed, he would never do so. Knights could maximize their combat kai ability through the kai pressure point, which meant that the kai pressure point was a way for a knight to attack, so it was dangerous for Abel to directly connect it to a kai pressure point. Of course, there were rewards for taking risks, and Abel felt worthwhile, with a marked increase in the speed of building the meridian. The kai pressure point in the palm was connected to the other 9 kai pressure points in the body. There were 9 meridians in total. At the current speed of conversion of the combat kai, building the meridian was far slower than the transformed combat kai, which meant that there might be a lot of combat kai wasted. Of course, Abel couldn't waste the combat kai that was hard to get. He thought for a while, and a weak soul took over the simple transformation of foreign combat kai. The main soul was fully engaged in the construction of meridian. The transformation and the construction of meridian just formed a balance. 2 hours later, Abel successfully built the 9th meridian. His body trembled, then a golden combat kai armor appeared on his body, and strange energy appeared on his whole body, constantly strengthening the powerful body. It also strengthened the power of the will, making the power of the will more offensive. This was slightly different from the power of the will of the wizard. The power of the will of the wizard was an extremely precise and meticulous power. Compared to Abel's, his was like that of a low-level wizard. To become a formal wizard was far from him. When Abel's hand left the head of the dwarf commander, who was no longer able to provide him combat kai, the dwarf commander also exhaled the last breath, and his body fell down on the ground. This commander's energy promotion strengthened for a full 10 minutes. When Abel opened his eyes again, he felt that there was a slight change in the world. He could feel the flow of air in front of him, the wind blowing through the leaves, the bugs preying on another on the grass, and a spider was weaving a web between the branches. Abel finally understood why Burton's boss could find traces that were so shallow on the ground, and why in the woods, except Bernie, who was specially protected, others were never afraid of sudden insects and beasts. It turned out to be a difference in the level. Although Abel's ability was very strong and might kill the commander, the ability of the commander was not low. On the contrary, if Abel did not have special golden combat kai, he would not be able to compete with the commander in terms of his knight techniques. Thinking about the dangers he had encountered in the past few days, Abel was smug at the time. He used a powerful spirit sense to avoid all dangers. But he didn't know that the real strength was that, when these had not become dangerous, others had found and dodged away. Abel shook his head and re-recognized the profession of a knight. Now he had become a commander. The next level was the head commander. He was thinking of the head commander, Hoover, who could face the elite wizard. It seemed that the job of a knight was not as weak as he had thought. Abel was very interested in cleaning up the battlefield after the war. He paid attention to the items left by this dwarf because the dwarf owned the spell scroll, which Wizard Morton didn't even have. There must be portal items. Otherwise, the spell scroll could not be placed. Spell scroll was a very dangerous item. If it was placed on the body without portal items, it might be stimulated by collision, squeezing, and other reasons, so Abel had now determined that the dwarf commander in front of him had a portal item. Abel had the experience of looking for werewolves sacrificing portal items. His power of the will scanned the dwarf commander's corpse several times and found his portal items. Abel took out a large sword and pointed his sword at the dwarven commander, picking at the waist of the corpse. A portal ball appeared above the sword tip. This was another strange portal item. To open the ordinary portal bag must have both mana and the power of the will. Now the portal ball that Abel held in his hand was specially made to give the one who only had the power of the will. There was a mosaic groove in the portal ball, and a magical gem was placed in the middle to support mana. As long as the person with the power of the will used it to drive the magic circle on the portal ball, the magic circle will draw out the mana from the magic gem and convert it into the energy similar to mana, so that the items inside could be taken out. It was a very clever idea. Using the commander's power of the will could use portal items. Abel used the power of the will to open the portal ball. In a cubic space, there were 2 sets of dwarven magic armor and weapons, 1 spell scroll, a delicate circle board, daily necessities, and ores. There were even 2 pieces of wind silver, 2 small pieces of iron meteorite, a large piece of iron ore, and a dozen magic gems that might have been used to supplement the energy of the portal ball and activate the circle. Abel had a good harvest. A special portal item, dwarven magic armor, was useless to Abel. Magic weapons were useful, but all were hammers and axes. Abel never used these weapons, and he still liked to use the weapons that were forged by himself. The ores were very useful, providing him with the best raw materials for making a full set of knight equipment in the future. The only spell scroll was held by Abel in his hand, and his power of the will swept for a while. It found that it was the momentary movement spell scroll, which was a good thing and the best item to save his life. Unless he had become an intermediate wizard, otherwise, this spell scroll was the best irreplaceable choice for escaping. The last one was the circle board. The circle board was a kind of convenient circle board for those who couldn't arrange it themselves. The producer would put the instructions directly into the circle board. Then they could use their power of the will to know the way to use it. Abel's power of the will connected to the circle board, and after a moment, he gloomily put the circle board away. He put the dwarf commander's corpse into the portal item, and he turned and walked toward Black Wind to run back to the encampment. When they came to the outside of the encampment, the defense circle disappeared. The dwarf who was on duty released the defense circle to let him in. After entering, Abel did not go to his tent but went to Bernie's tent. "Master Abel, why do you have time to come to visit me?" Bernie looked at Abel with a smile and said that it was not a secret that Abel had dinner with the elven girl. "Bernie, wait," Abel said to stop Bernie. He took out a circle board, threw it on the ground, and activated the circle board on the ground. Numerous trees appeared around the two of them to isolate the space around them from the outside world. This was the barrier circle he often used. After Abel laid out the barrier circle, Bernie looked at Abel in amazement and did not understand why Abel arranged this circle. However, he knew Abel would not harm him. "I found a peeper today, so I went after it," Abel said in a deep voice. "Master Abel, what did you find?" Bernie seemed to have some assumptions. "I saw a commander-level dwarf. What was interesting was that when he saw me, he led me to a far place and wanted to kill me," Abel said and sneered. "Dwarf commander, how could you be his opponent?" Bernie asked, looking at Abel, who was unscathed. Bernie knew that Abel's ability in the past few days was really amazing, almost beyond the abilities of all the younger generations he knew. But to be honest, there was still a gap to the commanders. If Abel could use the spells, he might win, but Abel's performance over the past few days showed that he might not be familiar with spells because he never arose a spell. "The dwarf commander must have thought so," Abel said eloquently. "Did the dwarf commander knew your ability?" Bernie instantly understood Abel's meaning and also knew why Abel used the barrier circle to talk to him. "Mate, how's that dwarf commander?" Bernie asked, and since Abel was okay, everyone must have underestimated the real ability of this young wizard in front of him. But a body was thrown to the ground by Abel. Bernie squatted down, straightened the body, and he shouted, "It's Commander Alberta." "Do you know him?" Abel asked with a frown. If the dwarf had a high status, it would be another troublesome thing. Now he was escaping and didn't want to get in trouble. "Again, he's a gray dwarf and a very famous commander among the gray dwarves. He's very powerful," Bernie said with a cold look at the corpse. "A gray dwarf is a kind of dwarf?" Abel asked inexplicably. Hearing that Abel was completely ignorant of the gray dwarf, Bernie calmed his emotions and said, "The gray dwarf is a foreigner who had been driven out of the dwarf tribe. They are cursed because they are evil, so no hair will grow on their heads, and their skin is also gray." Bernie removed the helmet from the corpse's head. The corpse had no hair. "Bernie, shouldn't you tell me something?" Abel had already found that he seemed to be in some sort of conspiracy. He asked impolitely. "Master Abel, under this situation, I have to tell you everything, and I will try my best to recover with the impact on you." Bernie bowed apologetically. Abel looked at Bernie calmly. After speaking these words, Bernie's temperament began to change, as if a natural majesty appeared on him. "My name is Bernie Goff, the eldest son of the dwarf Goff family," Bernie said proudly. Even the ignorant human, like Abel, knew the Goff family. They were one of the three most powerful families, except the royal family of the dwarves. It was the family of the dwarves responsible for foreign trade. The dwarf-made weapons that humans need were all traded by the Goff family with humans. I have an illegitimate brother named Dirk, who had a quarter of the gray dwarf blood. He was the shame of the family, but he won the favor of my grandmother. Dirk and I were the only two persons in my generation. Not long time ago, a spirit beast-level venomous ice crystal snake appeared at the hunting ground I used to visit and attacked me. Although they rescued in time, only the crystal core of the ice-fire ape was the only antidote. Bernie had a gentle tone, but Abel heart the sadness. Abel didn't want to get caught in the crossfire between the dwarves, but it seemed like he was too late. After he killed the gray dwarf Commander Alberta, he had already chosen the team. "Here you are, get your own idea." Abel pulled out a circle board from the portal bag and threw it to Bernie. Bernie didn't need to look carefully to find out that it was a close contact circle board. Since there wasn't much mana fluctuation, the contact distance of this circle board was also very short. The discovery of Commander Alberta clearly indicated that someone in their team was in contact with Commander Alberta. A very familiar figure flashed in front of Bernie's eyes. The Burton brothers, who could be trusted, had saved his life countless times. If the Burton brothers wanted him dead, they They didn't need to wait until today. There were countless opportunities before. There was also his golden flying ride, which was chosen by his father himself. Bernie believed his father as much as he believed himself. Wizard Aitken and Wizard Kipling, only these two wizards had recently arrived, but how could he judge who betrayed him? Looking at the close contact circle board in his hand, Bernie had a decision in his mind. He put the circle board on the ground and looked at Abel and said, "Master Abel, can you do me a favor?" Abel didn't say anything, went directly to the close contact circle board, released his power of the will, and activated the circle board in front of him. They wait for a long time. After a few minutes, a familiar voice came from the circle board. "Alberta, you should contact me on time. Do you gray dwarves even have a concept of time?" Bernie didn't speak, but Abel nodded first, and Abel's power of the will extended again to close the circle board. "Wizard Kipling." Bernie spit out a name after the circle board was closed, then seemed to be relieved and then said, "Master Abel, you don't need to participate in the following battle. Please withdraw the barrier circle." Once he was back inside the tent, Abel stayed with Lorraine the whole night till she slept. Once he was left alone, he activated the seclusion circle to separate himself from Lorraine. Lorraine was inside, while he and Black Wind were outside. Now Abel was worried. He wasn't sure how many people knew about White Cloud's ability to camouflage itself. If there were a lot of people who did, he wouldn't be able to hide so safely. At midnight, there was a violent explosion outside the camp. Some more noises followed after, but they didn't last for very long. Soon, it became quiet again. In the morning, when Lorraine walked out of the tent, she realized that one of the tents was missing. There was a black charcoal track where it used to be. "What happened yesterday, Abel?" she asked Abel. Abel explained vaguely, "The dwarves have some matters. They have to sort out themselves. It's not really in our place to meddle in." As unclear as Abel's response was, Lorraine could understand the gist of it. She's quickly understood why she slept so soundly yesterday. That being said, she obviously had her doubts that Abel did something behind her back. "Thank you for your help, Master Abel." The eldest of the Borton brothers came and bowed to him. So they did manage to settle things down, Abel said to Lorraine, then returned the bow to the Borton 6 brothers. "Yes, sir," Borton replied. "My 2 brothers did get some minor injuries, but overall nobody was hurt badly." In the meantime, Bernie and Wizard Aitken went out of the tent. After seeing Abel, they bowed and showed exceptional respect for him. Bernie said, "Thank you so much for your message. Wizard Kipling was arrested last night." Abel took a step back. "Wizard Kipling was arrested." "Wizard Kipling was diligent and strong, but we assaulted him when he was doing meditation," said Bernie. "We fought at the same time and broke his defense spell." Meditation was the only way for wizards to improve their magic power, and it was a daily routine for most of them. Unfortunately, this improving period made Wizard Kipling be arrested. "Bernie, what about the inquiry?" Abel asked. "Abel, we've found a potion having the order of Queen Bee in Kipling's bag that can attract savage bees but protect the owner. He almost killed us. He provided messages to Duergar. They just take advantage together. He just told them you were a human being and didn't have the time to explain more before getting arrested." That's a relief, Abel thought. It was better that fewer people knew his secret. He meant to come over that wizard who made him leave home. Abel didn't ask what would happen to Wizard Kipling. He had no business, and they would deal with it properly. Every race had the same treatment to the traitor, surprisingly but reasonably. Wizard Kipling had weakened dwarves, but this was such relief for everyone as they caught the traitor, especially for Abel. It was sensible that he did not use any spell. He wasn't in the Holy Continent, and he was just famous for being a blacksmith. Because of this, the enemy underestimated him. 2 days later, Abel replaced the post of Wizard Kipling. He got 6 new crystal cores. "Watch out," Abel called out, then picked up his shield to defend the head attack of a big python. "It's the forest python, catch it," said Wizard Aitken, who did not intend to help. They were very lucky to meet a non-official soul beast in this forest. Its skin was durable and had a high defense of magic, the best material for robes. Abel knew its value, but he wasn't interested. Armors would have much higher defense abilities if he found enough materials for forging, but for most of the wizards, they couldn't bear the weight of this. The forest python had 50 meters long and a scary strength. The Borton six brothers surrounded it as Abel got an attack. They kept on provoking it for distracting its attention. Then Borton's leader gave it a long wound by his ice magic sword. This wound was serious for a human, but as a python with 15 meters long, it did little impact and just a bit hurt. Feeling the pain, it started using its head and tail to attack them madly. The six brothers defensed it in turns. One stepped back, the other one made up. They had the magic shield. The python just gave them some trouble, but not hurt them. The Borton leader stabbed it again and enlarged the wound. Abel had no chance to help, and they worked perfectly. Borton's six brothers did it again and again. The ground had turned red by its blood. Abel figured out that they wanted to get a large skin. That was why just the leader attacked. The battle lasted almost 1 hour and ended to victory. The Borton leader divided the skin from the python carefully and cut it into 2 to share with excited wizard Awaken and Abel. Abel, just take it. It's the best material for robes. They have the rule of wizards first, Wizard Awaken said as Abel intended to refuse. Hearing this, Abel lived with it. Although he just a level 3 wizard, he had taken the post of the wizard in this team. On the 3rd day, this team finally arrived at the valley where ice-fire apes were living. The golden flying knight in the sky made a gesture to Bernie that they were safe, then flew into the valley to check further. Bernie turned to Awaken Wizard. It'll be tough to do this just by yourself. I'm sorry. It's all right. Awaken Wizard nodded and picked up the circle materials from his portal bag, placing them to the entrance. This magic circle seemed to be the secret weapon to defeat the ice-fire apes. Abel was a little surprised by the wealth of dwarves, who had money to support 2 circles. Awaken Wizard had spent 1 hour placing it and looked exhausted. This job was supposed to be done by 2 wizards. Bernie gave him some water and helped him sit down. He smiled to look at what he'd done and said, "I'm fine, just give me several minutes to relax." Then he picked up a small potion from the portal bag, drank, and took meditation. Mana waves began to emanate from him. "Abel, you don't need to help us this time. If everything's all right, the ape will be killed without having the chance to fight back," said Bernie. "This is a lightning chain circle. It cost a lot to borrow it from the master of the circle." 15 minutes later, Awaken Wizard finished his meditation. Though he was still looked pale, his energy and mana had refilled. "Borton brothers, I'm ready," he said. The Borton's leader nodded and waved his sword, and a white combat kai rushed into the sky and exploded. Just a second, they heard the roar and explosive sounds afar. The golden flying knight in the valley flew towards them, and an ice-fire ape was coming behind. "It's coming. Abel, please protect Mr. Bernie." Borton's leader didn't seem very relieved. "I'll try my best." Abel guessed this ape might have 10 meters height. It was angrily issuing fireballs to the golden flying knight, and walked so fast that it arrived at their circle just for several minutes. As Awaken Wizard activated the circle, many bolts of lightning surrounded and attacked the ape. With a scream, the ape shook constantly. Fire, Borton used the combat kai whip so that he could stand outside of the circle to attack the ape. Other commanders did the same, but at Abel's view, these whips didn't have enough damage, which seemed to just hurt its skin. "Mr. Bernie, I don't think they'll kill the ape if they just use the whips," Abel asked. "You know little about official soul beasts, Abel," said Bernie. "This beast lives on energy, so it'll die if it is used out of its. All we need to do is to accelerate the consumption." Awaken Wizard was concentrated on the circle, which planned to be controlled by 2 wizards. Any mistake he made would be serious. Abel had no idea about the power of ice-fire apes, but the forest python was just killed by Borton's 6 brothers, and killing this one needed the help of the lightning chain. These mobs must be more dangerous. Plus, the circle seemed dangerous as well. If Abel entered, he guessed the lightnings would kill him suddenly. In the Holy Continent, he was not heard any about attack circle, just defensive. After a period of time, the ape was weakened and seemed to be going to fall, which encouraged the group. As everybody thought they would end to victory, there was another roar in the valley. "Oh no," Bernie changed his face. Borton's 6 brothers were shocked. They couldn't deal with 2 apes at the same time. Awaken Wizard was so concentrated that he didn't hear anything. Bernie shouted to Borton's 6 brothers, "Take Awaken Wizard away. We can't all die here." "Mr. Bernie, dwarves are not afraid of death." Borton's leader accelerated his speed of attack as he said. The rest of the Borton brothers did not say anything. They just accelerated their speed like their leader. Bernie was touching, then the golden flying knight flew before him. "Mr. Bernie, please take my mount to back our camp. If we survive, we'll meet you again." And he joined in Borton's 6 brothers to whip the ape. Bernie took out a bottle of wine, drank it out, and smiled. "Brothers, let's fight together. Dwarves are not afraid of death. Borton, finish it in 5 minutes. You own Bernie and me," Abel shouted as he drove Black Wind towards the valley. "Hurry up, bros," Borton leader said, then turned to Abel. "You must be back, Abel." When Abel drove in the valley, the ape in there looked much bigger than that trapped in the circle. Looking at Abel, it waved his hand and issued a fireball. Movement was the ape's advantage, but it was also Black Wind's. It had moved into bushes since the fireball was issuing. "Well done, Black Wind." Since Black Wind drank the soul-enhancing potion, it became smarter. This was a relief for Abel, who used to focus on both movement and issuing spell. The ape hesitated. It could rescue its companion or chasing its prey. As it was thinking, an ice bolt came and froze its left leg. But this spell just made the ape shook its leg and evoked it, shouting and chasing after Abel. In another battlefield, the roar of the ape afar came to Bernie's ear. He shouted, "Abel has dragged the ape, hurry up." Orton's leader slapped his chest and spat out blood. He burned his life to exchange the more power by Knight's technique. The combat Kai ship looked stronger. The rest of the Borton brothers followed. The Golden Knight didn't have this technique. He whistled and his mount Golden Eagle came. He jumped on it and covered it by combat Kai. This was his technique, letting his combat Kai merge into a Golden Eagle and making it control golden lighting to attack the ape. This power was comparable to the official soul beast. As those dwarves tried their best to kill the ape, Abel was trying his best to escape from the ape. Although Black Wind was fast, the ape was a speed-type soul beast. Abel knew his attack couldn't make any difference. He kept throwing ice rune signs so that to make the ape move slowly, even if it just spent 2 seconds for it to shake its leg. As Abel thought, he could do this until Borton's 6 brothers finished and came to help him. The blue wave appeared and enlarged from the ape after him. With it at the center, everywhere the wave passed began to be frozen. Black Wind and Abel both felt their body heavier, which significantly influenced their speed. As Black Wind slowed down, the ice fire ape created a big fireball and took it over its head. The ape's cold and red eyes glared at Black Wind and Abel. Then the ape threw the ball to them. Abel could feel its heat. As he felt he would die here, their figures began to fade. Then 100 miles away, Black Wind had used the soul chain to connect with White Cloud and Lorraine. They were watching the war from above. Boom, the fireball created a big pit with smog. As it planned to find Abel's body in that big pit, it seemed there was nothing except soil and stones, which made the ape feel strange. As it thought of where they were, its legs got hurt and was hit by several ice rune signs. The ape looked at Black Wind 100 miles away, kicked the ice off of its legs, roared, and ran towards them. Whatever it went through, trees or boulders, became its weapons. The big trees were broken by it and threw to Black Wind, the boulders as well. But Black Wind moved and avoided each of them. Now Black Wind had been smarter. It tried to keep the distance to the ape and moved into the forest to slow its speed. The ape's ice skill was crazy, which was like rib bone no. One's one and horrible for able to get close with. But this wouldn't last long. The ape was very fast, plus it was angry now. The distance between them was gradually closing. Abel thought, "I could only help you so far, Bernie, good luck friend." Black Wind move in a flash. Abel shouted, then the figures of Black Wind and Abel disappeared again. This time the ape had searched everywhere but didn't find them. It angrily destroyed every tree it could see. After venting its anger, the ape thought of its companion and roared towards the entrance of the valley. It didn't notice just above its head, Abel took out the soul potion and waved it in front of Black Wind. Lorraine smiled at Black Wind. She was surprised it could avoid the fireballs from the ape easily now. After rewarding Black Wind a soul potion, Abel didn't go back to the entrance. He had tried his best to help them. Now he decided to go to the nest of fire ice apes. To find out why here were 2 apes. Using the soul chain to tell White Cloud, Abel let it fly towards inside of the valley. The valley was huge, but for White Cloud, it just spent several minutes to go inside. "Lorraine, stay here," Abel said. Knowing didn't be able to help Abel, Lorraine nodded. "Let's go, Black Wind." Abel jumped at the back of it and said, as Abel drove to the den of the apes. He was stunned by the beautiful scenery that was in front of him. There was a big lake, and it was so clear that he could see the large stones that were at its bottom. Around the lake were multiple big trees, which were bent so much that their branches were touching the water that was below. It was almost like they were one with the lake itself. Even the air was starting to feel very different. It was so refreshing to take a breath here. Abel didn't want to ruin the environment here, so he told Black Wind not to put too much power into its steps. There was a giant boulder next to the lake. Since there were some hairs on it, Abel was sure this was where the ice-fire apes inhabited. As he moved it, he could feel a strong imposed pressure that was appearing. Black Wind collapsed to the ground as soon as it sensed it. It could barely stand straight in the presence of a superior creature. That really pissed Black Wind off. Apart from its own master, no one was going to let a godlike beast like it bow down. Abel tried to calm himself down. As invincible as this imposing pressure was, he couldn't feel any intent to harm from it. Whatever the source of this aura was, it probably just wanted to assert its authority. Visit our isnovel.com. Abel jumped down from Black Wind's back. As he moved forward slowly, the golden combat kai surrounded him and started flashing into a golden armor. He could feel a certain weight when he was walking on the ground. For some reason, it made him confident. As Abel drew himself closer to the overwhelming, imposing pressure, he could feel that the air around him start to become tenser. Since he's got the golden combat kai armor around himself, he was able to keep his balance on the ground. The den of the ice-fire apes was just in front of him. That's where the imposing pressure came from. Since he couldn't sense anything dangerous, he could tell that there wasn't anything life-threatening that was inside the den. That's why he dared to walk forward. Since he could see that the den was empty, he knew that the source of the imposing pressure was some sort of valuable treasure. The entrance of the den was blocked with some bushes. Amongst them, Abel could see a shining crystal that was the size of a fist. When he tried to grab it, frost started to appear on his hands. Maybe it was the crystal core of some sort of animal. Without taking too much time to examine this thing, Abel threw the crystal into his personal storage box after wrapping it with his power of the will. Then, after checking the den again, he jumped on top of Black Wind's back again. At the entrance of the valley, the eldest Borton was cutting the ice-fire ape's skull. He was doing it very carefully. He wanted to extract the crystal core that was inside without damaging it. When he did, he grabbed the soft crystal and came to Bernie's side. Master, this is an intermediate crystal core. Your life can be saved with this. The eldest Borton's eyes were kind of red. So much effort was put into finding this core, after all. Wizard Aitken took a crystal bottle out from his portal bag. When he gave it to Bernie, Bernie slowly inserted the crystal core into it. There was already some medicine inside, and with the crystal core of an ice-fire ape combined with it, Bernie could get the cure he was looking for this entire time. After shaking the crystal bottle for a bit, Bernie started swallowing the liquid down. Then, steam started popping out from his body. It was like this for a while. He started sneezing, which made him feel like all the burdens were removed from his body. Did it work? Borton asked. Yes, it worked, Bernie laughed. Suddenly, a roar from inside the valley came to disturb these dwarves. More ice-fire apes were coming, and they had to leave as quickly as they could. Take Master Bernie, Wizard Aitken, leave this place, Borton shouted as he raised his shield and sword. We're going together, Borton. There's no way you can win against it, Bernie commanded. No one was confident to stop the ice-fire ape. They were all exhausted. The Borton brothers and the golden flying mount already used their secret techniques. It would take an entire day if they wanted to refill their stamina. Wizard Aitken had barely any mana left. Even if they were all in their best condition, they would still have no chance against the ice-fire heir. Hurry up, sir, just go already, please, Borton shouted anxiously. You know who I am, I won't go without you all, Bernie smiled. Very well then, Sir Bernie, I'll try my best to trap it, Wizard Aitken said. They all just stood there and waited for the ice-fire ape to come. Wizard Aitken was sitting on the ground. He took out a potion and drank a whole bottle of it. Soon his face started to redden in a very bizarre fashion. Half of Wizard Aitken's mana was immediately recovered. He wasn't happy about it, though. The potion he drank was meant to be a special drug. Once this battle was over, he would have had to wait for an entire month before he could move again. The dwarves were very fearful when they saw the ice-fire ape. This one seemed stronger than the one before. It was much taller, much more muscular. It would be very hard to stop a creature like this. The ice-fire ape was furious as it looked at the body of its partner. When it shouted, it was like thunder struck the earth. When it stepped on the lightning chain circle, Wizard Aitken activated the circle and trapped it on the spot. The ape struggled to get out. Wizard Aitken's face was pale. Every time the ape moved, it started to affect him as the user of the lightning chain circle. It felt like his head was being hit with a giant hammer. In just 2 short minutes, even when the dwarves had not yet broken the ice-fire ape's defense, Wizard Aitken had already lost consciousness. After spitting out some blood, he just collapsed on the ground. The lightning circle couldn't trap the ice-fire ape anymore. Now that it was free, it roared towards those dwarves with a big fireball in its hand. The dwarves felt like giving up, but when they waited for death to come, something stopped the ape from swinging its arm at them. As though having sensed something, the ice-fire ape looked towards another direction. It started shouting and ran back towards the valley. "I don't think we can pay back what we owe Master Abel," Bernie said with a bitter smile. Borton laughed. "That's no big deal, sir. If he ever needs us, we'll just fight for him with our lives, Mr. Bernie, let's go. It isn't safe here," the Golden Flying Knight warned. "You're right," Bernie waved his hands at him. "Rally up. We're going to have some rest back at the camp." Abel was already on top of White Cloud's back. Since he could still hear the deafening sound of the ice-fire ape from below, he could tell how important the crystal core must have been. That just made him even more curious about what it could do. Soon, White Cloud flew Abel back to the camp. Some of the dwarves were not back when he was. He was worried about them, but it wasn't like he could do much to help them. Funnily enough, he's already helped them without even knowing it, since he was greedy enough to steal the crystal core, a way that actually stopped the ice-fire ape from killing the dwarves. After 10 minutes, those dwarves were back. Wizard Aitken didn't wake up yet. The Borton brothers were exhausted. Golden Flying Knight didn't fly, yet Bernie looked great. Abel, they bowed to him as they saw him. "Bernie, what are you doing?" Abel bowed to them and asked. "Abel, thank you for saving our lives many times," said Bernie. "Now you know our conditions. Please take us back to Moon Guardian City. We will talk about your payment then." Abel knew they weren't in good condition. If he left them here where many soul beasts came and went, they wouldn't survive. "Okay, I accept your request," Abel said. The ice-fire ape was coming, but they had White Cloud. It began to flap its wings off the ground. As it rose to 40 meters, the ice-fire ape had gone into the encampment. Although White Cloud was invisible, the wind its wings created had made the ape noticed. It headed up and roared, then threw several fireballs to the sky. These fireballs exploded about 10 meters away from them. If it happened to the common sky sparrows, it must be scared. After becoming an official soul beast, it made no difference to White Cloud, who just kept rising. The White Cloud didn't feel scared. Those fireballs successfully scared those dwarves. Lorraine was scared as well. Her face began to pale, which made Abel distress. Lorraine was just a common elf. The explosion of the fireball was beautiful to be looked at a distance, but dangerous up close. Abel patted on her back and took out a magic staff. Then he opened his personal storage box. There were super exploding ball and several exploding big swords in it. He used telekinesis to move one of the swords to the 27 meters away. By the power of the will, he threw it to the ice-fire ape. The ape had lost the most precious crystal today. The depression and anger made it mad, and then roared towards the invisible enemies. At this moment, there was a sword getting into its mouth. Its intuitive reminded the sword was dangerous, and it instinctively bit it. Boom, the exploding big sword exploded in its mouth. If that was a super exploding ball, the ape would die. The explosion of exploding big sword seemed not distinct, just broke several teeth, but it still hurt, and made the ape have no time to think of issuing fireballs. "Don't be afraid, Lorraine, I broke its teeth." Abel pointed at the ape below. "Thank you, Abel," Lorraine blushed. Bernie had a hint of dread. He saw Abel use the telekinesis that only the official wizards had, and he may have got away to make explosives. Although he didn't see clearly what the explosive was, according to the information he got from the Holy Continent, Abel must be a crazy man who was into explosions. Now Abel didn't care about it. He thought most people in the Holy Continent knew about what he did in Duchy of Kian, and this news would be spread here sooner or later. After 2 days' trip, they had left the Double Moon Forest. White cloud became visible, so it was able to concentrate on flying more. The dwarves had recovered little. It was hard for them to recover at all. They didn't have any potion for recovering until they had got the Moon Guardian City. After several hours, there was the Moon Guardian City afar. Bernie smiled. As long as they had got there, they would be safe. He shouted to the city, "We are back." Then Borton brothers shouted as well, "We are back." Aitken Wizard smiled at them. As a wizard, he wanted to be polite, at least not like them who were happy like children. But as he looked at the city in front of him, he still couldn't conceal his excitement. The golden flying knight touched his mount lightly and thought about another one who stayed in Double Moon Forest, murmured, "Brother, we are back." The big figure of Sky Sparrow made the city sound an alarm. Many soldiers gathered at the top of towers, and many arrows were aimed at them. Abel thought this city seemed very dangerous. But as a low horn sounded, these soldiers dispersed. Abel soon knew that this seemingly beautiful city was a war fortress. At the square of the city, Ivan was waiting there. Seeing Bernie jumped off the Sky Sparrow, he embraced Bernie happily. This was quite a huge ensuite here. It was much grander than the one Abel saw when he first came to Moon Guardian City. Everything here was arranged to suit the customs of human nobles. The light on the ceiling, for example, was made of countless giant magic gemstones, which together created a magic circle emits light all across the room. It was kind of wasteful in a way, but that was just how grandiose this place was. After the dwarf servant had left, Ivan, the lord of Moon Guardian City, brought Bernie to Abel's room. Ivan said as he gave a deep bow towards Abel, "Master Abel, Bernie and I were just talking about you back then. He said that you have been especially helpful during the mission. Back there, apparently you've also saved him when he was in danger, and for that, I will give you my utmost gratitude on behalf of the Goff family." Abel returned with a bow. "Bernie and I are friends. Friends help each other out when they are in danger. There's nothing special about what I did." "Humility is a human virtue." Ivan smiled. "There's no need to bring yourself down in front of a dwarf, mister. What you have done for us has far exceeded what we have agreed on. After Bernie and I have some more discussion, you shall be rewarded handsomely for your services." Bernie took a wooden box from the servant standing nearby. Judging from the 4 gems that were laced on all 4 corners of its lid, it must have contained something extraordinarily valuable. "Here, Master Abel," Bernie handed out a box to Abel, "a token of my gratitude. I know that you have problems back in the human world. I hope this will be of some help to you." Abel became interested as soon as he heard the word helpful. Since he was so far from the human world and from Wizard Morton's protection, he needed everything that he could get to protect himself. Abel decided to open the box right away. As he took the lid off, he saw something that he was very familiar with. It was an intermediate magic circle used for defense. He remembered the same circle being set up inside the temporary base. With just one intermediate gemstone, it could repel all the attacks of a novice wizard. Because of how frightening a wizard's attack was, anything that could be used against it was highly valuable. Even a rune with some sort of defensive ability was much more expensive than a normal rune. In fact, the magic circle Abel was given wasn't even something that could be bought at a shop. That was how precious it was. Bernie said apologetically, "I'm so sorry, Abel. I should have given you the lightning chain circle, but it's something that I've borrowed from someone else. I have to give it back as long as I am alive." Abel held the box in his hands. No, Bernie, this gift is already too good for me. I don't think I can find the same magic circle anywhere else." "Pardon me, Master Abel." Bernie took out another board with a magic circle on it, "but I didn't see you using any magic circles when we were in our mission. If you don't mind, please take this set I have for you." Bernie didn't have to go that far to make Abel accept the gift. If anything, magic circles were exactly what Abel needed right now. Because of how rushed his journey was, he never had the chance to visit any shops. Bernie continued as Abel accepted his gift. "Uncle Ivan will hold a banquet for me tonight. It'd be a great honor if you can make an appearance." Abel shook his head. "Thank you very much, but I don't think that's a good idea for all of us. For someone like me, it would best if I acted like I didn't even exist." Abel didn't want the Wizard Union to keep chasing after him. He was pretty sick of those men in red already. So the more discreet he was, the better it was for his own safety. That's probably the smart thing to do here. Because of how successful his escape was last time, the Wizard Union was already quite ashamed of themselves. Showing up in public would be a slap in the face for them. In the afternoon, Abel told the servants to buy him some materials. He wanted the ingredients for alchemy recipes such as the ration potion, elven perfume, and the recovery potion. To his surprise, just after he made his order, a servant rode a carriage to his door. Inside it was all the materials that he needed, and the quality of them was all quite good. When the night came, every part of the Moon Guardian city was brimming with streetlight. Today was a day worthy of celebration. To celebrate Bernie's return and recovery, Lord Ivan decided to hold a big banquet for many to attend. Despite having not eaten for the last 10 or something days, Abel finally felt hungry. The ration potion could last him for 10 days, and Abel had his dinner with Lorraine. While he ate all that he could, Lorraine just had some juice. She might just not eat for the next few days, it seemed. After dinner, Abel returned to his room to study the magic circle he received. It was an intermediate circle used for defense, which was actually the finest magic circle he's ever laid his eyes upon. Abel opened the box that contained the magic circle. Inside were 24 cards and a board. There was also a book made of sheep leather. Abel picked up one of the cards. It was a card glowing in blue, which was the typical glow of an intermediate spiritual beast crystal core. The same was for all the other cards, which just showed how valuable this entire set was. If it's an intermediate spiritual beast, then it would have been in the same rank as the ice magic ape he's encountered before one beast. For one card, to make the whole set of 24 cards, 24 ice fire apes would have had to be hunted down, and considering all the artwork that was added in, no wonder it couldn't be found in a shop. Abel opened the sheep leather book. The name of the magic circle was, well, fairly simple. It was a standard intermediate defense circle. That's just how not special it was, or so Abel thought at first. The more he flicked through the pages, the more he thought differently. The best thing about the standard intermediate defense circle was that it could be activated by any type of intermediate magic gemstone, unlike every element-specific circle there was. Thus, it was much easier to find the magic gemstones to keep it activated. While it was a lot easier to set up the barrier circle, the intermediate defense circle had a much bigger area and provided a better defense. In fact, if Abel wanted to, he could use it to defend a whole vineyard. After studying the circle, Abel placed it back to the box and put it inside his Kong Kong spiritual beast bag. He could only use the intermediate defense circle after he found a stable place to live. For now, it was more practical for him to use the barrier circle. Abel threw the barrier circle to the ground. After the barrier had separated him and his surroundings, Abel took out the scroll of town portal from his Horadric cube. He opened up a blue portal, then brought Black Wind back to the rogue's encampment. Abel entered into Akara's tent and headed straight towards the alchemy lab. Like a madman, he started making as many potions as he could. The ration potion he made a few days ago wasn't enough. Also, he needed a lot more recovery potion for backups. Abel tried adding all sorts of flavor to the ration potion. Out of consideration for Lorraine, most of the flavors he came up with were based on fruits, apples or grapes, for example. The most important thing was the elven perfume. It was Lorraine's favorite gift from him, and since he was bringing Lorraine home this time, he wanted to make enough of it to last. To improve the quality of the elven perfume, he's even brewed it with Akara's alchemy bottle. After casting a sublimation spell at the water-dissolving potion inside the bottle, a rainbow light came out. After that, a dark golden light came out and was combined with the ray of rainbow light. The brew was working. Slowly and carefully, Abel powdered the elven perfume into another crystal bottle. He hadn't noticed before, but the perfume he created this time was not like the other ones. The liquid he poured out wasn't colorless, it was blue. Abel didn't know much about perfume, but the smell was clearly better than all the ones he's made before. When he lifted the bottle close to his nose, his facial expression actually became somewhat perverted and out of control. So that's why not a lot of humans knew about the elven perfume. Because of how strong its smell was, most of them would faint as soon as they get in touch with it. In terms of mentality, elves were generally stronger than humans, and that's why they were able to enjoy it with a clear mind. Abel spent the whole day making more potions. He didn't do anything else until he had used up half of the ingredients. After he was done, he took the other half and left them inside Akara's tent. It was getting late. As Abel came to his room, he sat on the floor, piled with meditation, and began his daily meditation practice. He took out his magic circle and activated it with an intermediate magic gemstone. Before he's even started his meditation, Abel could feel endless waves of mana drawing towards him from all angles. In fact, it was so abundant that they existed in physical forms, like tidal waves that were moving about. He was like a small island in the midst of the ocean, and the waves just kept hitting his body. Abel took out a fresh crystal core from his private storage box and threw it into his own mouth. There were 8 fresh crystal cores left. He had access to the entire squad's supply, but he still couldn't get enough of it over the past few days. Luckily for him, the progress he was making with his meditation was actually quite fast. As he did some math after his session, he figured that if he had 30 fresh crystal cores and was doing his training in a mana-filled environment like this area, he could rank up in a very short amount of time. If he did 1 meditation session a day, he could become a rank 4 wizard by next month. Abel really wanted to stay in the Double Moon Forest now. There were plenty of fresh crystal cores over there. Also, when he did become an official wizard, he might just build a magic tower inside the Dark World. As dangerous as that sounded, the mana here was just so much thicker than the other places. The next morning, Abel rode Black Wind to teleport at a waypoint. He wanted to bring Black Wind with him to the Cold Plain, which was the one location he could travel via the waypoint. And here they were. Black Wind wasn't quite used to the cold at the Cold Plain, so as soon as they arrived, it started scratching its nose with its paws. "Let's go find Rib Bone, Black Wind," Abel shouted as loudly as he could. He wanted to relieve the stress that he had piled up in the Dark World. Inside Bloor Moor, there were 2 armored knights standing next to each other. They had swords in their right and a shield in their left. Every time they fought, they performed their moves like properly trained knights. If no one had said so, it would be very hard to tell that they were skeletons summoned from another world. As blue light began to flash out of Rib Bone No, one's body, about 10 or so fallen, began to slow down their attacks. These fallen had just lost the chance to protect their master, the fallen shaman, who was too busy reviving the defeated fallen. So Rib Bone No 1 was responsible for fighting off the fallen, and Rib Bone No 2 was responsible for finishing the fight. After being strengthened by the powered potion, No 1 became much stronger than No 2. While No 2 was trying to hold down the fallen shaman, No 1 had already killed most of the summoned fallens. While the 2 skeletons were in the middle of a bloodbath, a charged bolt was fired from over the distance. As it landed on the ground, a zapping sound came and knocked down all the remaining fallen. After that, a bunch of dark shadows flew towards the Horadric cube inside Abel's hand. "Rib Bone," Abel called out, as all the fallen have been defeated. After hearing Abel, Rib Bone No 1 ran towards him and stopped beside Black Wind. It was like a servant welcoming its master's return. Rib Bone No 2 was a different case. Since there weren't any enemies left, it just stood there without doing anything. As it turned out, the power potion and the soul-enhancing potion collected from the corpseifier could strengthen not just the thickness of a skeleton's bones, but also how intelligent its mind was. Whether it was its fight capability or its intelligence, Rib Bone No 1 was performing much better than Rib Bone No 2. Theoretically speaking, there shouldn't be a difference between the 2. That, however, has changed. Abel had left Rib Bone No 1 and No 2 inside Bloor Moor this entire time. 8 days had passed in the outside world, which meant that 160 days have passed since they were last summoned. After fighting so long without taking any rest, his Resurrection of Skeletons spell was now upgraded to rank 4. The improvements were shown like this. Resurrection of Skeletons. Description: revive a skeleton from a dead creature's corpse. Gain control over it as it fights for you. Mana cost 9. Skeletons count 3. Damage 1-2. Defense point 65. Health 31. Current skill level 4. Progress till next level 1017/30,150. Judging from the attribute that Rib Bone was given, its defensive ability had far surpassed Abel without his combat Kai armor, and it wasn't just defensive ability against physical attacks. Rib Bone was very resistant against magic too. In terms of offensive capability, it was no different from a mini-sized knight's head commander. While checking the attribute of his spells, Abel noticed a cross on the icon that represented the resurrection of skeleton spells. Apparently, one of his skeleton summons was cancelled. Would the same skeleton be summoned next time? He wasn't actually sure of that. He needed to experiment. Obviously, Abel wasn't going to do anything to mess with Rib Bone No. 1. After choosing No. 2 to be his guinea pig, Abel cancelled his summoning of it in his skill tree. Suddenly, a black hole appeared next Rib Bone No. 2. After being sucked into another dimension, Rib Bone No. 2 disappeared from Abel's sight. I forgot to take off the armor and weapons. Abel cursed as he focused his power of will on the skeleton icons. He didn't actually need the corpses to call back the skeletons that were summoned. Abel summoned a skeleton once more. As the same black hole emerged, a skeleton with sword, shield, and armor was spat out from it. Rats with sweat dripping down from his face, Abel looked at the Rib Bone No. 2 he just summoned. He didn't actually have to go find the skeletons. He could just summon them to where he was at. After canceling the summoning of the 2 rib bones, Abel rode Black Wind back the cold plain. After entering the cold plain, Abel summoned Rib Bone No. 1 and No. 2 again. With the sword of victory in his hands, he readied himself for the upcoming battle. Soon later, a few hundred gray-skinned, fully armored spearwomen charged towards Abel with their spears. Before Abel has made any moves, Rib Bone No. 2 was already charging at the front line before him. Abel recognized them. These women used to be warriors from the rogues' encampment, but were turned into corrupt spearwomen after being in contact with devils. Despite having lost their sanity, these corrupt spearwomen were still quite skilled in their attacks. They were a bigger threat than the fallen, actually. Unlike the timid fallen, surrender was not an option for them. Their sole purpose of existence was to attack, and attack until all of their enemies were dead. Rib Bone No. 2 was doing pretty well. As its sword slashed at the first spearwoman, the icing effect of its ice magic sword began to slow down her entire body's movement. 4 other spearwomen attacked while it was doing this. As it repelled the attacks with its shield, 3 out of the 4 spears were blocked, leaving one having struck it from the side. Rib Bone No. 2 froze on the spot. Abel could see it clearly. Like all creatures from the underworld, whatever target they hit would slow down their movements. Rib Bone No. 2 was no exception. As it became slower and slower, it just eventually stopped moving. Within an instant, more spears penetrated through Rib Bone No. 1's body. It paused even more after each attack, and eventually it just stopped making any defensive movement. It just became a sandbag. After a few mere seconds, it was crushed into a bunch of ashes, and all the magic armor, shield, and sword it equipped fell on the ground. Rib Bone No. 2 was way too keen to make that attack. Abel didn't even have the chance to rescue it before it was surrounded by those corrupt spearwomen. Well, at least he still had Rib Bone No. 1 with him. In fact, Rib Bone No. 1 was still right next to him. It wasn't going to do anything until Abel gave it clear instructions. So just because Abel's got 2 skeletons with him, the dark world didn't just become safe all of a sudden. If Abel was hit by a creature from the underworld, he would be neutralized from making any responses. Once that happens, he would have to take in an endless stream of attacks from these spawns of hell. He could add the attribute Instant Recover to one of his equipment, but that would have to wait till next time. He still had to be careful. That was the only way he could survive. As Abel contemplated this, he stopped waving the sword of victory in his hand. A bolt of lightning then appeared in front of him. He decided to fire his second charged bolt, and a third and a fourth one, and so on. Soon, several tens of charged bolt were fired towards the ground in front of him. Abel just created a lightning floor for the corrupt spearwomen to step on. As every second passed by, there would always be a few spearwomen who were knocked to the ground. Not all of them, however. Some of the corrupt spearwomen still went past the wave of lightning Abel created. They were going straight for Abel's head. Abel could step back and deal with them as slowly as he wanted, but Rib Bone No. 1 was right next to him. Rib Bone No. 1 was very important to Abel. There was no way that he would allow it to be killed like Rib Bone No. 2. A blue light emerged from Rib Bone No. 1's body. Abel just summoned an ice armor around it. After that, a wave of blue ripples started spreading from Rib Bone No. 1's body. The wave wrapped the incoming spearwomen in ice, which slowed them down from attacking any further. Abel used up all his mana on firing the charged bolts just then. After sending a telepathic command to Black Wind, he slashed at one of the spearwomen's necks. Since Black Wind was carrying him at the same time, the combined force of the two made the spearwoman's head fell off right away. Abel stabbed another corrupt spearwoman 3 times. He was aiming for the same spot as last time. Within an instant, dark, foul blood began pouring down the spearwoman's head. She fell to the ground before the pour finished pouring. Out of her, Abel could feel the mana recharging quickly inside of him. He quickly waved the sword of victory, then shot another charged bolt towards his enemy. After his enemies was stunned by the bolt, Black Wind would rush in for him to deliver the finishing blow. On the other hand, Ribbone No. One was taking it slow and steady. As it followed Abel from behind, it went to finish all the corrupt spearwomen that were immobilized by Abel's charged bolts. Every once in a while, it would release a wave of cold ice to help Abel clearing up his enemies. With Ribbone No. One fighting beside him, the fight became very easy for Abel. Since the spearwomen could not use their spears, Abel could just kill with about 2 or 3 slashes of his sword. For every 5 spearwomen he's killed, he could gain enough mana to release 4 more charged bolt. Abel was just starting to enjoy fighting as a wizard. Unlike the fallen he encountered before, the corrupt spearwomen didn't just flee after one of them went down. He didn't like the fact that he had to keep killing more of them to recharge his mana. But at the end of the day, he was the one winning the fight from start to finish. When the fight was over, Abel summoned 2 skeletons from some random corpses he found. He named them Ribbone No. 2 and Ribbone No. 3. Because of how mana inefficient it was to summon a skeleton, 9 mana to summon one, he would rather fire a few more charged bolts than to do that in the middle of a battle. Abel thought about it. If he wanted the skeletons to be as intelligent as Ribbone No. 1, he would have to use the soul-enhancing potion on all of them. Obviously, he didn't have enough now. He was using the amount that he had on himself, White Cloud and Black Wind. Whether Abel used the soul-enhancing potion on Ribbone No. 1 or any other one of his skeletons, he would always receive extra EX points for his Resurrection of Skeleton spell. That being said, instead of using the potion on a bunch of average skeletons, he might as well just buff the really strong and smart Ribbone No. 1. After made his decision, Abel thought that it was time to sweep up the battlefield. There were a lot of dead bodies on the ground. As he carefully picked up a spear with his sword, he realized that it was already too rusty to be used. Its user died many years ago, and without the power of the devils, it was just another spear that eroded over time. With a mere shake of the sword in his hand, the spear shattered into several pieces and fell to the ground. There was no need to clean up, so it seemed. All the weapons Abel found was junk that belonged to history. There was nothing good for him to loot. Truth be told, it was a little disappointing for him. After picking up the equipment from Ribbone No. 2, the one that was destroyed before, he had the new No. 2 equip them instead, for No. 3. He took out another set from the Kong Spirit Beast bag for it to use. 3 days later, Abel found a pathway made of black stones. He kind of knew where it led to. Yes, it was probably the sisters' burial ground. Abel felt cold when he walked along the pathway. It was even colder than the ice plains, actually not in a temperature kind of way, but more in a similar to death kind of way. This was just a spooky place. Black Wind was walking rather fast. During the entire course, they hadn't encountered one creature from the underworld. When they were on the path, they began to an iron gate in front of them. Because of how old the metal was, they could easily go past it if they wanted to. Without much effort at all, Black Wind jumped over the fence with one leap. After it had done so, Ribbone No. 1 took the other 2 skeletons to go in as well. They did so by squeezing themselves through some cracks they found near the edges. This was the burial place of many rogues. There were damaged gravestones. Some of the coffins were even laid on the ground. Some of them were even opened, and the bodies inside were nowhere to be seen. Maybe the demons already did something to them. Abel carefully observed the holes he found on the ground. Creatures from the underworld could come out at any moment. Yet despite how ominous this place seemed, he didn't find any creatures that were waiting to fight him. As it turned out, this was truly a lifeless place. As Abel went past the graveyard, he found a pathway made of dark gray stones. As he looked towards the end of it, he could see a giant tree that had died for who knows how long. That must be where Blood Raven was. Abel tightened the grasp of the sword in his hand. Something felt wrong to him. Was he in some sort of trap? If not, why were there no enemies here? Abel slowly walked towards the giant tree. When he was close enough to touch its bark, he found 2 dead bodies that were hung by a golden arrow. They were piled next to each other. Despite the many years that passed, not a lot happened to these corpses. The one on the front was wearing a silver armor for women, as well as a torn cape on its back. The one at the back was wearing a set of blood-red armor. So that's what Akara meant. Cassia went to Sister's burial ground to die with Blood Raven, her beloved sister. As the combat leader of the rogues, Cassia had spent her entire life training women to become fighters. When she lost the hope to live on, she chose to find her sister, Blood Raven, who became a corrupted warrior after being tempted by Andariel. After coming to the sister's burial ground, Cassia sacrificed her body to conceal Blood Raven along with her. They were together for a very long time and died after a very long time. Because of how strong Cassia's body was, both she and her sister's body were relatively well preserved. Abel chose not to disturb the 2 sisters. After jumping down from Black Wind, he quickly gave the corpses a slight bow. While doing so, he accidentally discovered a bow that was hidden amongst the grass. Abel quickly dug up the bow to check on it. Due to its holy red appearance, he didn't even to examine it to know what its name was. This was the Raven's Claw, or, if it was referred to by its nickname, it could also be called the legendary weapon for newbies. Almost every Diablo player knew about the kind of attributes that it had. Raven's Claw. Required agility, 19. Required strength, 22. Damage with both hands, 517. 70% damage increase. Special effect, adds explosive fire damage to the bow itself or the arrows shot from it. 50% increase in attack precision. +3 strength, +3 agility. This was a bow that belonged to the Dark Gold rank. Raven's Claw was Abel's very first Dark Gold quality weapon. He didn't know whether it belonged to Cassia or Blood Raven before, but it was his now. But before that, agility required, 19. Abel blinked for a bit. Was he not good enough to use the Raven's Claw? Abel clenched Raven's Claw with his hands. Oddly enough, because of how cold his hands were and how comfortably the grip felt, this longbow felt very suitable for him. Actually, that's probably how Dark Gold weapons were. Abel slowly examined the Raven's Claw. There were old runes written all over its red surface. These runes were written in dark golden lines, which together formed a unique pattern. As for the bowstring, it was made of a fiber that belonged to an unknown animal. It had a very rough texture, which made it a lot easier to get a firm pull of the bow. Abel took out an iron arrow from his Kong spiritual beast bag. He had originally planned to use it on the Harry bow. Even the tip of this arrow was made the best iron he could forge. As Abel placed the arrow on Raven's Claw, he stretched out the bowstring as hard as he could. After a soft crackling sound, Raven's Claw was finally used after many, many years. Abel suddenly felt his body becoming a lot heavier than it should be. It was like something was holding him still. He had lost the ability to move as soon as he stretched out the bowstring. Was this the consequence of him not having enough agility points? As the arrow was still on the bow, its tip was already starting to glow in red. The longer Abel held still, the more this glow began to extend towards his finger. Abel could feel his fingers being roasted like a barbecue, so he quickly released the bow before it was too late. Boom! After flying for about 100 meters, the arrow exploded on top of an unnamed gravestone. Everything within a 5-meter radius was covered by the subsequent fire. Oh, that was the ability the Raven's Claw possessed. It's got a rank 3 fire explosive effect, which was very different from an ordinary explosion effect. Unlike a physical or chemical explosion, an explosive fire effect was caused by magic, which, combined with the physical damage of the arrow itself, could deal a tremendous amount of damage to its target. Not only that, since the range of explosion was up to 5 meters in radius, the bow could also be used against a multitude of enemies. Abel felt a lot lighter after he fired the arrow. Apparently, he would not be able to move if he was using Raven's Claw without the required agility point. Thus, for the time being, using Raven's Claw would be the same as firing a cannon station. While thinking of how inconvenient that would be, Abel turned to look towards Black Wind. Since he was a knight, He might just be able to use the Raven's Claw while riding on top of Black Wind. Abel quickly jumped on Black Wind's back. After placing another arrow on Raven's Claw, he called out towards Black Wind, "Let's get out of this place, Black Wind." After hearing Abel's command, Black Wind hurried out from the sister burial ground. Just like its master, it didn't like being here as well, which was why it was running so fast towards the cold plain. It was running so fast, actually, that the 3 skeletons fell behind. Luckily for Abel, he could just cancel his summoning and transport the skeletons in his Horadric cube. Didn't take much time to find another swarm of enemies. After returning the cold plain, Abel found a bunch of dark hunters that were very eager to cut his throat off. These corrupted warriors were all once rogues. After being defiled by the energy of the underworld, they had lost the ability to launch long-range attacks. Abel called for Rib Bone No, 1, 2, and 3. After summoning them, he commanded to stand in front of Black Wind. He took out the Raven's Claw, and despite how red the arrow was turning, Black Wind did not slow down at all. In fact, Abel didn't feel the same pressure as when he was using the bow on the ground. From what it looked like, Raven's Claw was treating Abel and Black Wind as one whole being. Rather than a knight in full armor, it was a knight riding on top of his mount. For this reason, Black Wind's agility point was combined with Abel's, and while Abel wasn't sure what Black Wind's agility was, it was definitely faster than 19 points required to use the Raven's Claw. Boom! As Abel fired an arrow towards the Dark Hunters, they started screaming. Flame burst out towards their body. They tried to wave the fire away with their hands, but all efforts were futile until the flame spell canceled on its own. Those who weren't shot started charging towards Abel. In response to this, Abel fired a few more explosive shots. Rank 3 fire explosions weren't all that strong on its own, but when these Dark Hunters were about 20 meters away from Abel, about more than half of them had already fallen. There wouldn't be any point in continuing this fight. As Abel cleared up the remaining foes with his charged bolt and sword of victory, not one Dark Hunter was able to do anything to him until the very end. And that's how powerful dark gold weapons were. A Raven's Claw was a weapon designed for beginners. It could make fighting so much more effective. Just now, Abel's found his optimal strategy to engage in combat. When the enemies were about 100 meters away from him, he could launch a long-range attack at them with his Raven's Claw. When they were about 20 to 30 meters away from him, he could deal with them with mid-range spell attacks. For those who could survive the 2 initial waves, he would use the Sword of Victory to suck out all the mana that they had. As it was getting dark, Abel stopped moving any further. Before, he would only meditate and rest when he was inside the rogue's encampment. However, after he's received the standard, intermediate defense circle from Bernie, he could pretty much protect himself anywhere he wanted. After entering a house that was made of stone, Abel drew a hexagram around its edges. The house was in the middle of the hexagram, and for each one of the 6 corners, he would place 4 cards to set up the circle. Since Abel wasn't quite familiar with setting up magic circles, he had to draw the hexagram first before activation. The requirements for setting up circle cards were extremely strict. If there was a tiny error in the orientation of one of the cards, the activation would not have worked at all. Obviously, once Abel became more familiar with the standard, intermediate defense circle, he could just set up the circle after skipping the part where he had to draw a whole hexagram. After placing the circle board in the center of the stone house, Abel placed an intermediate gemstone on top of it and began the activation process. While doing so, a semicircular barrier emerged around the house. Though the circle was set up, it was now time to set up the circle for the meditation session. As Abel took the next morning, Abel promptly proceeded his journey after packing up. Didn't even need to have breakfast since he could just feed himself with some ration potion he had, same for Black Wind. With meal not being a problem, the majority of his day would be spent fighting. Apart from fighting, he just did meditation and some occasional breaks in between. After less than 2 hours of his departure, Abel discovered a huge army of dark hunters and corrupt spearwomen. In the center of their formation, there was a corrupt spearwoman in full golden armor. As soon as Abel discovered her, she too began to notice him. Suddenly, the golden-armored spearwoman let out a sharp shriek, and all her subordinates began to rush towards Abel frantically. She must be the mini-boss here. Abel quickly fired a few fire explosive shots with his raven's claw. Despite how devastating his arrows were, the dark hunters and corrupt spearmen were not slowing down on him. They had no fear of being blown up to pieces, nor with having their bodies burnt up while their consciousness remained intact. The golden-armored spearwoman was very smart. While constantly switching up her position, she tried to use the other soldiers as her meat shield before releasing an unguardable attack at Abel. From 100 to 30 meters away from Abel, about 100 corpses were lying on the ground. Because of how cramped the area was, Raven's Claw couldn't be used to its full potential. Finally, when these fallen soldiers were within a 30-meter range away from Abel, Abel withdrew his Raven's Claw, then switched to his standard knight's gear. With one shield in his left and one sword in his right, he continued to release charged bolts from the tip of his blade. Just when Abel thought that he could clear off a lot of these fallen with his charged bolt, he realized how weak it was against the dark hunters and corrupt spearwomen. It's almost as if they were resistant to lightning attacks. Before the fallen could get to Abel, Ribbone no. One brought no, two and no, three to form a blockade. Abel realized how weak his attacks were, so he quickly adjusted himself by lighting the fireball spell on the tip of his sword. One by one, he started blasting at his enemies. While Abel was clearing the wave of fallen in front of him, Ribbone no. 3 was having a bit of a problem. It tried to block one of the spears with its shield. But as the golden spear made contact, a spark of lighting was conducted towards its body. Ribbone no. 3 stopped defending immediately. As the electronic shock was too strong for it to handle, the enemies could almost completely destroy it with no resistance at all. As Ribbone no. 3 went down, no. 1 and no. 2 were left with more pressure against their defense. Abel was firing his fireball one at a time. It wasn't like he was slow at taking down the dark hunters and corrupt spearmen, but every time he shot at them, the golden corrupt spearman would find a chance to struck another spear at him. Cooling enhancement, rib bones. The golden corrupt spearwoman came out again. It was trying to interrupt Abel's attack with another corrupt spearwoman in front. As it stabbed towards Ribbone no. 2, it let out a terrible shriek. Ribbone no. 1 had a basic level of intelligence. After receiving orders from its master, it released a wave of blue ripples with its body as the center. Almost instantly, all the surrounding fallen slowed down their movements because frost started forming out of their body. Even the golden corrupt spearwoman couldn't escape it. As blue lights glowed from its body, Abel quickly killed the regular spearwoman in front of it with 2 fireballs. Once its meat shield was out of the way, he's finally had a clear shot at it. Abel released an ice ball from the tip of his blade. Just when the golden corrupt spearwoman was about to regain its speed, the ice ball quickly trapped it for a second time. In the next 2 seconds, Abel shot about 7 fireballs at it. He was very short on mana at this point. Abel didn't do his calculation right at the start of this combat. The charged bolts didn't have the effects that he thought they would have. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have to use up all his mana to use his fireball. The golden armor of the spearwoman was starting to turn black. It was starting to move a lot slower. However, Abel couldn't take much of this advantage. He was short on mana. When he went in to deliver the killing blow with his blade, Ribbone no. 2 came before him to slash at the corrupt spearwoman. Another strike on its body. After letting out an excruciating scream, white light started flashing out of its body. It's almost like if it was being burnt alive. "Move back, Ribbone," Abel screamed. Since Black Wind's mind was already connected to his, it was jumping back way before the rib bones did. After hearing Abel's call, Ribbone no. 1 quickly covered its body with ice. No. 2 wasn't doing anything in response, though. Actually, the one thing no. 2 did was to keep swinging the sword in its hand. Before the blade made contact with the golden corrupt spearwoman, the spearwoman started exploding from the inside out. And as this was happening, an electric ripple wave blasted out with its body as the center. Ribbone no. 2 was the first to be affected by electric shock. With the lightning zapping through its icy cold armor, its body shattered on the spot, leaving all the gears, shield, and sword dropping on the ground. Ribbone no. 1 did manage to neglect some of this lightning attack. However, it was also knocked down by the lighting ripple wave. If Black Wind didn't jump back on time and let the lightning swept underneath its feet, it would have also suffered the same consequences. "Lightning enhancement," Abel said softly. Right now, he was very certain that the golden corrupt spearman was buffed with lightning. When such a creature came to be, not only would all its attacks be strengthened with the element of lightning, it would also be highly resistant against lightning attacks. If it was in a group, it could buff the surrounding units to become lightning resistant. When fallen like these were on the brink of death, it would use the very dangerous, radioactive spell Newborn Star to bring down all its surrounding enemies. Just now, Ribbon No, one stood up from the ground. While it was still shaking because of that lightning attack, it wasn't quite dead yet. As long as it wasn't dead, it could still generate to its best condition, using its frighteningly fast regenerative abilities. There weren't a lot of dark hunters and corrupt spearmen left on the battlefield. Without the golden corrupt spearmen to lead them, they would lose all advantage with their stats. Abel managed to finish the fight fairly smoothly after the mini-boss was defeated. When all the enemies were cleared off, he jumped down from Black Wind and came to the spot where the golden corrupt spearman died. By this point, the golden corrupt spearman's armor plate was already blown into pieces. The only thing Abel was able to recover was the spear that it was using. Even so, there wasn't anything special about the spear. It was old, rusty, and had no special effects on it whatsoever. Abel shook his head in disappointment. As it turned out, it wasn't easy to find dark gold weapons in the dark world. Forget about regular Fallen. If he couldn't find any valuable loots from golden rank mini-bosses, there really wasn't much hope for him to find a lot of the good stuff. While Abel was signing to himself, Black Wind started digging on the ground somewhere around 10 meters from him. It then barked towards Abel's. "You found something, Black Wind." Black Wind had a very keen sense of smell. Even the most unnoticeable scent could be caught by its nose. After all, a Mount Wolf's nose was the best tool to find something that didn't belong to the environment that it was in. Abel quickly walked to where Black Wind was at. There was a snapped finger among the bushes on the ground. When Abel looked closer, he could see a gray ring on it. Abel lowered his body to pick up the ring. He picked up the finger and carefully removed the ring off it. The ring was kind of gray was because of how dusty it was. Also because of how dirty its owner was. There was also a layer of filth on its surface. After cleaning the ring with some water cloth he had in the portal bag, Abel began to see the real form of this ring. The center of it was an unknown blue gem, and the ring itself was silver with thin engravings of flowers on it. Abel then scanned the ring with his Horadric cube. Silver Bat's ring. Plus 73 attack precision. 3% mana could be stolen from an attack. So this was a mana-sucking ring. Unfortunately for Abel, his attack point wasn't quite high yet. He would have to attack several times before he could make some use of the 3% mana stealing effect. Overall, it was better nothing. At least he's got himself his first blue equipment. Attack precision was very important in arrow shooting. Using the ring and Raven's Claw together would make a deadly combination. After resuming the skeletons from 2 random corpses he's found, Abel helped them to get into their armies and shields. Since the power of the skeletons was at rank 4, the summoned rib bones No. 2 and No. 3 were durable to withhold the mass of regular gears. As for the better gears Abel had, since even he himself wasn't good enough to wear them, there was just no way he could let the skeletons try them out. It had been about 7 or 8 days since Abel came to the dark world. It was now time to head home. That being said, Abel wasn't going to let the skeletons stay here like last time. Unlike Blormore, the cold plain wasn't quite cleansed yet. Letting the skeletons fight the fallen here was the same as sending them to die without making them any stronger. Abel didn't want to let Ribbone know, one to be destroyed without any purpose. Besides, its ability to freeze multiple enemies was just too convenient for him to let go of. After teleporting himself back to the rogue's encampment, the first thing that Abel did was to check on his Horadric cube. There were about 11 bottles of the soul enhancement potion inside. He took one out and threw it at Ribbone No, one which was his No, one target to buff. After catching the bottle of the soul enhancement potion, Ribbone No, one cracked the bottle on top of its head. As the dark gold liquid poured into its skull, the soul flame burning in its eyes began to spark brighter. Its bones were also growing thicker. Eventually, the whiteness of this skeleton became almost like white jade. It looked pure like an art piece and not the scary, spooky skeleton that it was. Abel took another look at Ribbone No. 2 and No. 3. The buff did work on them, that's for sure. However, it was nowhere as obvious as the improvement that Rib Bone No. 1 was making. From what it looked like, the soul potion was meant for increasing the EX point of a skeleton. That couldn't all there was to it, though. Rib Bone No. 1 was a clear example. After having both its soul and bones strengthened, it was now on a completely different level to the other skeletons. Resurrection of the skeleton was now level 5, so even if it was just Rib Bone No. 1 that was getting buffed, the other 2 skeletons would also be passively strengthened at the same time. Black Wind also wanted some of the soul potion. As it wiggled its tail and circled around Abel, Abel patted it on the head. "You're a Mount Wolf, Black Wind. You're not a dog for crying out loud." Abel scolded him but laughed out loud at the same time. After reminding Black Wind that it was a wolf, Abel opened another bottle of the soul potion and poured it inside Black Wind's mouth. Black Wind fell asleep right after that. Abel took out Akara's tent. He wanted the soul potion to take the maximum effect. To do so, he needed the support of the meditation jade, which was why he placed himself on top of the meditation jade floor tile. It was now his own turn. Abel calmed himself down, then took out another bottle of the soul potion. As the liquid transformed into a shapeless mist of essence, it entered his psyche and boosted up his thought process. Abel was thinking about his alchemy skills right now. In his mind, he could picture an imaginary figure brewing all the recipes that he knew about. Some of the more complicated recipes, especially the elven perfume, were imagined repeatedly, as Abel thought about the combinations he could alter for each and every step. Abel even imagined adding all the plants that he had encountered before. After doing many experiments himself, he was now extremely sensitive towards how different scents would perform in a pot mixture. A beginner's alchemy rune inside Abel was continuously glowing. Unfortunately for Abel, he knew too little about alchemy. If it wasn't for this, he would have made a lot more progress with his simulation training. When the effect of the soul potion was gone, he was just a little far away from becoming an intermediate alchemist. Abel didn't stop there. He took out another bottle of the soul potion and drank all the liquid inside. This time he wanted to create a super exploding ball. Abel imagined a man painting a rune of Ral, which was typically used for creating a super exploding ball. After he was done, the rune exploded immediately. This was happening all inside Abel's imagination, of course. How could he delay the explosion? Abel was lucky that he had an imaginary man testing it for him. If he was doing the same experiment in the real world, he would have died after making one little mistake. Inside his head, he had the freedom of adding a few more strokes to the rune. He could erase some lines too. He could change some of the patterns even. No matter how much change Abel added, the rune of Ral would remain the same for the most part. After all, it was an absolutely crucial part of releasing all the energy inside a perfect redstone. After modifying the whole pattern by adding one more circulatory rune, Abel was able to delay the explosion for about half of a second. After a few more tests that were based on this discovery, the explosion was successfully delayed for 8 seconds in total. 8 seconds might not sound very long, but it was enough for him to escape for his life. Abel opened his eyes as he ended the simulation. He was very fired up after boosting up his brain for 2 times in a row. He felt kind of tired at the same time, though. For the last few days, he spent all his time fighting and resting in the wild. He needed a good sleep once he got back to Moon Guardian City. Abel went back to lie on top of the bed that was made of ambergris timber. He wanted to sleep, but he suddenly remembered about the crystal ore he retrieved from the Ice Fire Ape Cave. He decided to take the thing out and finally have a good look at it. As he learned his lessons from last time, Abel didn't grab the blue crystal ore with his hand. Instead, he placed right on top of his bed. As soon as he did so, an overwhelming aura swept across the entire room, which pressed onto him so hard that he had to surround his entire body with his combat kai. Even a full combat kai armor wasn't enough. Abel quickly sealed his body with another layer of ice armor. He felt a lot less overpowered after that. Suddenly, it felt like the bed was sucking all the pressure that it released. It was like there was a black hole in the middle of the room. Soon, Abel felt a lot better since all the imposed pressure was gone. So that's what it was. After Abel threw the crystal ore on his bed, it quickly dampened the mattress with the cold water that was dripping out of it. And in a very short amount of time, the ore itself was cold enough to freeze everything back together. When the crystal core and the bed froze together, the ambergris timber that was used to make the bed sucked all the imposed pressure into itself. Abel wasn't sure if the crystal ore broke because of that. After scanning it with his power of the will, he could see that the amount of energy in it remained the same. As it turned out, the ambergris timber was just sucking out all the imposed pressure that was released. It wasn't like the timber was sucking energy from right inside the ore center. It was a truly bizarre thing to see. The ambergris bed was releasing very warm energy, and this energy was wrapping around Abel's body. Abel could feel his soul being nourished by this strange phenomenon. He could feel his soul becoming more aggressive. He couldn't tell if that was a good thing or not, but he had a real transformation here. The only thing that Abel could do was to wait. He didn't know what the ambergris bed was doing to him, so he had to wait for everything to be over. He was immobilized at the moment. His body couldn't move because his soul was too busy to focus on the change that it was experiencing. Tick-tock. As time passed by, the ambergris bed began to tremble for a bit. Just when Abel had lost track of time, a loud boom came from the bed. Abel fell from the bed. He was on the floor and was watching as the ambergris bed became a pile of power. Abel stood up after pressing the floor with one of his arms. He didn't know when, but he was free to move from a while ago. More confusingly for him, he didn't know how the ambergris bed turned into a bunch of power. Luckily enough, the crystal ore was still intact. It did lose some of its imposed pressure, but the energy inside was still just as powerful. Abel scanned his own body with the power of the will. He couldn't find anything wrong with it. He tried to release some imposed pressure from inside his body, and suddenly, a frightening amount of impossible pressure came out of him. For a bit there, Abel became kind of scared of himself. So this was the combined power of a soul transformation plus his own aura. Abel was even starting to doubt that the crystal ore was actually the legendary dragon crystal. Virgin Fowler's ambergris bed was by no means an ordinary bed. After searching far and wide amongst his own kind, he managed to have the priest in his clan making it for him. If it wasn't for the energy that slowly transferred into his soul from the ambergris bed, he would have never become a head commander of the Wolf Riders at the age that he was at. What Abel did, well, let's just say that it was completely unthought. No one would expect someone to throw an entire dragon crystal ore on top of an ambergris timber bed. Abel could have known about this, but it actually forced out all the energy inside the bed and transferred it into his own body. Because of how much energy was used during this process, the bed had to destroy itself afterward. Abel's imposed pressure was now in the rank of human knight's commander. If he restrained himself, he could subdue a weaker opponent without even fighting him. If the opponent was far weaker than him, he could instantly kill him just by releasing the imposed pressure. Abel hadn't had a lot of opportunities to test out his imposed pressure, but he could certainly subdue a fellow knight's commander at his current level. As for a head knight's commander, he wasn't quite sure. Actually, that was in a league far from his own understanding. All in all, this journey inside the dark world was very fruitful for Abel. Not only did he found his first dark gold item, the Raven's Claw, he's also found a blue-quality silver bat's ring. He's also buffed Ribbone No. 1-2. Most importantly, his own soul was strengthened after drinking the soul potion. Abel had no idea how much danger he was in. If his soul wasn't strengthened with the soul potion for several times, he would be mortally injured for trying to transform himself with the ambergris bed and the dragon crystal. If that did happen, it wouldn't matter if he was an elf or a human. He would be a goner. After walking out of the Akara's tent, Abel placed the tent back into his private storage box. Black Wind was already awake by this point. It was playing with Ribbone No. 1. Actually, Black Wind would push Ribbone No. 1 somewhere and Ribbone No. 1 would go back to spot that it was at. This went on for a while. Or better put, Black Wind would keep playing the game and Ribbone No. 1 would have to go back to the position that it was in. "We're going back, Black Wind," Abel called out as he cancelled the summoning of the 3 skeletons. Once a black hole came out and swallowed the skeletons away, Black Wind ran back its master whilst shaking its head. Abel opened a scroll of town portal. After returning to his room inside Moon Guardian City, he realized that the day was already bright. Lauren was standing outside very anxiously. "You're finally out, Abel," Lauren sighed in relief after seeing Abel. What's wrong? I'm just a little late, aren't I? Abel asked. Lorraine had no idea about Abel's journey down in the dark world and said, You lost your count of time, Abel. You've been inside your room for about 1 day and 1 night. Bernie came to see you, but he left because he didn't want to interrupt your training. 1 day and 1 night. 1 day and 1 night was the equivalent of 20 days inside the dark world. He didn't think that a soul transformation would take this long. Lorraine might not have known about what Abel did inside his room, but she was right about one thing. Abel did lose track of time because of his training. And it wasn't 1 day and 1 night that he lost track of. It's actually 20 days and 20 nights that he had missed. Thank the spirits. If Abel didn't feed 3 ration potions to Black Wind at once, it would have been starved to death by now. Even if it didn't die because of hunger, it would have become as thin as one of his skeletons. Maybe it was time to drop some herbivore animals inside Blore Moor. That way, Black Wind could hunt on its own while Abel was doing his training. Abel asked Lorraine, What did Bernie say when he came here? He didn't say much, but it looked like he was in a rush for something. Lorraine replied. You're awake, Master Abel. Bernie's voice suddenly came as his short stature appeared at the door. You've come, Bernie. Please, let's talk inside. Abel gestured as Bernie bowed to him. While Bernie was going inside room, he gave a somewhat troublesome look at Lorraine. Lorraine said to Abel softly as she understood why Bernie did this, I'll let you two talk amongst yourself. See you then, Abel. It's fine. Abel smiled as he stopped Lorraine from leaving, then turned towards Bernie. Lorraine is very dear to me. I have nothing to hide from her. Bernie said straightforwardly without looking at Lorraine, Master Abel, I've learned the whereabouts of the Duergars from a special source. I don't know how many of my little brother's spies are still there, though. Please, Master Abel, I need your assistance to send them to hell. Abel shook his head. We've fought many times together before, Bernie. I can deal with a few lower-ranked Duergars, but the ones you speak of are not the ones you want to anger. Besides, you are telling me to charge straight into their hideouts. There will be an official wizard there. I can't fight a wizard, you know. Master Abel, Bernie looked at Abel straight in the eyes. Maybe I didn't know much about you before. After I returned home several days ago, I used my family's connections to learn all there is about your achievements. The others might see you as innocent, but no. After I saw you injuring the ice-fire ape with your explosion, I knew that it was you who's behind the Duchy of Kian. Abel smiled as he wasn't too shocked by what Bernie was saying. You know I won't admit to that, Bernie. Of course, Master Abel. No one would admit to being the culprit behind the Duchy of Kian. Here, I'm just requesting you to blow up something else for me. What I have here is a book on how to make a magic staff. It's called An Introduction to Making Magic Staff, and it will be my reward to you after the deed is done. Abel's look became grim as he heard the book's title. Bernie, from what I've heard, staff making is a secret that your kind has guarded for generations. There's going to be a lot of dwarves who would oppose what you're doing now. In fact, I'm sure there are plenty right now, aren't there? It's fine, Master Abel. Bernie smiled as though he didn't care. If you are going to save my family, save my comrades and me, and use all the remaining explosives that you have to destroy the Duergars, who are the eternal rivals to my kind, I think it's fair that we reward you with something meaningful in return. Abel understood what Bernie was saying now. Basically, Bernie was just giving him an excuse to get his hands on An Introduction to Making Magic Staff. If the powerful Goff family wanted to eliminate the Duergars, they would have done it themselves a long time ago. When Abel was traveling with Bernie did ask him about the kind of techniques he wanted to learn from the dwarves. That being said, Abel didn't expect Bernie to remember his answer so well. He did say staff making at the time, but he didn't think that his dear friend would actually teach it to him. Bernie persisted as Abel was becoming kind of uncertain. Anything, Master Abel. As long as they are needed for your mission, I will get them for you. I'm a dwarf, yes, but I do know that the explosions you did were not from something normal. Thank you, Bernie. I know what you're trying to say now. Abel gave a slight bow towards Bernie. You know I won't admit to that, Master Abel. Bernie smiled as he copied Abel's line. I will need 1 pound of meteorite iron, 1 pound of hematite ore, and a large amount of beginner's fire magic gemstone, Abel requested. Abel wasn't trying to be nice here. Obviously, the hematite ore was for the stuff he wanted to forge in the future. The dwarves were filthy rich anyways. It wasn't like they were short on all sorts of minerals. He had no reason to lose out on a chance to swindle from them. Come to think of it, there was a giant ballista at the Moon Guardian City fort. If White Cloud was carrying one of these on its back, Abel was sure that he could one-shot any golden flying mount creatures that he could find. He wasn't going to tell Bernie about it, of course, which was why he said something else. If it's possible, Bernie, could you get a big ballista for me? I want it to strengthen White Cloud's defense capability. Wait, that's all you're asking from me? Bernie threw a look at Abel. While Abel thought that he was asking a lot already, Bernie thought that he was trying to be nice. After seeing that Abel wasn't talking anymore, Bernie finally chose not to make any more offers. Okay then, Bernie said, wait here, I'll prepare them for you, Master Abel. Lorraine said worryingly after Bernie left, will it be dangerous, Abel? If Abel couldn't delay the exploding time of his super exploding ball, he might have turned down Bernie's request this time. He wasn't going to trade his life for a book, after all. But now, after he's managed to delay the exploding effect of the ball for 8 seconds, he could have flown away on White Cloud for far farther than he needed to. Abel smiled, it's fine, Lorraine. I wouldn't have said yes if I wasn't confident. Mind if I come with you, Abel? Lorraine asked softly. You wait here, Lorraine. There are some things that I don't want to drag you into. Lorraine wasn't an ordinary girl. Abel knew that already, but he's got a lot of troubles behind his back already. He did not want to bring any more trouble to her. I'm going to take a nap then, Lorraine suddenly said loudly. With an angry expression that she rarely had, she went back to her room and slammed the door shut. Lorraine, Abel called for Lorraine. He couldn't help but smile when he saw Lorraine like that. After all, it was kind of hard to see someone like her to be in such a mood. Has anyone mentioned how generous you are, Bernie? Abel praised when Bernie handed the items over to him. Truth be told, Bernie was very generous to Abel. Since he was using a portal bag to carry the stuff he was giving to Abel, he basically just gave away an extra portal bag. Bernie said proudly, it's okay, Master Abel, we dwarves, well, let's say, we are not short on magic items, portal bags being one of them, of course. Abel replied with a smile. He then scanned inside the portal bag with his power of will. The inside of this bag was packed with the stuff he requested. There were 10 pounds of meteorite iron, 10 pounds of hematite ore, and all the other spaces were filled with beginner's fire magic stones. It wasn't like Abel hadn't seen a beginner's fire magic stone before. That being said, it was the first time that he had seen so many at once. In fact, gemstones were piling up so much that they were shaped into a giant cube inside the bag. About the giant ballista, you asked, Bernie continued. I've told some of my men to move them outside. I will have some men to place it on White Cloud's back if you don't mind. Bernie, there's way too much stuff in here, Abel exclaimed as he looked deeper into the portal bag. Bernie laughed. You can't have a successful forge every single time, Master Abel. Did you know that? I didn't want you to worry about wasting materials, so I had 10 times the amount of everything that you were looking for. Humans, or to a majority of the dwarf population, the stuff inside the portal was extremely valuable to them. To the Goff family, however, it was like picking a feather out of a goose. For the amount of stock they had in just Moon Guardian City alone, they could easily take out 10 times the amount of material Abel was asking. And what is this? Abel asked, then took out a thick book from the portal bag. It had a huge and hard front cover, with the pages inside made of soft sheep wool. The title of it was, An Introduction to Making Magic Staff. Bernie replied, You have agreed to my request, Master Abel, and I think that you are a trustworthy man. If you forgive me, I've made the bold decision to hand my reward to you before you finish your mission. Be honest with me, Bernie, you'll be in a lot of trouble for doing this, won't you? Abel asked. Bernie was one of the few dwarven friends that he had. He didn't want to do anything that would be troublesome to him. Thank you for your concern, Master Abel, but I think I'll manage just fine. You see, with the position that I am in, I think it's fair that I'm allowed to make my own decisions. Since the deal we've just made was consensual, hence genuine, there won't be a lot of people who are going to challenge it. Bernie added with a laugh, Of course, if you would treat your old friend here with some more rum, I'll be a happy little dwarf. Rum, when Bernie said the word, he sounded like an old drunkard despite being so young. Abel couldn't help but laugh at such irony. You are my friend, Bernie. Abel laughed as well. Don't add the title Master in front of my name. Just call me Abel. Also, friends don't trade their liquors, do they? I'm perfectly happy to share the wines that I have." After saying that, Abel took out a huge barrel of rum from his Kong spiritual beast bag. There were about 100 pounds of rum inside, which made the wooden container bang really loudly when it dropped on the floor. Like a koala, Bernie jumped and hugged onto the barrel that was just as tall as him. While he didn't open, his facial expression looked drunk already. It took a while for him to go back to normal. "As you wish, Abel," Bernie grunted as he continued to hug onto the barrel. "I'll refer to you by your name when we're alone. However, I will still call you Master Abel when we are in public. As you know, the Blacksmith Union is very much respected by the dwarves. I don't want to risk offending anyone." Abel went off by himself at noon. Whilst riding on top of White Cloud's back, he decided to test out the newly stationed ballista, which was in the frontmost spot of his seats. Because of how big the ballista was, the dwarves had to reconstruct the whole carriage that was used for riding on top of White Cloud. After taking out all the old seats, they replaced them with light steel frames, which were much more durable and lighter in weight. They then covered the frame with rhinoceros skins, which were excellent for defending against arrows. On the inside, they added a soft layer of newborn sheep hide, which made the whole structure not just practical, but also pleasing to the eye. Sometimes a ballista would be called a ballista bed or a ballista cannon. It was one of the few ways an ordinary person could kill a knight or even a wizard. Because of how expensive it was, not a lot of people could get their hands on one of them. Without the necessary parts, a ballista could not fire over range farther from 500 meters. If an enemy was within its 500-meter range, whether it be a knight fully armored in his own combat kai, or a wizard guarding himself with ice seal magic, instant death was pretty much guaranteed. If the arrows were replaced with magic immune materials, extremely rare, of course, even intermediate or advanced wizards would have a lot of trouble to protect themselves. The ballista was also referred to as the fort guarding bow, which was for no other reasons than how heavy it was. Only a large creature like White Cloud could carry something like this. Again, White Cloud was a top-tier sky sparrow. While most sky sparrows would stay away from carrying any weapons on their backs, White Cloud would do far more than just being a carrying tool at the backline of a battlefield. The direction Abel was heading for was northwest of the Moon Guardian City, where the Duchy of Korra and the Earth-dividing mountain range met. The mountains were a lot tougher than the areas guarded by the Moon Guardian City. There were a lot of wild beasts and poisonous things over there. While humans would find it hard to survive there, that's where the Duergars decided to build their homes. Abel tried to pick up everything that he knew about the Duergars. They were a branch of the dwarven race. According to the myths, they were banished by the other dwarves and had gray skin and no hair because of the curses that they had. If Abel had to guess, the Duergars behaved the way they did was because of the evil powers they got in contact with. In other words, they were transformed into what they currently were. Not only were they violent and cruel on a general basis, but they were also completely off from engaging in any sort of productive activity. Instead of growing their own crops or sewing their own clothes, the Duergars would pillage for everything that they needed for their livelihood. Because of how good they were at hiding in dark, cold caverns, they live in caves for the most part. Actually, they became the largest robbers of both humans and dwarves. The scariest part was actually how they could eat almost everything. They could hunt or pick up any plants that they could find, if they needed to or wanted to. They could even eat humans and dwarves. That summed up everything Abel knew about the Duergars. After hearing it from Lorraine, he knew for the first time how scary they were. Their entire kind existed because of how savage they were. They were worse than the orcs, even. At least the orcs would farm their own things and work for food, not just steal off everything from everyone around them. This was one of the reasons that Abel agreed to help out Bernie. For getting the resources and skills that he wanted, he just needed to kill a few robbers who, really, should have had it coming a long time ago. That being said, he wasn't not going to feel sorry for killing the Duergars. He's perfectly willing to trade their lives for a sufficient amount of meteorite iron, which he could use to make even more super exploding balls. After accepting Bernie's request in the morning, Abel went back into the Dark World right afterward. Whilst inside the Dark World, he used the ground inferno to make another 10 super exploding balls. After he was done, he would add metal covers to them so the explosions would be more lethal. Soon, the number of explosives he had was more than enough to blow up another magic tower at another duchy. As Abel had enough spare time during his flight on top of White Cloud, he took the time to read the guide on how to craft magic staff. After he was done reading, he learned that there were two ways to making a magic staff. One with a certain special material as the main body of the staff. The souls of top-tier spiritual beasts could be sealed inside to gain any ability that these creatures might possess. 2. Abel could use magic metals to craft the main body of the staff. He could place a crystal core that belonged to a powerful spiritual beast on the top of the staff and use rune circles to activate whatever spells that were inside the crystal core. Of course, both methods have their own advantages and disadvantages. For the first method, the soul of the top-tier spiritual beast had to be collected within a minute after it was killed. Such a method was not very likely to succeed, and the level of magic that could be generated was completely based on luck. On a good note, since the mana for activating spell was from the person who was wielding the staff's effect could be combined to the wielder's own techniques. For example, if it was a fire element spiritual beast that was used to make the staff, and Abel was casting a fire element spell, the resulting effect would be enhanced overall. If Abel was making his magic staff with a crystal core of a powerful spiritual beast, he would have no way to supply his own mana into the staff directly. This was because the staff would be powered by the crystal core placed in it, and not by the person wielding it. While Abel wouldn't have to constantly power the staff with his own mana, the quality of the staff would completely depend on the level that the crystal core was at. If the crystal core was at a certain level, then only magic of the same level could be cast. If Abel wanted to cast a spell beyond the level of the crystal core, he would have to either wait for the crystal core to recharge itself after he was done, or he would have to charge up the crystal core with his own mana. Abel was on top of a valley somewhere near the border between the Duchy of Cora and the great dividing mountain range. As he stared down to the ground below, he could see a large number of wild beasts and venomous creatures moving by. This was where the Duergars lived, which meant that humans wouldn't choose to come here at all. Even hunters wouldn't watch to catch their games here. Because of this, there was an especially large population of dangerous beasts. For the sake of their survival, the Duergars picked their hideout at a campsite that was easy to guard. While white clouds circled around in the sky, Abel took the time to understand the geography of this location. The valley range here was smaller than he thought, with a width of just about 800 meters in width. When he saw some of the wooden houses below, he realized how old and broken they were. It's hard to imagine someone using them as shelters to cover against rain and wind. As unusual as it sounded, there weren't any farms or any kind of crops to be seen. Apart from the Duergars, nothing alive could be seen at all. Black wind was scratching its nose this entire time. Abel could smell it too. The stench was very strong. A part of it must have come from the filth that was piled up on the ground. Mostly, however, it must be from the giant pot that was boiling in the middle of the town square. These Duergars were just like the Fallen. They didn't live in the dark world, but the way they exist was the same as repulsive as those spawns from hell. Actually, the Duergars should be a lot smarter than the Fallen. They didn't seem to care about using their intelligence for hygiene purposes, so it seemed. In the town square in the middle of the valley, there were a bunch of Duergars forming a circle together. They were watching a bloody duel between two Duergars. As one of the Duergars' blade swept across another's legs, a stream of dark gray blood spilled on the ground. All the spectating Duergars started cheering when they saw this. They were screaming on top of their lungs. It's almost like the sight of blood was all that they lived for. As the injured Duergar backed down with his injured leg, his head was quickly severed by the blade of his opponent. When the fight was over, the spectators ran in to pick up the dead body. While doing so, they chanted loudly and danced in a very strange fashion. Abel couldn't believe what these Duergars did next. After they finished dancing, they picked up the dead Duergar and including his severed head. They threw his remainings into the big boiling pot. They then added more timbers. It's one thing to eat another intelligent species, but just how sick did these Duergars had to be to eat their kind? Abel couldn't fathom at all. Maybe the Duergars were really the minions of the devil. They clearly had no business existing in this world. Abel looked away for a bit. He saw a cavern in the innermost part of the valley. Judging from how there were two guards standing their post, there it must be the residence of an important figure. 2 guards, they had a full set of dwarven armor on them. They were well equipped too. Unlike the Duergars in the town square, they seemed a lot more civil in a way. While Abel was still observing, a squad of about 10 Duergars came out of the cavern. Just like the guards, they had weapons in their hands and were wearing dwarven armors. They were heading towards the town square. When they arrived, they picked 2 Duergars and carried them back in chains. Abel was in the sky when he heard the 2 Duergars screaming for their lives. It was not a pleasant thing to hear. Whatever fate awaited them, it's probably going to be very dark. Oh, that's how it was. The world inside and outside the cavern was completely separate from each other. The inside must be where the armies and the ruling class were. The outside was more like a farmhouse for keeping livestock. Abel placed a giant arrow on his ballista. He added a net on the tip of the arrow, which he planned to place his super exploding ball. Just when he was in the middle of setting his ballista, he could feel a malicious presence rising out from inside the valley. The protective gear that White Cloud was wearing could guard against some of this malicious aura. It wasn't completely immune against it, however, so it had to fly higher to stay away from the evil force's influence. Abel was brutally disgusted. As it turned out, the 2 Duergars were sent to be living sacrifices. The other Duergars were sacrificing them to pray for power and protection from the great being of evil. So that's why they looked so ugly. They were literally defiled by the power of evil. The ruling Duergars were using the less significant Duergars to gain more powers for themselves. This way, even when the Duergars were rivals to both to humans and the dwarves, they could still produce a lot of powerful fighters amongst their kind. When the Duergars felt the presence of malice, they knelt on the ground, and, like a bunch of madmen, they started crying out words that Abel didn't understand. All of them had a fanatic look on their faces as they were doing this. The evil presence continued for about another 10 minutes. When it disappeared, those Duergars went back to whatever they were doing before. It's almost like they all forgot what happened just then. White Cloud came down again. As Abel pointed his ballista towards the cavern, he searched for a 6-second delay super exploding ball inside his private storage box. He then placed it in the net on the top of his arrow. With no hesitation at all, Abel released the arrow from his hands. When it flew straight towards the cavern, the stat on his ring started to look a lot different from it originally was. The attack precision point was now 73, which was much higher than it was in the Holy Continent. Also, for a moment there, the ballista was shaking for a bit when he was shooting the arrow. Abel knew that he didn't do anything to make the ballista shake. It must be his blue ring. By making a ballista shake a little, the direction of his shot was slightly adjusted. Abel had thought that his arrow would go straight inside the cavern, but because of how big the cavern was, he wasn't sure where exactly it was going to enter. He wasn't a professional ballista shooter, per se, but he knew enough about archery to shoot the arrow to where he wanted it to be. After the blue ring helped him adjust his shot, Abel could see the arrow flying straight towards the center of the cavern. Invaders, the guarding Duergar screamed as he tried to locate the source of the attack. Abel whispered to himself, 654. White Cloud was flying as high as it could. While it was doing this, Abel kept counting down to himself. 3, 2, 1. When Abel counted to 1, a massive explosion occurred in the middle of the valley, right inside the center of the cavern. When rocks split from above, they fell down like giant arrows that were flying towards the Duergars. All the Duergars inside the valley were completely petrified. Every rock that was flying at them was strong enough to kill them. The wooden houses they lived in came down like toys. When the rocks hit them, the only response they could make was to scream painfully to their deaths. As quick as the explosion was, it was a lot more effective than what Abel had in mind. While the super exploding ball killed most of these Duergars, a lot of surviving ones were knocked down on the ground, screaming in anguish as they didn't even have the time to beg for mercy. The cavern was gone. Instead, everything inside became a giant, deep hole, as the entrance of the cavern was blocked by several large boulders. The only way to get in was through a passageway that was wide enough for just one person. Abel didn't want to waste another one of his super exploding balls. As powerful as it was, meteorite irons were quite hard to get back. It's not like he didn't have a filthy rich dwarf on his side, but he'd rather save as many materials as he could. Abel equipped himself with Raven's Claw. As he took out a quiver of iron arrows from his portal bag, he started aiming at some of the surviving Duergars. Flaming red arrows kept shooting out of his hands. and the ground he was pointing at started exploding like wild. All the Duergars that lived outside the cavern were on basic levels. Since White Cloud was in hiding, none of them could find a target to fight back. While some of them were looking for the whereabouts of their enemy, a lot of them decided to run for their lives. Abel wasn't sparing any one of these Duergars. Whenever they tried to escape, they would either die from the flying arrows or by the explosion that was ignited by Abel's flame spell. Pretty soon, all the Duergars in the valley were dead. Whilst putting the raven's claws away, Abel jumped on top of Black Wind's back. He didn't want to leave Black Wind when he was fighting on the ground. Black Wind's instant movement could be very important for his survival. When Black Wind was about 10 meters away from the cavern that's been blown up, it made its landing and prepared for entrance. Abel tried to detect any living creatures inside the valley. He then summoned Ribbone No. 1 No, 2 and No, 3, under No. 1's instructions No, 2 and No. 3 followed towards the giant pit inside the cavern. Since Abel wasn't planning to spare anyone, he decided that it was fine to call the skeletons out in the open. Since skeletons didn't use eyes to see, they just needed to use their soul flames to follow Abel. They were perfect for fighting in the dark, actually. Since skeletons were naturally sensitive towards any living beings, it's very likely that they would find the surviving Duergars. After entering the dark pit for about several minutes, Abel did not sense his 2 skeletons being attacked. He couldn't sense anything that was alive either. While riding Black Wind towards the entrance to the cavern, he used his sword to pick away the giant boulder that was blocking his way. Abel hung his night pearl across his neck. He had his shield in his left and his sword in his right. As soon as he entered the cavern, he started seeing several dead Duergars that were killed by the falling rocks. They were all wearing iron armors, but the impact must have been strong enough to kill them in an instant. Abel took a few more steps forward. There was a giant hall room inside, which had about 200 meters in diameter. The ground was filled with falling rubble, filled with the corpses of the Duergars. Most of the Duergars did not have any injuries on their bodies. They did, however, had a lot of dark gray blood around their noses, mouths, ears, and eyes. They were probably killed by the sound of the explosion. It's much better than bleeding out to death, actually. Abel looked around the entire structure. Since the cavern was carved out of the mountain rocks, it was strong enough to endure the impact of the super-exploding ball. The explosion didn't punch out the walls. If anything, the walls were trapping the explosion and making it more concentrated in certain areas. Even now, Ribbone No. 2 and No. 3 hadn't found any living beings. This didn't remain for too long, though. Just when Abel was about to declare an end to his mission, the 2 skeletons started sending signals to him. Abel rode Black Wind to where the 2 skeletons were. They were in front of a stone room, which was blocked by a giant stone door. It was the first time that Abel had seen a stone door here. The door must have been what was keeping the remaining Duergars alive. Abel started pushing it with his hands. As he tensed up his muscles, a small gap began to open. Without even receiving their master's orders, Ribbone No. 2 and No. 3 started charging inside. The 2 skeletons were already fighting when the stone door was completely opened. Abel could feel some very powerful spells when he was trying to make his entrance. Apparently, there was a Duergar official wizard inside. While Abel was contemplating if he should make a direct assault, a terrible scream came from inside the room. A power wave of mana appeared soon after. Ribbone No. 2 and No. 3 started losing contact. As far as Abel knew, the 2 minions died after fulfilling their roles. The Duergar wizard probably underestimated how tough these skeletons were. If that's the case, a cold smile appeared from Abel's face. He ran towards some Duergar corpses that were lying outside the stone door. After casting his Summoning of Skeletons spell, 2 new skeletons stood up from the dying corpses. They didn't even take their weapons when they charged inside the stone room. "Damn Orcian priest, how many of your skeletons do I have to kill?" the Duergar wizard screamed. The 2 new skeletons quickly lost contact. Abel didn't feel anxious, though. For some reason that he wasn't sure of, the Duergar wizard couldn't leave the stone room. Quickly, he found another 2 corpses to summon some new skeletons. The attack was more effective this time. As the Duergar wizard screamed once more, Abel could tell that one of the skeletons did deal some injury. However, the 2 skeletons summoned still disappeared after a few seconds. "You are not an orc, are you? Just who are you?" The Duergar wizard figured out that something was wrong. As far as he knew, skeletons summoned by the orcs should be more aggressive than the ones he was fighting today. Strangely enough, the skeletons Abel was sending were better in their defensive abilities. This, of course, gave off some hints to the Duergar wizard. Abel didn't reply. Instead, he instructed 2 skeletons to charge inside the stone room. He didn't do any damage this time. The most that the skeletons did was to let the Duergar wizard spend some more of his mana. When Abel had sent out his 10th pair of skeletons, the Duergar wizard couldn't find a way to quickly end the fight. This time, Abel could hear the sound of runes being activated, as well as some lower-tiered spells being cast. The Duergar wizard was short on mana. Abel decided not to wait any longer. With Ribbone No, one running behind him, he rode Black Wind to the stone room. As soon as he went in, Ribbone No, one released ice spell into the entire area. There it was. Abel could see the Duergar wizard wearing a black robe. While his entire body was covered in frost, his mana armor was being violently knocked off by the 2 skeletons. While the skeletons were using their bare fists to do this, their Death Kai was actually very effective against mana. Abel didn't spare any opportunity for the Duergar wizard. With his sword of victory in hand, he thrust into the wizard's throat. Dark gray blood poured out as he pulled back his blade. As quick as the final blow was, the wizard was, technically, exhausted to his death. With just seconds to spare before his death, the Duergar wizard took his final look at the statue behind him. Judging from his eyes, he clearly wanted to spend some more time being alive. Before Abel was able to stab the wizard for one more time, the 2 skeletons were already repeatedly punching his dead body. After a few seconds, the Duergar wizard started appearing as though it was dead for several days. The Death Kai was quite corrosive, if that's the right way to express it. Abel picked out a portal bag with the tip of his sword. As he scanned inside with his power of the will, he did not find anything special inside. All he could find was some magic gemstones, raw materials, etc. There were a lot of them actually, but not quite enough to make him feel surprised. Abel walked towards the statue in front of him. Judging from the dying wizard's expressions, he could tell how much he cared for this unsightly idol. The idol had a snake head and a human body, with wings growing out from its back. It might be a representation of a certain god, or an unknown mythical creature. Whatever the case was, it was not a comfortable piece to look at. While Abel was studying the idol, a malicious aura circled around him. As immune as he became after his soul transformation, he was still quite shocked by how quickly this evil presence has surrounded him. Abel instantly released his impose pressure. It's the first time that he had used his strengthened impose pressure in actual combat. Oddly enough, the sound of a dragon roaring appeared from the aura that he released. It then charged straight towards the idol. A strange sound called out in response, "No. Another one of those damn dragons. When I recover, I shall have my revenge on you." The idol started breaking after that. Layer by layer, the stones started shattering and falling on the ground. Soon, something fell out from where the statue's heart was at. This was a heart that was transparent like crystal. Every vein was clearly visible. It was almost as if it was actually alive. This heart was beating when Abel was looking at it. This scared him. He never thought that this heart was alive. What kind of animal's heart was transparent, and how was it still beating after leaving the body? Abel observed for a while. The heart was indeed alive. It was beating at a rate of once a minute. This heart was probably Abel's biggest discovery. That's what he thought so anyway. After using his power of the will to scan it, he decided to throw it in the Horadric cube. A text then popped up, stating that it was a dark gold item called the Immortal Heart. Immortal Heart. That was the only information provided by the Horadric cube. It didn't explain what it could, because that's something Abel had to find out himself. In the depth of Double Moon Forest, 200 meters away from the neat rows of big trees, which were up to 100 meters in height, Black Wind stopped. Abel pointed with his slender fingers at the tall tree wall and asked Lorraine, "Is this the great wall of the Elven Guardians?" A smile emerged from Lorraine's face. Abel turned into an elf, one with sharp ears and a slender body. He looked a bit rougher in his human form because of all the training he's received, but his current appearance was more gentle and elegant. Lorraine held back a smile and said softly, "Yes, Brother Abel, this is the great wall of the Elven Guardians. Beyond this wall is Angstrom City." "How did these elves do this?" a burr asked as he searched for the top end of the 100-meter-high wall made of trees. Lorraine said as she looked in the same direction as Abel, "From what I've heard, there was a very, very bad war here. When the Dark Elves invaded Angstrom City, everyone was getting ready to fight for their lives. That's when the ancient treants appeared. You see, they had to do what the ancient oath told them, and that is to protect the elves that lived here. To keep the Dark Elves away, the ancient treants gave rise to the biggest tree in the entire Double Moon Forest. When the tree was awakened, it did not return to the Double Moon Forest. Instead, it stayed here and became that huge green wall over there." "Do the ancient treants still exist?" Abel asked curiously. Despite being a wizard for so long, he had never heard of a creature as powerful as the treants. "No one knows. It's said that if Angstrom City is being attacked again, these giant trees will wake up to protect Angstrom City." Lorraine looked back and said. Burr tried to picture what a treant might look like. It's a 100-meter-high tree turned into a giant monster, which could attack their enemy by literally walking towards them. He wasn't trying to be a skeptic of Lorraine's tales, but the way she portrayed the treants were kind of unbelievable. Black Wind walked forward to the giant tree slowly. Abel could see the scars on that giant tree. Despite how many there were, the tree stood tall and firmly here for many years that it had. Although it is said to be a tree wall, the distance between each tree was still very far. The widest place was enough for several large carriages to pass through. When passing through the tree wall, the leaves and branches above formed a natural green corridor. Abel imagined how Angstrom City would look like. Some of the descriptors he came up with were gentle, elegant, solemn, or natural. When he had actually arrived, however, he could find no words to portray the beauty that he was witnessing. This was a purple castle, with the wall over 100 meters wide, that stretched far beyond one could see. Abel didn't know what it was made of. He didn't know how the huge purple boulders were cut into shape. On top of the wall, dozens of sharp-tipped watchtowers were built evenly next to each other. "It's gorgeous," Abel praised as he took a view at the dream-like city in front of him. "Yeah, it is. They're made of purple jadate. It looks better when the day gets darker." Lorraine looked proudly at Angstrom City, then said, "This purple jadate absorbs sunlight during the day, which it will then release at night. When it does, the whole city will be bathed in purple light." Abel found many tents under the walls of the Angstrom City. Hundreds of carriages were parked around the tents. Strangely enough, everyone coming in or out were all humans. It was a strange sight for Abel, so he had to ask. "There are humans here too?" Abel asked Lorraine. Lorraine was just as puzzled as well. "They look like businessmen who belong to the, I think it's called the Continental Union of Trade or something. They can come here because the elves gave them special permission. I don't know what they are doing over there, though." As Black Wind approached the gate of Angstrom City, the surrounding elves have gradually increased in their number. Black Wind did look terrifyingly big, but that wasn't the only reason they gathered up. Apparently, it was quite normal for elves to look for lifelong partners when they reached adulthood. As a matter of fact, as long as they got on good terms, the range of options could be very diverse. Some have settled for spiritual beasts. Others have gone for wild beasts and birds. However, not a lot of elves have seen a Mount Wolf before. First of all, Mount Wolves weren't a natural species to the Double Moon Forest. They mainly lived in the cold prairie up north and were more recognized by the orcs than humans or elves. That being said, Black Wind shouldn't be seen here at all. Even the Wirgins have a hard time taming Mount Wolves, so why was Black Wind here with some normal-looking elves? "Looks like we have to line up to go in. Follow me, Lorraine," Abel said as he started walking towards the entrance. The gate to the city was just like back in the human world. There were 2 passages in total, one for ordinary elves and one for nobles, aka high elves. As it was impossible to discern Abel's status as a human nobleman, he would just have to get in like a regular elven citizen. Actually, he could be a human prince and still be blocked from going in. "No, not Lorraine. She doesn't have to wait in line." A sweet female voice came from over the distance. Abel was shocked to hear it. He was now a commander knight, and possibly much better than that. However, he was caught completely off guard when he heard the woman calling out Lorraine. He turned around. It was a female elf. She was wearing a pure white lace dress with a silver-white headband on her long black hair. Her eyes were clear crystal blue, just like Lorraine. While she was calling out to both Abel and Lorraine, Her eyes were fixed onto Lorraine the entire time. Abel still couldn't detect any animosity from this elf woman. That being said, something was telling him that she, whoever she was very dangerous. The golden combat Kai inside him began to gather up. His fingers were moving very slightly. Any moment soon, and he would reach for his weapon inside his portal bag. Sister, Lorraine's eyes filled with tears. She jumped off Black Wind and flew into the embrace of the female elf. This female elf seemed to have the ability to hide. Amongst the other elves, she was like a ghost. For reasons Abel wasn't sure of, Lorraine seemed to be the only one who was aware of her presence. After Lorraine went to give her a hug, all the other elves suddenly noticed her existence. They all then began to give her a bow. Even the guard standing at the gate was saluting to her. The gate was dead silent for a few seconds. For a while, it was just the sound of Lorraine crying inside her sister's embrace. "Let's go home, Lorraine," the female elf said. She then revealed out a card in her hand, which was wrapping everybody around in bright light. She was teleporting herself, Lorraine, as well as Abel and Black Wind to somewhere else. Normally, Abel would feel dizzy when he was getting teleported. While he was able to neglect such an effect with his golden combat Kai, he could tell that the elf was transporting him using a large defensive circle. It was kind of weird, actually. There were a lot of restrictions in using such a device. Besides, it could only take him to certain areas that were covered by the circle's range. He didn't think he was going to enter the elven city in such a manner. Abel looked around his surroundings. He was being taken to a pavilion on top of a small island, which was located in the middle of an ocean. Because of how small the island was, all of its landmasses were used for the pavilion, which was built with beautiful white jade with various different engravings. So this was the kind of luxurious life the elves lived. At the island's edge, there was an arched bridge leading a large, luxurious mansion. These were built with white jade, by the way. On either side of the bridge, there were gates built with elven wreaths. When Abel looked down, he could see that the water was so clear that even the water grass and the shiny scaled fish were all visible to him. The female elf said to Abel, "Please wait here for a bit. I will arrange for someone to prepare for your accommodations. Lorraine is going with me." Abel gave a nobleman's bow to Lorraine's sister. Her eyes flashed for a bit as he was doing this. She was probably surprised by how courteous he was being. "This is my house, Abel. Wait here for a bit. I'll come back to you soon," Lorraine said happily, but was quickly pulled away by her sister. Abel felt kind of helpless when saw Lorraine leaving him like that. That being said, she was coming back to her home. Once she came out, he could just leave after saying his farewell to her. After that, he might just go find a quiet place and train for another few months. Something felt wrong, though. He didn't want to part ways with her like this. After rescuing Lorraine at the Kree's auction stand, they've always been together the entire time. Because of how distinguished his status was in the Duchy of Carmel, he had no friends that were of the same age as him. Lorraine was the only friend Abel could trust. His relationship with her was wonderful. Maybe it had to do with how young they were. They both knew what each other was thinking, yet never spoke out clearly. What was clear was how much they cared for each secrets they've shared together. Lorraine called Abel Bennett just now. Bennett was Abel's elf name. If he had not become Lord Marshal's heir, he would be a wandering knight who came from the Bennett family. Abel's talked about this with Lorraine. Because of how famous he was in the human world, almost everyone of a little bit of status knew about his history with the Wizard Union. That being said, Abel didn't know how he was just as famous as the dwarves. That barrel of rum Bernie brought might be good for a short while, but in the long term, without a doubt, it was going to bring up a lot of issues. The benefit was that over time, the rum made by Master Abel became a huge brand amongst the dwarf society. They even started calling it Master's Rum. Abel's title changed from being a master blacksmith to being a master wine brewer. Every day, dwarves from different houses would come to Bernie for more rum, and it was making him a more prominent figure in both his family and amongst the dwarves. Troublingly, there were only 100 pounds of master wine, so even if Bernie was to distribute it carefully, there wouldn't be enough to satisfy the huge and growing demand. He couldn't just shut down the business, though. There were important customers coming every day. There were returning customers, too. Because of how high-class these dwarves were, he couldn't tell them to go home. It was making him very distressed, actually. Ernie was left with no choice, so he started searching for Abel's news all over the world. He knew that Abel was going to the elves' world, but there were 4 big cities that belonged to the elves. Over these past few days, he sent his men to 3 of these cities. As for Angstrom City, he couldn't find his way in because the teleportation gate was shut off. Lorraine's return had a huge impact on Angstrom City. Portal gates for dwarves were reopened. Trade with humans was reopened. All commercial activities returned to normal. Abel didn't know about it, but because the portal gate was opened, Ernie had come to Angstrom City himself to look for him. On the one hand, he was trying to run away from the old drunkards that were coming after him. On the other hand, he came to look for any news he could find on Abel. He wasn't going to reveal his true intentions, obviously, so he just pretended that he was coming to discuss trade issues with the elves. At this point, Abel didn't know the things that happened outside. He was now Bennett, the elf. He was a stray elf, a mercenary archer. He was just an elf in one of the most common classes. Actually, even if Bernie was right in front of him, he wouldn't even know who he was. Abel looked at his reflection in the water. The transformation necklace was doing wonders in turning him into another species. It adjusted every muscle and bone of his body. While his skin was already very young, not a lot of change could be discerned from it. That being said, his current appearance was no different from that of a genuine elf. A light footstep interrupted Abel's thoughts. He looked up and saw an elf maid walking towards him. She was about the same age as Lorraine. "Sir, your residence has been arranged. Please come with me." The elf maid bowed towards Abel. The elf maid looked at Black Wind for a bit. She seemed to be a little afraid. That as it might be, she still mustered up the courage to walk towards Abel slowly. Abel nodded, jumped off from Black Wind, and followed behind the elf maid. Rather than trying to be a gentleman, it just felt weird for him to follow such a small elf on his giant Mount Wolf. The mansion was huge. As it sat on top of a mountain, its front entrance was facing right towards the ocean. After walking across a bridge, Abel had to go past 2 squares and a garden to arrive at a small yard consisting of a white jade tower and a small orchid. The elven maid said, "Welcome to your residence, sir. Pull on these ropes here if you have anything you want to ask. There will be servants at your service throughout the day. If you don't have anything to ask me now, I shall return to sorting out some other chores." "Excuse me, what status is the owner of this place?" Abel still didn't know who the master of this place was. His best guess was that, whoever they were, they must be very important in Angstrom City. "Sir, there must be a reason that our master didn't tell you. We'll start to know when the master finds the right time to tell you. If there isn't anything else you'd like to ask, you'll have to excuse me now." The elf maid refused to answer Abel's question. After bowing to him, she exited the yard after seeing Abel shaking his head. There really wasn't much to ask, so Abel allowed her to go back to whatever she was doing. Abel was starting to get a better understanding of how good these elves were living. Damn, this courtyard for guests was almost 1/4 of the main building of Harry Castle. Imagine how big the whole mansion would have to be. As Abel took a few steps inside the white jade tower, he could see that the entire building was filled with lighting circles. This was about the most expensive light for purchase in the human world. However, here, it was just something that even the guests could use. The tower was divided into 2 floors, each with a height of more than 5 meters. The top had a double-arched roof. Huge and delicate were Abel's first impression of the house. In almost any detail that was visible to the eyes, the elves have dedicated themselves to put in as many decorations as they could. This just showed how persistent they were in pursuing beauty and everything that was good. Whether it was the pattern of floor tiles made of different colors on the ground, or the carved patterns on the stair railings, or the huge crystal windows in the bedroom, everything was showing how wealthy the owners of this place was. Came to the bedroom, it lay down beside the big bed and closed its eyes to rest. Recently, Black Wind's rest time has increased significantly. Abel thought that something was wrong, but after looking into Black Wind's mind and scanning it with his power of the will, there wasn't any problem that he could find. Abel didn't know much about Mount Wolves. He didn't know why Black Wind was sleeping so much. Marcy the trainer was not with him, so it wasn't like he could ask someone. Thankfully enough, it wasn't like Black Wind was sick or anything. It would still fight when enemies come, so there weren't a lot of problems with it taking a few more naps. As the sky gradually darkened, the purple lights began to flash from the city walls. Purple due to the rise of water vapor, a cloud of mist formed in the air, which made the city look like something that came out of a fairy tale. The elf maid appeared again. This time she was carrying a set of nightgowns. She bowed respectfully to Abel. "Sir, our master has just invited you to dinner. I've brought you a gown here that's customized according to your body size." Abel was a little surprised. He didn't expect the owner of this place to be so thoughtful. Actually, he was wearing a set of elven leather armor leather right now. It would be disrespectful if he was to attend while wearing this. After receiving the gown, Abel declined the elf maid when she offered to help him wear it. He decided to change his clothes himself after taking a shower in the bathroom. When he came out of the room, the nightgown fitted perfectly around his body. Even the maid was looking kind of shy for a moment. Abel as a noble commander, a third-level wizard, a blacksmith master, and an experienced traveler looked unique already. Combined with the nightgown that was made just for him, he looked both unique and powerful in a very one-of-a-kind way. The dinner was held in a hall full of night pearls. There were not many people participating. Only 5 people attended, a young elven couple, Lorraine's sister, Lorraine and Abel. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Edwina Doyle, Lorraine's mother, Grand Duke of the Elves, and the Lord of Angstrom City. The female elf of the couple bowed slightly when she introduced herself. Your Excellency, Grand Duke Edwina, I, the roaming elf Bennett, show my regards to you. Abel instinctively stood up and bowed after hearing such an important title being called out. Mr. Bennett. Please let me call you that from now on. No matter what your status is. You've saved my dear little daughter. She is the apple of Duke Albert's and my eyes. The male elf standing next to Grand Duke Edwina bowed and smiled. Grand Duke Edwina continued, "You have our thanks for your heroic deed." After speaking, both Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert stood up and bowed to Abel, and Abel responded with his own bow. My name is Carrie, Lorraine's sister. Thanks for saving my little sister. Lorraine's sister also stood up and bowed. It was only a coincidence. Please, you are all being too kind here, Abel said hastily. Let's skip the formality, then, Mr. Bennett. Why don't we talk about your identity then? Grand Duke Edwina said with a smile. Abel couldn't help but feel startled. He turned back to look at Lorraine. He thought that Lorraine told her family who he actually was, yet Lorraine looked just as confused as him. Grand Duke Edwina asked, Mr. Bennett, Lorraine didn't tell me anything about you. Your transformation was flawless. Except for a few elves in our elves' royal family, I assure you no one could see through it. I couldn't see through all of your disguises, though. If I may ask, are you a human or an orc? Your Excellency, Grand Duke Edwina, since you already knew. I will no longer conceal the fact that I'm a human. My name is Abel Harry. Due to some problems with my identity, combined with the fact that elves do not want to be in contact with humans, I decided to hide my true identity whilst coming to Angstrom City. Again, I apologize for lying to all of you, Abel said and bowed. Human, Grand Duke Edwina frowned slightly. I thought the last transformation necklace was in the hands of the orcs. Your Excellency, Grand Duke Edwina. Do you know about the transformation necklace? Abel asked surprisingly. The transformation necklace has always been Abel's deepest secret. It was one of the few escape tools he had. If Grand Duke Edwina could see through, he couldn't really leave Angstrom City without leaving any trace. The transformation necklace was originally owned by the elves and by the moon goddess. There were 5 in total. As countless years have passed, 3 of these 5 transformation necklaces have been damaged. 1 went missing, and 1 was stored in the secret royal chamber. The body of the elf you've turned into was a real elf that existed. If there's no moon, Goddess Kai comes from yourself. I would have not been able to see through your disguise, Grand Duke Edwina explained. Abel Harry, this name is really familiar, Duke Albert commented. Master Abel, the youngest blacksmith master of the humans, am I correct? Your Excellency, Duke Albert, you are absolutely correct on that one. Abel nodded and admitted. Abel didn't dare to undo his transformation. If he did, the clothes he was wearing would be ripped off. He didn't want to show off his naked muscles in public. Edwina, I like this guy. He's kind of like me when I was younger, said Duke Albert to Grand Duke Edwina with a big smile. Duke Albert came here because he heard about Abel's deeds. What Abel achieved in the humans' world was very significant. You mean the part where you keep getting into trouble, said Grand Duke Edwina with a glance at Duke Albert. Grand Duke Edwina turned back and said to Abel, Lorraine's identity is very special. She has been marked by the moon goddess from birth. We call her the Chosen One. Apart from basic mandatory education, her growth must be in accordance with nature's course. Thus, we have no way to stop Lorraine if she becomes fond of you. Mother, Lorraine whispered bashfully. Abel, Grand Duke said solemnly, no matter what your identity is, I have a few questions to ask you. If your answer dissatisfies me, I will still stop your relationship with my daughter even if it means offending the gods. Yes, Your Excellency, Abel said earnestly. First of all, do you know how old Lorraine is? Age works every differently for humans and elves. Humans become an adult at the age of 18, but elves become adults when they are 80. Lorraine is 50 years old now, are you fine with that? Grand Duke Edwina looked at Abel's eyes and asked. Your Excellency, Grand Duke Edwina, age is not a problem. Abel answered this question with a smile on his face. Apart from Lorraine here, the other 3 elves here were all strong enough to tell if he was lying or not. Abel was honest, he figured it out a while ago. Technically, his mental age was similar to Lorraine's, which actually made them a good match. Grand Duke Edwina nodded, then asked, Lorraine will have a minimum lifespan of 600 years. Are you confident that you can stay with her forever? Your Excellency, my training gives me a lot more years to live than most humans. At least for humans my age, there are not many people who can surpass my current levels. I'm sure that I'll have enough time to continue progressing. Yes, you are a third-level wizard, Abel. 14-year-old third-level wizards are very rare these days. Actually, there hasn't been one around before, said Duke Albert. Duke Albert, I'm also a knight, Abel said with a flash of golden light, and a golden combat Kai armor appeared around his body. Dear spirit, what am I looking at? Duke Albert screamed. He couldn't believe it when he saw the combat Kai armor around Abel. Abel, you are a prodigy. No one has made the accomplishment that you have at age 14. You have passed this question. Grand Duke Edwina nodded with a smile. The last question is that Lorraine will be locked up for her training for about 20 years. Can you wait that long for her? Asked Grand Duke Edwina with a smile. In fact, up until now, Grand Duke Edwina was very satisfied with Abel. She would have preferred an actual elf, but still, she really liked him. With the confidence and skills that he had, he might just become the supreme ruler of the Holy Continent. Yes, I can wait, Abel said in an affirmative tone. He was surprised that Lorraine would have to undergo a 20-year closed-up training. He certainly did not expect it when she just came back home. Actually, the 20-year grounding might just be her punishment for running away from home. After all, 20 years was not a lot of time for elves. 20 years was longer than what Abel expected, but he could focus on his training during this time. On a positive note, he wouldn't have to worry about Lorraine being kidnapped while he was busy improving himself. Lorraine is going to have her closed-up practice after dinner. Something serious happened during the time she left. The elders in the royal family were very angry. They asked Lorraine to have her closed-up practice immediately. They didn't want her to come out until she was old enough to protect herself, apparently, Duke Albert explained. Could I talk to Lorraine for a while? Abel asked. Of course, you can go now. Duke Albert waved to Abel before Grand Duke Edwina could say anything to him. Abel bowed, then came to Lorraine. Lorraine was also very reluctant to be separated from him, but right now, the elders were extremely angered because the Chosen One was almost sold off as a slave. While no one was allowed to interfere with the life of the Chosen One, they could have her locked in a room for the purpose of having her undergo training. 20 years is not that long. Hey, how about we go out when we see each other again? Abel said in the most relaxed way that he knew how. Just like Lorraine, Abel was very sad that they had to part ways for 20 years. Yet, it was not in his place to make decisions for the elves. The only thing he could do was to persuade Lorraine to finish her practice as early as she could. That way, she might just get out of her training room a lot earlier. But Abel, you're always in trouble. I'm worried about you, Lorraine said softly. Abel's face blushed when he heard Lorraine saying that him. He wanted to pretend that he didn't know. But Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert were looking at them with the biggest grins ever. Abel said as he quickly reached for his portal bag, You are worried. What, I thought you know how strong I am. Come on, if I do get in trouble, I know my way out. Abel continued as he handed his gifts. I didn't think that you'd be locked for 20 years. Here, I don't think that these will be enough, but, take them. There were about 50 bottles of elven perfume. most of them flashing in blue light arcs of light. As Lorraine opened one out of curiosity, intoxicating aroma spread out around him. For a second there, even Grand Duke Edwina and Carrie lost their consciousness. The formula for Abel's elven perfume was about the most basic one there was. Yet, after the ingredients was synthesized by the Horadric Q, the resulting product became far better than most bottles that were available. Actually, Abel's elven perfume might not be the best one there was, but it definitely was the most unique one. Instead of enjoying its smell with your nose, you could literally savor it with your own soul. Carrie glanced at Lorraine. She didn't say any word, but her hand was reaching out towards her. Despite being a little bit reluctant, Lorraine handed the elven perfume to her older sister. Carrie placed the elven perfume in front of her nose, sniffed gently, and closed her eyes for a while. "Mother," she called out to Grand Duke Edwina with a calm look on her face, "this elven perfume can purify souls. It's not very effective, but I know that it can." To elves, especially high-level druids, having a pure soul meant being able to communicate better with animals and plants. The higher the level of a druid, the purer the soul must be. Thus, items such as Abel's elven potion were extremely precious for them. Oh, Grand Duke Edwina lifted her chin for a bit. She reached out her hand, and the bottle of the elven perfume flew into her hand. Abel was almost terrified to see that. Grand Duke Edwina did not cast any spells to do that. She was grabbing the potion with her power of the will, almost as if it had a physical form. When wizards use their power of the will for an attack, it's usually a, psychic attack. That being said, having the power of using your power of the will for a physical attack was nothing short of insanity. Most impressive, this elven perfume can purify souls. Not only that, but it also works on souls of any level. Grand Duke Edwina applauded, then threw a smile towards Lorraine. Lorraine, since there are so many bottles here, how about you keep 10 of them and give the rest of them to your mother?" Abel didn't expect that his elven perfume would be this popular. Truth be told, he was just trying to make something nice for Lorraine. Despite how unwilling Lorraine was to give out her potions, she still nodded her head to her mother. Abel jumped in as he saw this. "Your Excellency, I'm the one who made these potions. If you want some as well, please, I'll be perfectly happy to brew some more for you." Abel made his stance clear. As so, Grand Duke Edwina smiled back to Lorraine. "If Abel said so, sure. You should keep these elven perfumes to yourself then, Lorraine, but remember, don't carry the bottles in a box. Hide the bottles on yourself, otherwise those seniors might just take them away." Lorraine wasn't stopping there. As she stared at the bottle in Carrie's hand, Carrie just put in her own portal bag. "It's mine now, Lorraine," she said in a very succinct voice. Abel held back the smile as he looked at these sisters. Carrie's personality was very different from Lorraine's. Lorraine's personality was passive and easygoing, but Carrie's a more independent think, and hard to get along with. "Here, Lorraine," Abel took out some more bottles. "Have some ration potions. I made them just a while ago. I've got apple flavor. These are grape flavored. These are orange flavored." As Lorraine saw the many gifts Abel had for her, she felt like her heart was melting from happiness. She said softly to Abel, "Thank you so much, Abel, but I can't take them all away with me. Don't you need some ration potion for yourself too?" Abel replied, "I can make more for myself if I want. Just take these. You'll need them when you're being locked up in a cave. Besides, even if you can't carry them." Abel took out a crystal ball from his pocket. "This is a portal ball. It's perfect for you. You don't need any mana to use it. Just use your power of the will, and it will be activated." Abel had no idea how valuable his portal ball was. In truth, it was not something that was naturally produced on the Holy Continent. It was actually an object rewarded by the great evil being when the Duergars did their worship whilst sacrificing their own kind. Like the Kong spiritual beast bag, it was extremely valuable because it did not require any mana to be used. "Lorraine," Abel sighed as he watched Lorraine putting her items inside the portal ball. "I wanted to give you a surprise. I didn't think that it's going to be our parting gift." "Don't worry, Abel. The lifespan of a normal elf is 600 years. I can sign a life contract with you, and that's going to give you half of my lifespan. I'll miss you, Abel. I'll miss you every day. We'll be together for 300 years, so 20 years is actually short." Lorraine blushed as she glanced towards her parents, who were too busy looking at the elven perfumes in their hands. "Promise me, Lorraine, Don't you ever do something stupid like that, Abel said in a firm yet gentle voice. Live as well as you can, and I'll train as hard as I can. Since I am a rank 3 wizard now, my lifespan is already at about 180 years. In the future, I'm going to be stronger. And that's going to make me live longer. Oh, sorry, I did the math wrong. Since you can live up to 180 years old now, and I can for 600 years if I divide by 2. Abel interrupted Lorraine before she finished speaking. When I get stronger in the future, I'll also live a lot longer. Do you understand that, Lorraine? After 20 years, we'll spend every day together. The important thing for you to do now is to train yourself properly. I'll always protect you, Lorraine, but you must be able to protect yourself as well. The dinner that night felt very sad. As Grand Duke Edwina told Abel to stay, Carrie took Lorraine out of the house. It's going to be a while before Abel could see Lorraine again. Watching as the tears came out of Lorraine's eyes, Abel wondered if he should ever bring her back home at all. As the two had their final look at each other, Abel opened his mouth as though to say something. I'll come to visit you. Abel didn't actually say it out, but that looked like what he was trying to say, judging from the shapes that his mouth was making. Abel, I know what you have done in the human world. While I will let you keep your identity as an elf. Angstrom City, you will be allowed to live here for some time being. Actually, live here for a while. I need to know more about my future son-in-law. Grand Duke Edwina's words made it difficult for Abel to refuse. According to Abel's original plan, he wanted to leave Angstorm City and continued his life as a mercenary. Either that, he could also be an adventurer that trains himself during his journey. But since Grand Duke Edwina said it, he might just be an elf for the time being. Living in Angstorm City wasn't too bad. In fact, Abel could learn a lot of new things here. Besides, since this entire place was governed by Grand Duke Edwina, safety wouldn't be a problem at all. Even if the Wizard Union knew that he was here, no one dared to come here to kill him. Your Excellency, I will obey your orders, Abel bowed. Grand Duke Edwina nodded with satisfaction. In order for you to live a more comfortable in Angstrom City, I will grant you the title of an aristocrat, a title of a lord. As the payment for the elven perfumes you are giving me, I'll give you your own villa. You are not going to decline, are you? Yes, Your Excellency. It's normal that Abel didn't argue with Grand Duke Edwina for these things. He was no longer an ordinary man. Being a lord was not that important to him anymore. As for money, it's always nice to have some, but it's not important to both him and Grand Duke Edwina. Duke Albert watched as the maid walked Abel out of the dining room. He turned to look at Grand Duke Edwina. Edwina, do you really want to marry your daughter to a human? Grand Duke Edwina replied, Are you saying that we should lock up our daughter after telling her that she can't be with her lover? What if she fails her training because of that? Yes, that's what I'm saying. Duke Albert replied, then sighed, She's just the same as you, won't she? You are both so stubborn. Grand Duke Edwina said with a smile, 20 years. It will be a test for both of them. Time will dilute everything. Their bond might be strong now, but we'll never know what happens in the future. Duke Albert still had more questions. Okay, so if 20 years have passed and their love for each other is just as strong, will you bless them from the bottom of your heart? If they can wait 20 years for each other, what else can stop them? You know, I actually like Abel. If he was a real elf, there wouldn't be anything wrong with him. Grand Duke Edwina continued, Master of Blacksmith, Knight Commander, 3rd-level wizard, and a talented alchemist. Judging from the data we have on him, he might just be equal to us in 20 years. There was something very important that Grand Duke Edwina didn't say. She didn't talk about her psychic ability, which allowed her to sense what other people are thinking. From her mind reading, Grand Duke Edwina could tell what kind of person Abel was. While he was human, he truly considered elves as his equals. This was true even when he was being served by an elven maid. If a man like him could rule the human world, it would be good for the entire elvenkind. That was why she was so good to Abel. She almost didn't do anything that would trouble him. If she could help him, she even offered opportunities for him to improve himself. As he returned to his residence, Abel took out his seclusion circle and opened up the Akara's tent. For tonight, his mission was to make as many refined elven potions as he could. While the other potion masters would need a flash of light to do it, he planned to make 40 blue quality bottles in one run. Abel didn't know how likely it was for an intermediate alchemist to have a flash of light. but judging from the way Lorraine talked about, it must be very, very unlikely. He was different, though. By using the Akara's alchemy bottle, he would have a 100% success rate when he tried to turn white potions into blue potions. If Abel wanted to impress Grand Duke Edwina, he would need to use both his Horadric cube and the Akara's alchemy bottle. Fortunately, there were enough materials in Akara's tent. Besides, he was already very familiar with the elven perfume after enhancing his soul with the soul potion. In other words, he was already a better alchemist now. Finally, 50 bottles of the blue-quality elven perfume were refined before dawn, 40 for Grand Duke Edwina, and 10 more for Carrie as presents. Since Carrie was Lorraine's older sister, Abel knew she was going to be good to her. Yet he thought if he could impress her with his presence, she might just be a lot nicer to Lorraine once they were in the closed land. After opening the seclusion circle, Abel took out a bottle of ration potion and fed it to Black Wind. He was still really worried about how much it was sleeping. He even told the maid to feed it barbecue yesterday, but it just slept again after 2 bites. While Abel was thinking to himself, he was disturbed by the sound of someone stepping on the floor tiles. He was a little annoyed by that. Normally, no one should come in without his permission. Abel stopped getting angry when he saw that it was Carrie. She was the owner of this place, after all, and he wanted to ask her a favor. Abel greeted with a bow, "Good morning, Madam Carrie." Instead of showing any attention to Abel's gesture, Carrie just looked at Black Wind, which was still lying on the ground. "You need to provide your Mount Wolf with some magic gemstones," she said with a blank look on her face. "What might have happened to Black Wind, madam?" Abel asked in surprise. He didn't know that an elf like Carrie would know how to treat a Mount Wolf. "So its name is Black Wind." "Well, isn't it ranking up too fast recently? Look how sleepy it is." This is what happens when you don't give your spiritual beast enough time to adapt to its changes. It gets stronger when you rank it up, but it's going to lose a large amount of energy from inside its body. When that happens, you have to provide it with some magic gemstones. Remember, the stones have to be in the same element group as Black Wind. Carrie was surprisingly articulate when she's explaining something. It was almost like she was a completely different person. She didn't like to talk, but when she did, you could understand a lot from listening to her. Abel turned around. As he patted Black Wind's neck twice, he said to Carrie, "Thank you so much for the advice, Madam Carrie." "You're welcome. Here, this is what Lorraine asked me to bring to you," Carrie said. Then she gave Abel a book with a sheepskin cover. She just left after that. "Please wait," Abel called Carrie quickly. "What's wrong?" Carrie asked. As it turned out, she only talked a lot when she was trying to be informative. "Here are 50 bottles of elven perfume. Please help me to give 40 bottles of them to Grand Duke Edwina. The remaining 10 bottles are for you." "Sure," Carrie replied. Without trying to be polite about it, she inserted all 50 bottles of the elven perfume into her portal bag. Again, she just left after that. After Abel got up and sent Carrie to leave, the first thing that he did was to open up the sheepskin book that he received. The first page of the book was an alchemy recipe. From the descriptions that he read, he noticed that this was an upgrade version of a basic recipe. Basically, it was a recipe for an intermediate alchemist. "She just knows what I need, doesn't she?" Abel murmured as he turned to the second page. The second page of the sheepskin book was titled Skin Lotion. According to the text, a skin lotion was a skin-cleansing medicine for women. Once used, it could make the skin smoother and more elastic. It's also good for whitening the skin. Abel had a bad feeling at this. As he immediately turned to the third page, he could see the page is titled Hair Conditioner. The hair conditioner, apparently, was for keeping the hair healthy. The fourth page was titled Beauty Potion. According to the text, it could maintain one's facial appearance regardless of age. This was basically a women's beauty encyclopedia. Apart from the beauty potion, everything else was just beauty care products. Hair conditioner, skin lotion, they're just like the elven potion. Did Lorraine actually pick this for Abel? Abel was starting to have some serious doubts now. Wait, maybe Carrie added some contents when Lorraine handed her this book. Was that it? Among the tallest tower in Angstrom City, Grand Duke Edwina pushed open a wooden carved door gently and looked at the elder female elf who was using a strange device to observe the sky. Her hair was pure white, and her face was old with lots of wrinkles. "Good morning, Master Mara," Grand Duke Edwina greeted. Duke Edwina, the star this morning shines particularly bright. It's indicating that today will be a lucky day. I suppose I should be making my soul-enhancing potion later then. It's been 2 years since you tried to develop the soul-enhancing potion. How is it progressing? Grand Duke Edwina asked. After hearing that Master Mara was going to make the brew, based on her own luck, things were probably not going too well for her. Master Mara shook her head. Duke Edwina, if I manage to make it before the day I pass away, I will finally live up to the title the elves have granted me. Master Mara was an honorary master, which was because the alchemists didn't have a real master rank. There were 2 ways to become an honorable master. The first way was by fusing master-class alchemy items. Such an approach would be centered around doing research on particular items. Thus, a large number of formulas and materials would be required. The cost could be tremendous, but one could be recognized as a master alchemist even if she was to have a very low success rate in her work. Another type of honorary masters were the ones who contributed to inventing or upgrading alchemy recipes. Master Mara belonged in this category. Throughout her career, she developed a variety of some very practical recipes for the elves. Her specialty was in the field of potion fusing. Whilst being sponsored by Grand Duke Edwina, she got the chance to investigate into making soul-enhancing potions. If she were to succeed, the druids would make a lot more progress with their training routine. Master Mara, please have a look at this. Grand Duke Edwina took out a bottle of a blue elven perfume. It's one of the 40 bottles that Carrie delivered to her early in the morning. Master Mara took the blue elven perfume and observed the liquid in the bottle. This is a normal elven perfume. There's nothing special about the way it's made or what it's made of. Master Mara gently opened the bottle cap of the blue elven perfume and sniffed it in front of her nose. After a while, her face was full of excitement, and it seemed like she had found what she was pursuing. When she put the lid back on, her eyes became sharpened. She turned and looked at Edwina. This potion has a soul-purifying effect. I need to know who made it. What kind of talent do you need to have make ordinary potions have a soul-purifying effect? Duke Edwina asked instead of answering the question. What did you find in this bottle of elven perfume? Tell me everything that you knew about it. While Master Mara was eager to test the potion as well, she still let Grand Duke Edwina make her decision at first. You'll have to wait, Duke Edwina. I'm going to do the testing later. But are you sure that you want this to be tested? I'll have to use up the whole bottle then. Master Mara, just test as much as you want. If there was not enough, I still have more, said Grand Duke Edwina with a careless wave. Since she could tell how happy her eldest daughter was in the morning, she must have known that Abel has made enough blue potions for everyone. Master Mara took the elven perfume to the alchemy table, poured one of the elven perfume into 10 crystal test tubes, and dripped different liquids into the crystal tubes. She then applied quick fermentation to each crystal test tube, and soon the 10 crystal test tubes showed different colors. No, this is impossible. Master Mara shook the crystal test tube in her hand vigorously, as if she was not satisfied with the result in front of her. She dipped the liquid in one of the test tubes with her finger, put it in her mouth, spit it out quickly, and picked up another crystal test tube. Duke Edwina found that Master Mara was in a bad mood and said softly, Master Mara, if you have trouble with the test, you should test it slowly. There is no need to rush. Duke Edwina, please hand me another bottle of elven perfume, Master Mara demanded as she put down her test tube. Duke Edwina said she handed another potion to Master Mara. There was enough for you to test. If you have any questions, I can call the alchemist who made it and have him come here in person. I wouldn't dare to, Duke Edwina, Master Mara said as she continued her testing. Whoever's done this, he's already a much better alchemist than I'll ever be. Please, instead of letting him come to me, I'll show him my respect by visiting him myself. Grand Duke Edwina seemed to underestimate the blue elven perfume, which she thought was helpful for the research. Perhaps Master Mara saw something that she didn't see. There was only one master alchemist in this room. After all, the second test did calm Master Mara down a little. She drained the liquid from the crystal test tubes and then started to clean the crystal test tube carefully. During the cleaning process, her expression became calmer and calmer. After cleaning all the alchemy utensils, she was back to her calm, wise self. Grand Duke Edwina, this master is incredible. From what I just tested, the materials he used were the most common ones, but he was able to utilize the full potential of each of them. Actually, not fully. He might just exceeded their potentials. Could it be? Did he increase the required quantities of each ingredient? Master Mara wasn't sure if she was accurate. If the person who made this recipe actually changed the number of its ingredients, he would not only have to change the proportion of the materials that were added, but he'd also have to restart the entire recipe from scratch. And if that was the case, then what she was looking at now was a completely new recipe. By increasing the level of the potion recipe itself, the materials used to make it are also upgraded. However, that didn't explain why the potion had a soul-purifying effect to it. Master Mara paused and asked, "If I may ask this directly, madam, who made this?" "His name is Bennett, a junior alchemist who just learned alchemy." Grand Duke Edwina replied. She did not want to reveal Abel's identity, so she only introduced his pseudonym. How could that be? If he was a junior alchemist, how did he manage to do all this? How did he use the materials? How did he learn to readjust the formula? Instead of actually demanding an answer from Grand Duke Edwina, Master Mara continued to ask, "Where is he? Can I meet him?" The Duke of Edwina nodded and said, "Yes, I have arranged a place for him to live in the city. You are free to visit him at any time." Grand Duke Edwina did not tell Master Mara about the dozens of bottles of blue elven perfume in the package. She didn't want to tell her that Abel made 40 bottles of them in one night either. Judging the way Master Mara reacted just now, she would probably have a heart attack if she were to know what Abel was actually capable of. Abel stood in front of a white villa. He looked at the familiar street in front of him. This street was very similar to the Triumph Boulevard in Bakong City. Actually, the designer of Triumph Boulevard copied the design of the Lamb Road. No wonder Lorraine liked the Triumph Boulevard. She always talked about how that place looked like her hometown. While standing here at the Lamb Road, Abel also felt like he was back in Bakong City. Abel's villa was about the same place as the mansion near Triumph Boulevard. Maybe Grand Duke Edwina told him to go there on purpose. Whether or not that was the case, he was very satisfied with this arrangement. "Greetings, Master Bennett. I'm your butler, Brewer." A middle-aged elf in a black gown stood in front of the steps of the door and said with a bow. The 4 elf servants standing behind him also bow with him. "Brewer, this Black Wind, a dear companion mine." Abel slightly moved away, and Black Wind protruded its head behind him. With a curious glance at Brewer, it nodded its head as though greeting Brewer. Black Wind's mouth contained a yellow middle-level magic stone, which was an electric middle-level magic stone. After listening to Carrie's advice, he decided to use the stone to replenish Black Wind's energy. Brewer was startled by Black Wind's huge body, but his good manners told him to remain calm. As Black Wind nodded its head at him, he also nodded back to it. "Can you take me to tour around this area, Brewer?" Abel requested. He knew that everything here was arranged by Duke Edwina. That being said, he didn't have to do much to keep everything in place around here. Since Brewer was a real butler, he could do a good job organizing everything by himself. "Yes, master, please follow me." Brewer straightened up. Since Abel recognized him as his own butler, Brewer immediately referred to Abel as his own master. After signaling the servants to step down, he took Abel to look around the elven-style villa. Brewer said as he showed Abel around, all the flowers and plants in this yard were transplanted from the gardens in the Grand Duke's house. As you can see here, even the fish in this pool were delivered from the lake in the inner city. Brewer led Abel into the door of the villa. They saw a white stone avenue with exotic green plants on both sides, and a small pond with gold and silverfish swimming inside. Brewer was a professional butler. His family has been a butler for generations. He had just lost his job because of an accident with his former master's family. After that, Brewer was hired by Grand Duke to manage the villa. Brewer was not sure about what his new master would be like. All he knew was that even the Grand Duke helped Abel to move in. Also, the great druids were helping overnight to move in a large number of precious flowers and trees to this villa. Brewer thought that the Grand Duke was trying to build herself a new villa. Yet, all of this was given to a young elf, whose name he has never even heard of before. Brewer came from a line of butlers, so something like this just shouldn't happen. So far, after spending some time with Abel, he could tell that Abel was a noble elf. Apart from that, he didn't know much else about him. Abel followed the butler Brewer in the new villa. He knew all the spots here. The decoration here was almost a replica of the courtyard where he lived with Grand Duke Edwina, with the ultimate decoration and luxurious ornaments. Everything was decorated in elf style. After walking around the main building, Abel said, "Okay, Brewer, here's how I'm going to put up securities in this building. During the day, I'll make it so that anyone can come in, but at night, I will arrange a defensive circle to separate the main building from the outside." Brewer replied as he pointed at the tiles around the main building, "But sir, this main building already has a defensive circle. The main control array is in your bedroom. The defensive circle is hidden around the main building." Oh, Abel sighed. Well, that's very thoughtful, whoever designed this building. For Brewer, it was the first time that he had seen a magic circle, like the one in this building. He wasn't going to tell that to Abel, obviously. The magic circle around the M building was not an ordinary one. Something like it could only be arranged by several powerful great druids or wizards. For regular elves, it's pretty much near impossible to break through. After Brewer stepped down, Abel came to the hall. The long wooden table in the middle of the hall was made of a hard iron-cloud timber, which was normally used to make alchemy tables. That being said, it was strange to see it being used as a regular table. Abel placed the book with sheepskin cover that he received from Lorraine on the long wooden table and took out a set of ordinary alchemy tools. He needed to use the soul-enhancing potion to quickly master these recipes. Only by mastering a few more recipes could he be promoted to become an intermediate alchemist. The materials for skin lotion and conditioner were already available to Abel. In fact, he has already bought enough to make 30 of each potion, which was just enough to let him master making them. Not the beauty potion, though. Since the material he needed to make it was quite rare, he had to wait for the right opportunity to actually brew it. So far, the only recipes Abel knew were mostly for women's beauty care. He learned them from Lorraine. He didn't really care, though, as long as he could keep making them improve his alchemy skills. Since Abel was also training to become a wizard, he spent most of his time practicing spells. If he didn't keep his balance right, he would be spending too much time on alchemy instead of on his wizard training. Fortunately, Abel had a soul-enhancing potion, which could him learn a lot faster than he normally could. Unfortunately, there weren't a lot of soul-enhancing potions left. After bringing them back from the Dark World, Abel had already used 1 bottle on White Cloud, which meant that was 6 bottles left. It made a lot of sense that Abel would want to keep his soul-enhancing potion. After all, the soul-enhancing potion could not only strengthen one's power of the will, it could also help to boost his thinking process in a short period of time. If there was something difficult that Abel wanted to learn, like crafting a certain potion, for example, he could make a lot of progress by drinking the soul-enhancing potion. After consuming it, his brain would be fired up so much that it could actually create a super realistic mental simulation, which he could use to practice acquiring the skills through his own imagination. As precious as this ability was, he had to save as much soul-enhancing potions as he could to use them at the right time. Now was the right time. After drinking 1 bottle of the soul-enhancing potion, Abel's brain started to remember things at full speed. Just by flipping the pages of a book, Abel already remembered all the contents in it. Just by imagining it, Abel could see an alchemy table inside his own mind. On the alchemy table, there was a full set of alchemy equipment. There was also an imaginary person standing in front of the table. He could also see the ingredients of the 3 potions he wanted to learn. As the imaginary man started practicing some of the common techniques used in alchemy, such as rapid ablation, precise filtration, refinement, purification by distillation, accelerated corruption, uniform calcination, and fast fermentation, Abel could start seeing the materials to change their shape. While the final stage, the sublimation process, would sometimes fail, the rate of success would always increase. Abel started to understand more and more about the alchemy as he was continuously forging using the 3 recipes. However, it consumed a lot of energy he gained from the soul-enhancing potion. And halfway through the forging progress, the effect of 1 bottle of soul elixir had been used up. When that happened, he went from being able to pick up everything in an instant to being confused about everything. As Abel moved his hand, another soul-enhancing potion appeared in his hand. He drank it without hesitation. The virtual figure his brain started to fuse again, and the basic alchemy recipe in Abel's brain began to shine. and the light became more and more abundant. When the light covered up the whole basic alchemy recipe, the basic alchemy recipe turned into dark gold color. If Abel didn't have any intermediate alchemy recipe with him, he could only become a semi-intermediate alchemist. That being said, he had to upgrade his basic recipes first if he wanted to achieve his full potential. Since Lorraine knew how fast Abel could learn, the sheepskin book she gave him was already in the intermediate rank. The basic alchemy recipe had transformed into a golden liquid under the effect of soul-enhancing potion and Abel's power of the will. Then the golden liquid turned into a spot of ink. One by one, the intermediate alchemy recipe was drawn, and every corner and depth had been drawn out carefully. Drawing alchemy recipes did not require spending one's mana, but it did require a lot of power of the will. Abel was a wizard that had 30 points on his power of the will. He had more than enough to use. Without any errors, a perfect golden dark alchemy recipe appeared in his mind. Meanwhile, Grand Duke Edwina and Master Mara were standing at the door side. Usually Abel would have sensed their sudden appearance, but right now he was completely occupied by his imaginary training. When Duke Edwina and Master Mara came in, they saw a dark golden aura surrounding Abel's body. Yet, there was no mana or combat kai that was fuming out. Abel's was having a breakthrough with his alchemy skills. That was the only explanation. Master Mara was not surprised. If anything, since Abel could make a flash of light, like making critical hits, except in alchemy, and the elven perfume with the soul-purifying special effect, he should have become an intermediate alchemist much quicker. However, Duke Edwina was very surprised. From her understanding, Abel had just started learning alchemy and had just received his own intermediate alchemy recipe. He could only be a genius if he became an intermediate alchemist this quickly. Master Mara tried to speak, but was quickly stopped by Duke Edwina. It was at this moment that she realized how strange Abel was being. Abel suddenly moved his hand and gently grabbed the tools on the table. He held a crystal bottle in his hand, and his other hand was searching amongst the materials. He was searching for stuff he could use to make the skin lotion. It was a spectacular brew. Not only was Abel fast at making the potion, but the words he chanted out were also so fast that they were almost inaudible. He didn't make any mistakes, either. As Abel completed his fusing with one material, he immediately picked up another material. Although Master Mara had fused countless potions before, this was the first time that she had seen someone doing something like this. Abel's movements were very sophisticated, but they were several times faster than a normal alchemist. Actually, Master Mara wasn't even sure if she could make the simplest potion as fast as Abel. As the final progress ended, the mixture of materials in the bottles flashed out a stream of colorful lights. A bottle of skin lotion in blue arc appeared in Abel's hands, and a final flashed light promoted the skin lotion from white to blue. Grand Duke Edwina and Master Mara looked at each other. Abel had just become an intermediate alchemist, so how did the flash of light appear? He was just an intermediate alchemist. Suddenly, Abel tossed away the blue lotion. He was doing it like he was throwing away a piece of rubbish. His hand started to search for other materials, and a conditioner appeared on the table. Another round of fusing began. With the same speed and accuracy, while Abe did fail a few times, he didn't hesitate to restart the whole process. Grand Duke Edwina might not be familiar with the way Abel was brewing the potions, but he sure was making it look very easy. Once again, a bottle of conditioner was produced. The colorful light appeared again. A bottle of conditioner in blue arc light appeared in Abel's hand. At this point, there was no more soul-enhancing potion left. As Abel came back to his senses, he suddenly noticed the two more people in the room. While he was annoyed to be watched, his anger shriveled as he noticed who the two elves were. "Sorry, we didn't watch with your permission," Master said sincerely before Duke Edwina had said anything. "I brought Master Mara here to meet you," Grand Duke Edwina said. She knew that what she had done was wrong, but as Abel's teacher's teacher, she's the one who taught Lorraine, she just nodded her head without explicitly apologizing to him. Abel replied, "No, Grand Duke Edwina, it was all right. The fault was mine. I was the one who used the iron cloud wood table. Without permission. Let me introduce you to Master Alchemist Mara," Grand Duke Edwina said as she gestured to Master Mara. "Master Mara," Abel said in admiration as he saw the Master Alchemist in from him. "I, the Bennett Intermediate Alchemist, am pleased to be in your presence." Master Mara said respectfully, "No need to be so polite, alchemist of Bennett. I am only an honorary master, not a real alchemist. Actually, what you did just then has already far surpassed what I am capable of." It was hard to blame Master Mara. Every master alchemist would have been shocked by what Abel just did. Not only was Abel capable of producing blue-quality potions consistently, but he also produced 2 flashes of light in a row. Even for the best of the alchemists, something like that was simply just extraordinary. In fact, this was also because Grand Duke Edwina and Master Mara came at the right time. When Abel was fusing, he was in a state of epiphany. The brain overclocked and accelerated, and although every action at the time seemed fast to outsiders, it was very slow for an overclocked brain. And it wasn't like he didn't have any practices before. 2. Since he's already perfected the moves in his mental simulation, it wasn't hard for him to perform them out without flaws. Actually, there were still some differences between an imaginary brew and an actual one. While there were a lot of factors to consider in a real-life brew, the changes were often subtle and thus hard to notice. Yet, it was often these differences that were crucial in affecting the chances of producing a flash of light. The closer Abel was to his ideal brew, the easier it was to have a flash of light. When Abel shortened the time and processing process for the materials, he managed to perfectly execute the moves, which was why he produced 2 flashes of light in a row. "You're too humble, Master Mara. I am just a novice who has barely touched alchemy before. I'm sure that there's going to be a lot for me to learn." Abel bowed and said slightly, "What, you just started learning alchemy?" Master Mara shouted in disbelief as she turned to look at Grand Duke Edwina, to which Grand Duke Edwina nodded slightly to confirm. Master Mara said earnestly, "Alchemist of Bennett, I came to ask you about the elven perfume you fused. But after I witnessed how you make your brew, I notice how huge the gap is between a genius and a regular elf. Please, if you have the free time to spare, come to my alchemy room and I'll share my recipes with you." Master Mara was a person who loved talented people. It was definitely a good thing to have such an alchemist genius among the elves. Besides, judging from a lot of things she was observing, she knew that the relationship between Grand Duke Edwina and Bennett Alchemist was not unusual. On the other hand, it was treated as compensation for the Bennett Alchemist. Master Mara was shocked by how fast the Bennett Alchemist was making his potions. She felt like she could improve just by watching Abel doing his work, which was wonderful because of how hard it was to progress when you're already in the master rank. After hearing what Master Mara said, Abel realized that he accidentally answered the question of Master Alchemist had. It was about the blue elven perfume made from synthetic materials. For Duke Edwina, who was not yet proficient in alchemy, believed that Abel did have the ability to create a flash of light every time he brews a potion. If he couldn't, there was just no way that he could fuse more than 40 bottles of blue elven perfume in just one night. Both Duke Edwina and Master Mara felt satisfied when their questions were answered. Both of them stood up and left, and Abel quickly sent them out of the villa's door. Right now, Butler Brewer was convinced that the master he served had a high noble status. That being said, it was always something to be proud of when somebody like Duke Edwina and Master Mara visited your own master. Abel returned to the main building and immediately opened the intermediate defense circle. Although he wasn't doing anything special this time, he just had too many secrets that he had to keep from the other. He needed to be more careful, or there would be huge consequences if he were to be exposed. Abel had been busy escaping from his previous battles. He let his guard down after having a safe place to stay. If Master Mara saw him with the soul-enhancing potion, actually, Abel didn't want to think about it. It was just too scary to imagine such a thing. For the soul-enhancing potion to work, Abel couldn't just drink it. To increase his understanding of alchemy, as well as ranking himself up from being an intermediate alchemist, he must spend a huge amount of time practicing alchemy. However, for someone like him, real progress could come if he had dark gold alchemy tools. It's not like he didn't have dark gold alchemy tools, but he didn't feel quite comfortable using them even inside the intermediate defense circle. So, just to be safe, he decided to set up a seclusion circle while being inside the intermediate defense circle. Abel took out the Akara's alchemy bottle, without using the soul-enhancing potion to boost up his brain power. He wasn't sure if he could create a flash of light every time he brewed something. However, with Ekara's alchemy bottle, the results of his brew would certainly be a lot better. Thus, it was safer to upgrade the level of alchemy using the Ekara's alchemy bottle. Abel used the Horadric cube to fuse a semi-finished product and fused 3 more materials into one finished product. Finally, through promotion with Ekara's alchemy bottle, he was able to refine a more powerful blue-quality skin lotion and hair conditioner. Now then, Abel needed an identity to send these potions out in Angstrom City. Although Grand Duke Edwina promised to give him the title of a lord, being a lord was not going to allow him to learn the training techniques of the elves. Since Abel used 8 bottles of soul-enhancing potion to restore his Resurrection of Skeletons spell, it was now one of his favorite spells to use in combat. He could still do better, though. If he could learn the druid spells from the elves, he could, potentially, find new skills to integrate into his magic system. And how was he going to make the elves teach him how to cast druid spells? Why, he could start by giving them some soul-enhancing potions. Instead of being a noble elf, he could try to contact them under the title of an alchemist, which was about as unsuspicious as it could get. Wasn't like Abel could hide his alchemy skills, either. In just today, Master Mara has seen about every potion that he could make. Abel didn't think his alchemy level was quite high yet, but he could make about 6 different types of potions. 6, if he was to include the beauty potion that he had only brewed in his own imagination. Master Mara promised Abel that he could visit her at any time. She said she was willing to share her recipes with him. If Abel was to learn from her, he wasn't going to do it without giving anything in return, obviously. Yet, the only things he could make to impress an elven lady were his skin lotions and hair conditioners. Abel has always been very careful about some of the special functions that appeared in his Horadric cube. For example, he did notice when the elven perfume had a slight soul-purifying effect to it. Although his own soul was already too powerful to have any use of it, he never expected it to attract so much interest from Duke Edwina. And what would happen if Abel was to promote the elven perfume into dark gold quality? He was very eager to test it out with his Horadric cube, but such a feat could only be done in the dark world. He had to make sure that no one knew what he was doing. In one day, 30 bottles of blue quality lotion and 30 bottles of blue quality conditioner were put into the portal bag. After undoing his 2 circles, Abel saw Butler Brewer waiting at the front door. "Master, the Grand Duke has sent 2 formal dresses to you. It's for your honorary ceremony tomorrow morning," Brewer quickly reported. "Is there a carriage in this house, Brewer?" Abel asked. If he was going to visit Master Mara, traveling by carriage would be the proper way to do it. "Yes, Master, the carriage in this house is always ready to move you about," Brewer said and bowed. "Arrange the carriage. I will be leaving immediately, and today I'm going to pay a visit to Master Mara," Abel ordered. When Abel saw the carriage, he found that the super ox cart he originally used was completely different from the carriage in front of him. In terms of appearance, the carriage had a silver tone to it. From it inside and outside, the carriage was composed of countless silver wires. He could feel it. This carriage was equipped with a magic circle. "Master, this carriage has its own defense circle. It's the Grand Duke's way to send her regard to you," Brewer said and bowed. Even the carriage has a defense circle. Abel had thought that his super ox cart was the most expensive carriage in the world. There is always a taller mountain, so it seemed. The coachman of the carriage was a middle-aged elf. It was a little different from the elf whom Abel had seen before. His ears were obviously shorter, and his skin was much rougher. The coachman saw Abel looking at him and said, "Master, my name's Archie. I am a half-elf. My mother is a human and my father is an elf." "Will there be a lot of half-elves in the city?" Abel asked as he stepped onto the carriage. "Yes, there are thousands of half-elves like me in the elven city, where we can live on our own hands. In the human world, however, we cannot survive, because humans treat us as monsters. Most of our real home, including mine, is here in Angstrom City." The coachman quickly apologized as he looked down. "Sorry, sir, if I'm a little too emotional here. The truth is, half-elves don't have it easy." While Abel felt sympathy for the coachman, he also admired Duke Edwina to make these half-elves feel like they belonged somewhere. These half-elves were recognized in Angstrom City, and they could do something that regular elves couldn't. "Archie, go to Master Mara's alchemy room." Abel didn't know where Master Mara's alchemy room was, but he believed that the half-elf Archie would know the direction, just like in the human world. The coachman was very familiar with every street in the city because this was a coachman job. Yes, sir. Archie, the half-elven driver who drove 2 white horses, and the silver carriage began to speed up. Along the way, Abel discovered a strange phenomenon. Almost all the elven carriages and riders on the road, as long as they saw the carriage, gave way automatically. This allowed the carriage to reach the tallest tower in the city almost unhindered. When the silver carriage stopped, an elf maid came forward to help open the carriage door. When she saw Abel coming out of the carriage, she was very polite and bowed, although she was somewhat surprised. "Excuse me, my lord. What makes you come to visit this place?" Although the elf maid did not know Abel's identity, she did recognize the carriage in front of her. It was the private carriage at Grand Ducal Palace. Other than a few nobles in Grand Ducal Palace, no elves would dare to use the same carriage in Angstrom City. "Please inform that the Bennett alchemist has come to visit." "Master Mara," Abel said and bowed slightly. "Yes, sir, please wait for a moment, please." The elf maid bowed back and walked quickly into the tower. A few minutes later, Master Mara came to the gate. "I am extremely honored that you came to visit Bennett Alchemist." Master Mara bowed with a smile. As a fellow Master Alchemist, Master Mara spoke as soon as she met Abe. She was very enthusiastic, which made Abel feel her sincerity. "Master Mara, I am sorry to interrupt your research. Please forgive me for my imprudence." Abel bowed to Master Mara. No, it's okay, come in." "Let's talk inside," Master Mara said and showed the direction. The meeting room had a very simple interior design, which was very different from the other elven buildings Abel visited. Of course, almost all the ones Abel went to belonged to important figures, aristocrats, and so on. A long table and several tall back chairs. That's all there was in the meeting room. Master Mara wasn't planning to have a conversation here, though. Let's head to my alchemy room. We can talk a lot more freely there," Master Mara said as she walked up the stairs through the meeting room. Unlike the simple living room, there were a lot more things in the alchemy room. Abel hadn't even seen some of the tools before. There was the frozen circle that could preserve goods for a substantial amount of time, the flame circle that could be heated up at any time, the circle that could create mana water at any given time. There were countless circles that could do all sorts of different things, some of which Abel didn't even recognize. "Have a look at my collection of alchemy-related magic circles. These ones here, this was made by human wizards. These ones by the elves, and these ones by the dwarves." Judging from how interested Abel was, Master Mara took the patience to explain each circle one by one. She also introduced a lot of the alchemy equipment to him. Meanwhile, the elf maid came with 2 cups of fruit juice. They were placed on the table in the middle of the alchemy room. Master Mara gave a hand sign politely and invited Abel to sit down. "Master Mara, here's a little gift for you," Abel said, then took out 2 bottles of skin lotion and 2 bottles of conditioner from the portal bag. "Oh, such wonderful presents you have for me," Master Mara said ecstatically. To be honest, she wanted to examine the lotion and conditioner the first time she saw them. She was kind of rude at the time, however, so she never found the right opportunity to ask Abel. In fact, she didn't think that it'd be this easy to see the 2 items again. The 2 had a friendly meeting. On the way back, Abel was holding 2 recipes in his hands, which made him very satisfied with today's visit. The 2 recipes were from Master Mara. One was a recipe for the healing potion, and the other one was for the poison antidote. So why these 2? After learning about how unacquainted Abel was with alchemy recipes, Master Mara decided to give him the most basic and useful ones she had, which were recipes for medicinal purposes. Healing medicine was a healing potion that could treat minor injuries and suppress severe injuries. This kind of potion was very scarce in the human world. The reason for that was because most of the ingredients could only be found in the Double Moon Forest. As for the poison antidote potion, it's obviously meant for curing poisons. That wasn't it, though. It was also a potion which could not only neutralize most types of poison, but it could also suppress the effects of certain types of poison that were more severe. Just like the healing potion, the poison antidote potion could only be produced in the Double Moon Forest. After Abel left, Master Mara took no time to open the bottle of skin lotion. After pouring some at the back of her hands, her wrinkled skin suddenly tightened and glowed with youth. Master Mara was shocked to see what the skin lotion could do. It was not the first time she used a blue-quality lotion, but what Abel gave her was something in a completely different league. Master Mara looked at the bottle of the lotion on her hand. She then looked at the lotion on the table. There were only 2 bottles. She had 2 options here. She could either use the lotion for her research, or she could use them all on herself. Even a woman of the age of Master Mara couldn't resist the temptation of rejuvenating her young face. Since there might not be any useful results in using the potion for research, she told herself that it was better to use the rest of the skin lotion on herself. Meanwhile, there was a situation in Grand Duke Mansion. It all began when Grand Duke Edwina distributed the blue-quality elven perfume to each of the 10 female official druids in the mansion. As it always has been, the distribution of the elven perfume was just a normal giveaway event. But since one of the male official druid's wife was also one of the 10 female official druids who received the perfume, the other official druids soon learned about the potion's special effect. As the Lord of Angstrom City, Grand Duke Edwina couldn't think of only herself. She also had to train those who followed her, which was why she would hand out the perfumes in the first place. When the 12 male official druids knew that the blue-quality elven perfume could purify the soul, they began to protest for the same treatment as the official female druids. Apparently, since it wasn't just the female druids who used elven perfume, a lot of male druids also were. Many male elves started asking for the same thing. This whole farce ended after Grand Duke Edwina issued an additional 12 bottles of blue-quality elven perfume to the official male druids. She wasn't happy about it, obviously. Things didn't quite resolve because a few more bottles were handed out. Soon word got out, and all the elven druids were asking about the mastermind behind this soul-purifying elven perfume. Many high elves in Angstrom City identified Master Mara as the creator of the elven perfume. After all, her research into the soul-enhancing secret potion was no secret in the upper-class community. Thus, many began to visit her alchemy lab. Master Mara, how did you become so young? Senator Menuhin looked at Mara, a middle-aged woman, in complete shock. The old alchemist's face was now red and firm, and her pale, crooked hair has become smooth and with silvery white luster. And what brought you here, Senator Menuhin? Master Mara looked calmly at the 3 senators in front of her. As plain as her facial expression was, she was clearly in a good mood right now. About the soul-enhancing secret potion, madam, did you achieve any, crucial breakthrough lately? Senator Menuhin asked. Seeing that Master Mara did not want to talk about her age reversing, he decided to change the subject immediately. Master Mara felt kind of annoyed to be asked about her research progress. She's already looked into the soul-enhancing secret potion for many years, with no major progress whatsoever. The cost of the research was funded by the Angstrom City Council. Since Senator Menuhin brought 2 other senators with him, she could not help but think that they were trying to put pressure on her. Whatever these 3 senators' intentions were, they must have come here prepared. They started by pointing out how she was starting to look younger, and then asked about the research progress of the soul-enhancing secret potion, which together could only mean one thing. They were suspecting that Master Mara was using the research funding to make herself look younger. Master Mara said in a soft, yet sharp voice, Senator Menuhin, if the city thinks that I am consuming too much of its resources, then starting this year, I shall continue my research independently. The 3 senators looked at each other in a somewhat confused manner. They had a good deal before, but for reasons they weren't sure of, the old woman in front of them was asking to cut ties. Another parliament member, Mr. Crocker, said, Master Mara, all of our parliament members in the Angstrom City support your research. You can continue without worrying about your fundings. Then why are you here? Master Mara realized that she had mistaken these senators' intentions. The attitude of the 3 members of the parliament was very good, not as if they had opinions on her research. Excuse me, Master Mara, was the elven perfume in the Grand Duke Mansion your work? Mr. Crocker asked. Mr. Crocker, did you mean the blue elven perfume? Master Mara immediately thought of the elven perfume, which had special effects, and asked for confirmation. Yes, the blue elven perfume. Mr. Crocker and the other 2 members called out. It seemed that Master Mara did know about it. That was made by my friend, Master Mara replied. Can you introduce us to your friend? Mr. Menuhin asked eagerly. That alchemist is the alchemist of the Duke of Edwina. Without consent from the Duke of Edwina, I can't just introduce him to you. Master Mara shook her head. Master Mara, can you buy some elven perfumes for us then? Feel free to call you the price. Mr. Menuhin proposed. A voice came from the door. No need to bother, Master Mara. I will arrange an auction. And you can get what you want over there. It was the Duke of Edwina. When she heard that a member of Parliament came to look for Master Mara, she immediately came over. Leave the three of you, the Duke of Edwina said. Master Mara is the only master alchemist we have in Angstrom City. You wouldn't want to offend her, would you? If you did, it would be a major loss for Angstrom City. The three elven senators bowed and left. Meanwhile, when Grand Duke Edwina saw Master Mara's face, she could not help but look closely. Was it Bennett's skin lotion? Yeah, it's wonderful, Master Mara replied with a smile. Oh well, he could have given me some of the same stuff. After all, I did agree to. Grand Duke Edwina stopped the whisper midway. While touching her waist, she could feel an additional magic circle control card in her hand. Then she disappeared in front of Master Mara. Abel had just returned home and was having dinner. The dinner was delicious. The food made by Elf tastes a bit lighter. There were more fruits and vegetables and some meat. The beef in small pieces was very tender. Abel didn't know what fruit was used to make his juice, but it sure was delicious. In a place like the Dune Moon Forest, one could have access to all kinds of fresh produce. When Abel put a small piece of beef in his mouth, a light flashed in front of him. His mouthful of beef was caught in his throat, and he could not help but cough a few times before he breathed out. Grand Duke Edwina, Your Excellency, what a surprising entrance you have made. Abel bowed down. Abel, I'm good to you. I even said yes about you and Lorraine. Duke Edwina's eyes were burning with murderous intent. Why aren't you as good to me as you are to Master Mara? I just went to pay her a visit, you know. Grand Duke Edwina, you see, these potions were all ready for you. Because of how late it was getting, I was planning to send them to you tomorrow. Abel carefully took out 20 bottles of potions and put it on the table, said. Next time I must receive all the good things first. Grand Duke Edwina waved her hand, and the 20 bottles of potion on the table disappeared. She then disappeared in white light. Abel sighed in relief. Although he was not married, he had a girlfriend once in his previous life. The unchallengeable authorities of mothers-in-law were truly unchallengeable. Today, he remembered a kind of fear that he had long forgotten. When Abel picked up the beef again, another white light appeared in front of him again. This time, it was Lorraine's sister, Carrie, who appeared in front of him with an emotionless look on her face. Carrie didn't say anything. She reached out her hand to him, her eyes staring right at him. Countess Carrie, yes, all the remaining lotions and conditioners were here. Please bring half to Lorraine, and the other half will be your reward. Abel from the portal bag took out 36 bottles of blue lotion and conditioner and put on the table and looked at Carrie. Carrie stepped forward and put 36 bottles of blue quality lotion and conditioner on the table into the portal bag, nodded to Abel, and then stood in white light and disappeared. Geez, they just teleport here and leave whenever they want. Come on, I just want to eat in peace. Abel murmured. He picked up the knife and fork in his hand and tasted the slice of beef that he had been trying several times to put in his mouth. At night, Abel opened both sets of the magic circles, took out a teleportation scroll from the town of Horadric Cube, activated the portal with mana, and then came to Rogue's encampment with the dark wind. Rogue's encampment was noon at this time. Abel jumped onto Black Wind's back and threw a yellow medium-level magic stone into Black Wind's mouth. Recently, he could no longer feed Black Wind's soul-enhanced potion. Abel was waiting for Black Wind body to return to normal. Then he would use the soul-enhanced potion on it again. Through the teleportation station, Abel came to the cold plain again. Abel led the way by Black Wind, using his keen sense of smell to find hell creatures. The small group of hell creatures in the ice plains without small bosses had no threat to Abel anymore. With the dark gold quality of Raven Bow, the swarms of fallen could be quickly eliminated. After traveling for 2 days, Abel's heart was full of disappointment with the blue ring on his finger. This was the first real blue equipment he got, but it was not very useful. In actual combat, he would need to kill a few fallen to provide him with a little mana recovery, which is not as fast as the mana recovery by himself. With a stone house ahead, Abel decided to stop and rest there. He had another plan for the blue ring on his hand. Rib's bone no, 2 and no, 3 entered the room. After finding that everything was fine, Abel took Rib bone no, 1 to enter the stone house, while Rib bone no, 2 and 3 were standing outside the stone house and guarding the gate with black wind. This was Abel's positioning of the summoning power of all summoned objects. His positioning of Rib bone no, 2 and 3 was to search and explore the way to reduce the loss of important members of the team. Also, the Rib bone no, 2 and 3 are very convenient to supplement. Abel had no plans to strengthen them for the time being, but Rib bone no, 1 was different. There was no substitute for either its single combat power or auxiliary function. Not to mention black wind, Abel would not ask it to do dangerous tasks. Taking out the silver bat ring, Abel looked at the ring in his hand, since the attributes of this ring were of limited help to him at present, and he has enough perfect gems on him now. Then shall he try to use the attribute formula of the Horadric cube to replace the blue equipment ring with another blue equipment. Abel's blue equipment had always been a lot, such as magic shields, magic swords, and magic armors. But although these equipment were blue equipment, they only used the combination of the rune and gem energy to reach blue-level equipment. But the attribute replacement formula of Horadric cubes cannot replace the runes. So, although Abel remembered this formula, he never practiced it once. The attribute change formula of the Horadric cube was as followed: 3 perfect gems plus 1 blue item. Abel had 90 more perfect gems in his Kong spiritual beast bag. As for the blue quality items that he could use for this formula, the thing he had was the silver bat ring. Abel emptied all the items in the Horadric cube, put it on the ground, put the 3 perfect gems in the Horadric cube, and put the silver bat ring in it. He took a deep breath and pressed the transmute button with his power of the will. A white light appeared. 3 perfect gemstones and the silver bat ring disappeared at the same time. The new ring appeared in the lower right corner of the Horadric cube. Ring of Cobalt Power. +1 strength. +30% cold resistance. This is what it gives me. I'd rather have the original attribute instead. Abel groaned. In fact, it wasn't very likely for him to get a superb blue ring like this. To increase his odds of getting something with a good attribute, he needed a large number of magic gemstones to keep re-rolling with the Horadric cube. Abel placed another 3 perfect gems into the Horadric cube. As he put the ring of Cobalt Power into it, he prayed to all the deity beings that he knew of. He wasn't sure which one he should pray to, so he just prayed to all of them. Once he was done, he pressed onto the transmute button again. The 3 perfect gemstones and ring of Cobalt Power in the Horadric cube disappeared in white light, and then a ring appeared in the lower right corner. Emerald ring. +25% poison resistance. It was worse than last time. Poison resistance. It's just a garbage attribute that wouldn't help in a fight. Instead of praying to the gods, Abel tried to press the transmute button whilst performing different postures. He tried standing upside down, lying on the floor, standing with one leg, standing with one hand, standing with both hands, and so on. The resulting attributes were all crap compared to the silver bat ring. Abel was very frustrated now. He always considered himself to be extremely lucky, but luck, as it turned out, was not always on his side. Abel stopped and looked at the blue ring in his hand. Ring of Power. +1 strength. Abel felt like punching the ground right now. One more time. If he was rolling a bad attribute for another time, he was just going to give up here. 3 more perfect gems were placed in the Horadric cube. After that, it was the Ring of Power. Abel was a lot calmer now. Instead of doing anything weird this time, he just went ahead and pressed the transmute button. 3 perfect gems and Ring of Power disappeared in white light, and a blue ring appeared in the lower right corner of the Horadric cube. Bahamut's Ring of Vampires. Steal 6% of your enemy's mana when you hit them. +120 total mana point. Abel's eyes widened his eyes when he first saw the attribute description of this ring. This was a full-value ring, otherwise known as a superb ring. It wasn't the best thing there was, per se, but it was just as difficult to get. With a smirk on his face, Abel gave a good look at the Bahamut Ring of Vampire in his hand. Maybe the Buddhas did reply to his prayers. As more weird thoughts filled up his brain, he began placing the ring around his finger. As a chilling, cold aura was released from the ring, it entered itself into Abel's rank 3 apprentice wizard's rune. Abel's total mana point had risen from 310 to 430. At this point, he has already far surpassed most ordinary junior wizards. He wasn't an official wizard, though. Otherwise, he would have been able to launch some very powerful spells. Looking at the dozen or so perfect gems inside his Kong spiritual beast bag, Abel couldn't help but think about something. If these perfect gems were bought from the shops and not fused, but a Horadric cube, his Bahamut Ring of Vampire would probably be the most expensive magic item throughout the entire Holy Continent. That being said, he couldn't wait to try out his new ring. After jumping on Black Wind's back, he rushed into the cold plains again with Rib's bone no. 1, 2, and 3. Half a day later, there was very little grass left on the ground. Actually, he could see the soil being stained black. It's almost as if blood was poured on it several times over. Black Wind seemed to be particularly excited. It's probably found something with its great sense of smell. There, after walking for 10 minutes on this black land, Abel heard some noise. He patted Black Wind on the back of its neck, and it slowed down its pace. They were trying to be stealthy, trying not to make any noise as they advanced themselves. There was a small hill ahead. The sound came from the back of the hillside. Black Wind gently walked up the hillside. When Abel's gaze could see from the hillside, his breath became somewhat nervous. There was an army of fallen in front of them. It consisted mainly of fallen and corrupt wizards, and there were about tens of thousands of them. For all the time he spent inside the dark world, Abel had never seen so many of them at once. There were countless large pots under the hill. Without even bothering to count them, Abel could tell that there were about hundreds of them. The hot air evaporating from the rolling black-red liquid in the pot covered the whole area, and there were 1 or 2 corrupt wizards next to each one of them. The fallen danced around the cauldron. While doing so, they constantly called for their leader's name, Bishabosh. It was starting to make sense now. With so many fallen and corrupt wizards around, how was there not a leader to guide this army? Abel took out a telescope and began to look for the mini-boss. Amongst the Red Sea, he could see a huge bonfire from the back unit. They were probably trying to show who's boss here. At the edge of the huge fire, one golden figure was particularly noticeable. On his head there was a pair of horns, which the hell creatures were most proud of, and although the figure looked kind of small, it was holding a staff that was clearly bigger than its body. It was Bishabosh. Abel recognized this dark gold-level corrupt wizard. He was capable of resurrecting corrupt demons and the corrupt wizards. Under normal circumstances, without killing Bishabosh, the army of fallen could never be destroyed. Abel was different, though. Every time he killed a hell creature, the Horadric cube will suck the soul of the hell creature away. Without the souls of the dead units, Bishabosh could not revive them back. Abel had his raven's claw fully pulled back. While doing so, the iron arrows he placed were glowing in hot red. When they exploded as they fell towards his enemies, the war officially began. Abel shot several arrows towards the same area. He wasn't happy with the damage that he was doing. These fallen were very resistant to fire spells. It would take 4 exploding arrows to kill about one of them. Sadly enough, the only one that died was killed because the arrow actually pierced through its body. Abel withdrew the raven's claw in his hand. This was not the first time that he had encountered creatures with spell immunity. Last time he fought some corrupt spearwomen with some very strong resistance against lightning. If it wasn't for the mini-boss that was protecting, Abel could have ended that fight a lot easier. Bishabosh was famous for its resistance against it. While fire magics were the strongest amongst basic spells, they were useless against it. Not only that, but Bishabosh could also strengthen the fire spell resistance of the surrounding hell creatures. The army of fallen seemed angry when Abel shot his arrows at them. As many of them held up their knives and swords, they started charging towards Abel. While they were weak on their own, when there were so many of them going after him like this, it was still kind of scary for him. Abel was still quite confident, though. Black Wind was fast, and since it could perform 2 instantaneous movements in one day, he could pretty much leave as soon as he wanted to. While Abel prepared himself for the fight ahead, he told his 3 skeletons to back off. With so many enemies to fight, these minions weren't going to do a lot to help. As it turned out, Abel's strongest long-range attacks had no effects on these fallen. Abel decided to change his strategy for a bit. After having a telepathic discussion with Black Wind suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the army of fallen. When it was 10 meters away from the doomed creatures, 3 fireballs were thrown at them. With a perfect zigzag movement, Black Wind managed to dodge all of them. During this time, Abel charged up more charged bolt in his hands. When he was done, fan-shaped lightning stretched out with him being its center. The fallen who rushed forward were electrocuted to the ground. It was extremely painful for them, which made them scream as they fell to the ground. When the screams reached out to the ones behind, many of these fallen tried to flee the battleground. It's a weird thought, but these fallen might be possessed with the souls of fish. It's almost like their memories couldn't last for more than a few seconds. When some of them tried to escape, they would turn themselves around and rush towards Abel again. As stupid as that was, the falls here were actually stronger than the other places. For one, their damage recovery was a lot faster. It only took 2 to 3 seconds for these fallen to get back on the ground, whereas the other fallen would take about 6 seconds. If Abel had to guess, it was Bishabosh that was leading these fallen, and that's why they were braver than the other ones he encountered before. Abel kept releasing large lightning arcs to the fallen. When they were hit, they would be paralyzed by the stunning effect of the lightning. As they would have no ways to move, let alone make a defense by then, their only choice was to die as they got hit by the subsequently charged bolts. Although hundreds of the fallen had died during this raid, many more still remained. Because Abel was using spell attacks to kill these fallen, he couldn't activate his Sword of Victory to restore his mana. The same was for his Bahamut Vampire's Ring. He couldn't use it to steal the 6% mana from his enemies. All this happened within a few seconds. As Abel approached the army of fallen, he was exposed to more corrupt wizards. After 10 more charged bolts were fired, a red light flew towards him from the sky. That was when more than 20 fireballs flew towards Abel at the same time. His spiritual alarm rang. The power of these fireballs could have been comparable to the fireball spell of a 5th-level wizard. Since it was also buffed by Bishabosh, he had expected it to be a hard hit. Withdraw, Abel yelled to Black Wind, and its 4 claws quickly made a break, which left a deep mark on the ground. With Abel still on its back, it leaped backward and did a 180 degrees flip in midair. As it landed on the ground, Black Wind suddenly accelerated as the fireballs dropped to the spot that it was at a split second ago. Immediately, more areas were covered by the falling fireballs. Watching as the army of fallen fled from this area, Abel couldn't help but feel despair with the situation that he was in. Of the 100-ish fallen he had just killed, only more than 50 souls were absorbed into the Horadric cube. All the other ones had been resurrected the corrupt wizards, and there were just far too many of them. Abel made a simple calculation. By using the way he attacked just now, if he could kill about 50 fallen with the way he just did, then a total of 10,000 would take about. Abel wasn't going to count when he saw the ones that were just in front of them. Abel felt the urge to throw a super-exploding ball. Yet without White Cloud or the giant ballista on its back. He didn't think that 8 seconds were enough for him to make an escape. He could do 2 instantaneous movements with Black Wind, yes, but that's not going to get him out of the range of the explosion. Actually, this was the first time that Abel encountered a problem as big as this in the Dark World. He wasn't sure if there was an efficient way to exterminate these fallen. If he remembered correctly, his physical attacks were at the level of a knight's commander, but all these hell creatures had a strong resistance to physical attacks. Spell attack. For rank 3 wizards, Abel had already mastered a lot of spells. Whether it's all of the basic wizard spells, or the Resurrection of Skeletons spell, they were all medium and short-ranged attacks. Under current circumstances, it was impossible to launch an attack while simultaneously defending against a large number of fireballs. Besides, it would take way too long to activate these spells. Abel knew that the alchemists also had their own offensive techniques. Yet, none of the alchemy recipes that he knew of were for attacking. As he shook his head to reject the idea, a thought suddenly came to him. The blue-quality elven perfume, which could directly affect one's soul, had the ability to drug the souls of less powerful beings. In fact, when he upgraded it to blue quality for the first time, he just thought that the elven potion was some kind of narcotic. Abel found a bottle of a previously refined blue-quality elven perfume from his portal bag. After patting Black Wind on its neck, he rushed to the army of fallen again. After Black Wind dodged several more fireballs, Abel was now very close to the army of fallen. Already, thousands of these fallen were howling as they charged at him. Abel threw the blue quality, elven perfume in his hand to a corrupt wizard. As the bottle dropped after hitting the ground in front of him, all the surrounding fallen stood as they were drugged by the elven potion. To test how well the blue quality elven perfume would perform, Abel had Black Wind moving in different directions. He kept pulling away from his distance from the fallen and avoided the fireballs flying from time to time. As Black Wind waited, more and more fireball attacks were received. Black Wind was starting to send signals to tell Abel to evacuate. By this point, Abel's already got the data that he wanted. The blue quality elven perfume worked well against ordinary fallen, whereas for corrupt wizards, they could only be stunned for about 2 seconds. Black Wind, we withdraw. With Abel's shout, Black Wind disappeared as it moved instantly to the ground 100 meters away. When they were 2 miles further away, Abel jumped off Black Wind's back. Abel set up the standard intermediated defense circle, then took out Akara's tent from the personal storage box. He wanted to make more elven perfume right here. Since Abel had enough ingredients from the Moon Guardian city, he decided to use up all of them to make the elven potions. Soon he made 60 bottles of them. He didn't stop there, though. Instead, he used the Horadric cube to resynthesize blue quality elven perfume into gold quality elven perfume. Abel had never done this when he was on the Holy Continent. After knowing that synthesized red wine could actually promote wizards, even advanced wizards, he decided that he would make synthesized items out of synthesized only for himself. Everything else he made for others, he would do them with raw materials. Even when he was brewing next to an army of fallen, Abel's blue quality elven perfume was still the best medicine there was to existence. In fact, he would never make these potions unless he was in front of a bunch of enemies, which he was going to terminate, of course. Abel picked up a bottle of golden quality elven perfume, opened the bottle cap, and sniffed gently. It's almost like his entire soul was being frozen. All the perceptions in his brain seemed to lose direction at the same time, and he couldn't feel anything for a while. If he wasn't at the level of a knight's commander, he would have been in this state until he was dead. This potion was insane. For someone who's been drinking soul potions for a while already, Abel was actually much stronger than most people in terms of his SB strength. Yet, just by smelling this golden quality potion, he actually lost a few seconds of consciousness. Wait, it was much more than that. There seemed to be a slight change inside Abel's soul. It's almost like he was cleansed from the inside out. This must be what Grand Duke Edwina was talking about. His soul was being purified. If the elven perfume Abel gave Grand Duke Edwin had an effect like this, Abel believed that he would definitely be held up and questioned on his alchemy method. With a potion that possessed such strong effects on the entire elf race, someone with the profile of the Grand Duke would easily disregard his morals. Abel was only his daughter's boyfriend. That was nothing compared to the entire elf race. The sky was already dark when Abel put away the 20 bottles of dark gold elven perfumes in his portal bag. It also meant it was time for his meditation. The ambergris wood bed had vanished inside his Akara tent, leaving behind only a meditation jade on the floor. Abel placed a mana gathering circle at where the bed was, but unfortunately, the crystal core had already been depleted. This meant that he was forced to meditate with only the dense mana in the air. However, due to the lack of a fresh crystal core, his meditation speed was much slower. Even meditating for 1 hour had not produced many results. Abel had left early the next day. He was determined to undo the embarrassment those fallen had caused him. In his mind, being preyed upon by the weakest infernal creature was among the greatest embarrassments. As they reached the hill, Abel conjured a set of armor made of ice on himself by casting frozen armor. Afterward, he infused it with his golden combat kai. With the sword of victory on Black Wind, a shield on his left hand, and a golden elven perfume on his right, the preparation has been completed. Black Wind, let's go, Abel shouted. Black Wind dashed ahead following his master's command, moving so fast it all became a blur. Bishabosh, there were more fallen shamans than yesterday, so he had to be more alert. A moment after they went down the hill, Black Wind was spotted. Thousands of the fallen rushed towards Black Wind with weapons in hand. However, Black Wind did not engage them. Instead, it weaved and dodged, avoiding several fire bolts to get close to the horde of the fallen. Through his intuition, Abel was able to sense around 10 spells were aiming directly at him. Countless fire bolts might be coming his way anytime soon. But Abel was not a slow-moving guy. He sensed with his intuition where most of the fallen shaman was and threw the golden elven perfume in his hand directly towards. As the perfume hit the ground, golden droplets flew in every direction, leaving behind an intoxicating soul mist. Before he even had time to look at the result, Black Wind swiftly dodged another barrage of fire bolts. Abel immediately followed up with another elven perfume towards the direction of the fallen shaman, which he felt through his intuition. The golden liquid and the intoxicating mist were scattered towards all directions again. As the firebolt barrage had died down, the floor was covered by the bodies of the fallen. The effects of the golden elven perfume were stronger than poison. Whilst poison causes harm over time, the elven perfume actually did the opposite. It raised the spirit of those affected. Living things aren't affected by this, as they naturally take in this benefit. After Abel lets loose of several elven perfumes, there were no fallen or fallen shamans that remained. Any fallen who stepped into the area was immobilized immediately. The fallen shaman should not be confused with wizards. They didn't have the power of will of a wizard. They could only channel the fire attribute through magic staffs, clan cloaks, and bone necklaces. Through that, they were able to cast firebolt and utilize dark energies to resurrect the fallen. Fallen shamans had higher power of the will than the fallen, so the elven potion was less potent towards them, though it was still able to bring them down. Abel and Black Wind had since gained an accessory on their face. It was a mask, a special mask that Abel had painfully handcrafted himself yesterday, especially the one for Black Wind. The masks were wetted before wearing in order to better perform its purpose. Although tedious, it seemed to perform well. At least they weren't knocked out alongside the fallen. With a flick of the wrist, 3 skeletons were summoned to finish off all the unconscious fallen and fallen shamans. The sword-wielding skeletons chopped away at the fallen. Since they couldn't breathe, they weren't affected by the perfume in the air, and as long as the elven perfume did not touch their skull, they could continue their bidding. Abel did not know how long the fallen would be affected by the perfume, so every second was very important. Abel wields the sword of victory in one hand and swapping out his shield for an ice magic swords in an attempt to quicken the process. The pattern of charged bolt appears on the ice sword on his left hand. Afterward, a sea of electric arcs was unleashed. It was controlled by Abel's weak little soul, who had ignited the charging bolt spell through the skill tree, and the soul owner was in control of the sword of victory. Sweeping its sharp edge across the necks of the unconscious fallen, the sword of victory makes quick work of them. As long as they are decapitated, it was impossible for them to resurrect. The years of knighthood had paid dividends. The sword of victory was like an extension of his hand. Every movement was thoughtful and elegant, dancing along the necks of the fallen. The charged bolt wasn't any slower than the sword of victory at killing the fallen. The sword of victory could only kill one fallen or fallen shaman at a time. This would give him 4 points of mana. With the Bahamut vampire's ring equipped, he could gain 6% of mana every time he took a strike. Therefore, every fallen or shaman wizard he killed would give him at least 5 points of mana, and the charging bolt he unleashed in his left hand required exactly 5 points of mana. Abel's dream after becoming a wizard was to possess unlimited mana, and this might be as close as he gets. The charged bolt in his left has seemingly never stopped with the fallen everywhere. Every cast of charged bolt yields a soul of an infernal creature. Within the horde of the fallen, anything that comes into proximity with Abel perishes. It seems that the role of the demon was now played by him. Every fallen that get close to around 10 meters from Abel would drop dead automatically. Those clever fallen shamans had now called the retreat, not allowing any fallen to enter this area. Bishabosh had also left its giant fire hole. Under his command, a sea of the fallen had to surround Abel tightly, with the numerous amounts of enemies staring him down viciously. It was hard to suppress the feeling of impending doom. Although Abel was fully committed to killing the fallen, his attention was fixed on Bishabosh. He calculated the distance between them. He knew fully well that as long as he could kill their leader, the fallen will retreat with their tails between their legs again. Using his power of will, the skeletons he had summoned before were being absorbed into a black portal. Bishabosh commanded several fallen to get close to Abel, perhaps to test if getting close to him really results in the fallen fainting instantly. 130 meters Abel was constantly recalculating the distance between him and Bishabosh. Despite both his hands are constantly dealing with the fallen. The opportunity arrived. Bishabosh had wandered within 100 meters of Abel. It thought it was safe, why wouldn't it be? Only the fallen less than half the distance away was in danger. White light surrounded Black Wind and Abel. Afterward, they disappeared in front of the fixed gaze of fallen shamans and the tens of thousands of fallen. A giant Mount Wolf appeared right next to Bishabosh. It crushed the fallen underneath it, and it sunk its claws deep into its chest. The fallen screamed, and Bishabosh noticed a knight's sword radiating in blue light appeared in front of his eyes. It was too late, and it pierced on his chest. Although the stab wound was negligible, its body was immediately covered in frost, slowing down his movements. Abel had appeared next to Bishabosh through Black Winds. Move in a flash. He was in a critical situation. Even if he had been struck once by those fallen surrounding him, it would trigger a broken affected. Afterward, he would be bound here forever. During the teleportation, he had secured the sword of victory on his right hand back on the saddle and held up a few bottles of elven perfume. The moment when he flashed out of nowhere and slowed down Bishabosh with the ice magic sword on his left hand, he threw out the elven perfume. However, he did not just throw them out in one direction. He used a throwing technique and scattered the golden elven perfume everywhere. After the elven perfume left his hand, a stack of rune signs replaced it. Although they were not very powerful, it was the fastest way to cast spells. Although Abel could do a quickened spell, it would still take some time for the spell pattern to activate the spell. On the contrary, as soon as the rune signs were activated by his power of the will, the spells could be cast. The second before the golden elven perfume touched the ground, tens of fire bolts were already flying in his direction. He could not dodge, since he was casting a summon spell using ice magic sword before the teleportation. Afterward, Ribbone No. 2 and Ribbone No. 3 appeared beside Bishabosh. Fortunately, the firebombs cast by the fallen shamans were not fast. It was nothing compared to Abel's strong power of the will and fast intuition. He quickly threw out the rune signs in his hand, triggering explosions as they come in contact with the firebombs. In the seconds during Black Wind's move in a flash, the golden elven perfume started working its powers. All the nearby fallen were knocked down immediately. Those fallen shamans who were not in the vicinity would be too far away to target him. Zone of safety had appeared around Abel. However, Bishabosh had been regaining speed and was also not affected by the elven perfume. Afterward, he lifted his massive magic staff and smacked Ribbone No. 2 with it. Abel had no idea why the Bishabosh in front of him was unaffected by the elven perfume at all. Could these golden elven perfume had no effect on high-leveling inferno creatures? Or was it that high-leveling inferno creatures are naturally capable of withstanding this level of soul attacks? Bang! Bishabosh's massive magic staff struck on Ribbone No. 2's shield. This ability was what Ribbone No. 2 had inherited from Abel. It had blocked the hit with a perfect knight defense position. It had its shield in front and supported by its shoulder. As Abel saw this, he thought that Ribbone No. 2 had successfully blocked the attack. However, as a red beam appeared from the top of the magic staff, the shield in Ribbone No. 2's hand cracked. This hit was followed by the staff smashing Ribbone No. 2 into dust. Abel's heart dropped, knowing how strong the defense of his skeletons was. It had already surpassed his own. Now, despite being in an infused set of armor made out of his combat Kai armor and his magic armor, he did not feel safe. Bishabosh's attack had far surpassed his expectations. Was this the power of fire enchantments? He had considered the possibility as his attacks using the Raver Claw from yesterday did barely any damage. Now he was certain on this idea after seeing Ribbone No. 2's shield being shattered and then turn into dust. This was the first time a magic shield had been shattered in one hit. The fire enchantment attack had the effect of doubling the fire attack power of the attacker. Therefore, if a fire enchanted hit had struck against a foe of similar strength, it would be certain death. Abel picked up his sword of victory again, sweeping its blade against the ground, spraying disgusting blood everywhere. A skull of a fallen was flung into mid-air. Afterward, a spell pattern emerged in front of the sword of victory. The corpse on the ground exploded and a skeleton was summoned. The ice magic sword also had the ice bolt spell rune on it. Although those ice bolts were not fast, at the time, Bishabosh was struck by Rib Bone No. 3's ice magic sword. Therefore, Abel still decided to fire a blue ice bolt towards him. Another red beam appeared from Bishabosh's magic staff, and Rib Bone 3 had suffered the same fate as Rib Bone No. 2. As Bishabosh and Rib Bone No. 3 were exchanging hits, it was already too late for the frost-covered Bishabosh to dodge the ice bolt. Just like that, his fate had been decided. As soon as the first ice bolt left Abel, a new ice bolt spell pattern appeared on the tip of the ice magic sword again. Afterward, it had turned into another ice bolt. Barraged by ice bolts, the golden body of Bishabosh was now covered by the blue frost. Since Abel did not stop, the frost on Bishabosh kept getting replenished. Normal wizard would be unable to do anything else while casting spells. However, Abel was different. He had strange, weak little soul that helped him control certain spells. Therefore, he didn't need to spend any effort to target the virtually immobilized Bishabosh with his ice bolt attacks. The soul owner began to control the left hand to hold up the sword of victory. Afterward, it relentlessly killed the immobilized fallen and fallen shamans on the ground in order to replenish the mana used up by the ice bolt attacks. After around 10 ice bolts, Bishabosh began to scream. His body started glowing red. Seeing this change, Abel thought to himself, this must be the most disgusting fire enchantment, self-destruct. Self-destruct could cause the strongest explosion among the fire spells. Black wind move in a flash, Abel yelled. As black wind disappeared on the spot with Abel on its back. Afterward, Bishabosh's body began to turn red like a burning flame. Bang! At that moment, the newly regenerated Rib Bone No. 2 had put on another magic armor, and the ice magic sword had been taken out once again. However, it was no use. Among the wave of red light coming from Bishabosh's explosion, Rib Bone No. 2's magic armor could only flicker in white light. Afterward, it entirely turned into dust. The explosion had almost taken out all living creatures in a 20-meter radius. The gray shadow soul flew towards Abel like the massive wind. Afterward, it entered his Horadric cube. Bishabosh had died, and Abel had lost a few sets of magic armor. However, 2 souls had entered Abel's Horadric cube, 1 gold and 1 gray, both from the site of Bishabosh's explosion. Having killed a dark gold-level boss before, Abel knew what it did. At least he got something in return for this battle. Abel's shadow could now be seen 40 meters away from Bishabosh's body. Abel looked around. It had appeared that the death of Bishabosh had driven the fallen crazy. Some of them disregarded everything in front of their eyes. They kept walking towards the spot where Bishabosh had exploded. It was like they had entered into some cursed area that makes you faint. One by one, they began to fall. There were still some fallen scattered around. Rakanishu, they yelled. Rakanishu was another leader of the fallen. It seemed like those fallen who ran towards the place where Bishabosh had exploded were his loyal followers. On the other hand, those who ran the opposite direction after Bishabosh died were trying to find another leader, Rakanishu. Just as expected, without a Bishabosh as a leader, the army of fallen could no longer be held together like a handful of sand. Abel summoned Rib Bone No. 1 and summoned 2 more skeletons from 2 dead bodies. He commanded them to pick up the ice magic swords on the ground. They no longer needed defense, since all they had to do was harvest the harmless dead bodies on the ground. With the double effect from the Sword of Victory and the Bahamut Vampire's ring on his right hand, Abel almost had unlimited mana as he relentlessly unleashed the charging bolt. As he had whipped out around half of the fainted fallen and fallen shaman, Abel realized he had unleashed the charging bolt 1,000 times today, which was the limit. Now, he switched to unleashing fire bolt spells. He had gained a lot today. 20 bottles of golden elven perfume put the fallen and fallen shamans to sleep for 1 hour. However, there were only around 1,000 of them left before they could have the chance to wake up. All the ones who were lucky enough to escape had gone far away, and all the ones that remained were now dead on the ground. It was a massacre. The gray blood spilled out from the fallen, and fallen shamans had dyed the ground into the hellish black color. Even that restless flame had been washed away. The stench of blood was infused in the air with the buckets of rotten food on the ground. This vomit-evoking smell surpassed the aroma of the golden elven perfume. Luckily, the Abel and Black Wind were wearing the now blood-soaked face masks. If the elves' form Angstrom City knew what Abel had done with their blue or golden elven perfume, they would definitely go crazy. Abel's wrist was tired of the killing. It was the first time Abel had felt like this. He stopped and noticed Black Wind's fur and himself were drenched in blood. However, he couldn't care less. The shining magic staffs left over by the fallen shamans attracted his gaze. Ever since Abel got the dwarf's introductions to crafting magic staffs, he realized how important they were. A magic staff's value depended on its magical ability and level. According to the introductions to crafting magic staffs, a blank magic staff was the main ingredient to lock down the soul of an official soul beast. It was extremely hard to get this material back in the Holy Continent, but most fallen shaman would have one in the Dark World. Seeing how dirty the floor was, Abel commanded Rib Bone No one to pick up the magic staffs with his power of the will. Since Rib Bone No one was cultivated with Abel's love, only it would be able to understand his special commands and execute them perfectly out of the 3 skeletons. Abel shoved all his weapons back into his Kong spirit portal bag and took out the spirit transfer magic staff with his left hand. His mana was fully recovered, so he could use spells to pick up the magic staff on the floor. Around 20 meters from Bishabosh's explosion, not only was the fallen shamans blown into pieces, but their magic staffs had also been destroyed. As Abel was starting to get irritated by his decrease in gains, a golden magic staff flashing in white light among the swamp of blood had attracted his attention. It was Bishabosh's massive magic staff. This golden magic staff was filled with cracks. Abel sighed for his misfortune. It seemed like this magic staff was damaged. Suddenly, a gold piece fell off the magic staff's surface, exposing a dark gold core. Abel quickly picked up the magic staff and began to peel off its gold surface piece by piece. At last, a long dark gold 2-hand staff filled with weird patterns appeared in front of his eyes. A dark gold margin staff. Abel quickly shoved it into his Horadric cube, but no stats appeared. Instead, it said it was unable to detect dark gold equipment. It seemed like this thing really was a dark gold magic staff. Abel held the dark gold magic staff in his hand, trying to think of a name for it. Fire Elf, Abel yelled, but the magic staff did not react. He shook his head in embarrassment. This magic staff was too big to be a Fire Elf magic staff. Razor's Witch. Abel called out another name, but the magic staff still didn't react. What magic staff was this? Looking at tightly drawn green patterns on the dark gold magic staff, he had an idea. There was only one shorter 2-hand green magic staff, Bane Ash. Afterward, the weird green pattern on the magic staff began to glow in dark gold. Abel focused on his power of the will to find out this thing's attribute. Bane Ash. Durability 2020. Plus 60% enhanced damage. Plus 50% damage to undead. 20% increased attack speed. Plus 30 to mana. Fire resist plus 50%. Adds 4/6 fire damage. Plus 5 to firebolt. Plus 2 to warmth. Abel was disgusted at Bishabosh's sense of style as he stared at the dark gold Bane Ash. Who would surround a dark gold magic cane with a gold layer? Didn't he know dark gold weapons had a much more powerful significance? However, this Bane Ash was actually preserved very well. If Bishabosh had not wrapped it in gold, it might not have had full durability. As Abel held it in his hand, his mana shot up 30 points. Now he had 460 points of mana. His skin flashed a red light. It was an anti-fire attribute effect. Abel's most powerful spell was the Firebolt. After long years of training, this spell had reached level 8. Level 1 to level 5 novice wizard could only raise these beginner spells to level 10. Abel had not been a wizard for long, and he was already close to the limit. Only official wizards could further level up these beginner spells to level 20. You could only become an official wizard once you hit level 6. By then, the wizard pattern in your mind would be able to support a high-level spell without breaking down. Abel's Firebolt was already level 8, but now he also had the dark gold Bane Ash. This increased his Firebolt for 5 levels, making it a level 13 spell, hugely exceeding level 10. Before their departure, Wizard Morton had given Abel some records about the ways in which beginning and intermediate wizards had trained. Accordingly, it and some lambskin parchment with spells, A novice wizard could not use a spell beyond level 10, else their wizard pattern in their mind would break down. Abel had a hard time deciding between a level 13 spell and the warning of Wizard Morton. Level 13 Firebolt was tempting, with its power on top of the adds 4d fire damage of the Bane Ash, able to hurt an official wizard. Although Abel had killed an official wizard before, he had used the close body fighting ability of a knight for a surprise attack. It would be very hard for him to break the defense of an official wizard if he was facing one direction. However, if he had a level 13 Firebolt, he might be able to do it. Abel began to focus on the level 3 novice wizard pattern in his mind. He did not use T, but as the Firebolt spell pattern formed, he realized there was no more need to worry. He could feel that only a level 8 Firebolt was coming from his own strength. The other 5 levels were directly added on by the dark gold magic Cane Bane Ash. The enchantment on it had completely bypassed his body. The Firebolt blew a hole in the pool of blood, leaving behind a small crater. All that remains was an orange flame and the smell of burning flesh. This was much stronger than the level 8 Firebolt from before. Sadly, Abel's warmth was only level 3. Even with the staff upgrading the spell by 2 levels, it barely makes a dent in his mana recovery. Abel spent the next hour picking up all the magic canes. He did not pay too much attention to them as he was picking them up. He would go through them in more detail after he got back to the rogue encampment. The Scrolls of Town portal was ignited. Abel returned to the Rouge encampment along with Black Wind and his 3 skeletons. Next in line was splitting the resources. Bishabosh's power potion obviously belonged to Ribbone No. 1. Abel handed Ribbone No. 1 the potion. This time it didn't hit its own forehead. Instead, it used its bony fingers and opened the bottle. As it carefully poured the potion into its mouth, the golden liquid encompassing its whole body from its mouth. Abel quietly watched Ribbone 1 as he thought about the ability it could possibly gain. Bishabosh has many quirks. Firstly, it could resurrect the fallen and fallen shamans. There's a possibility that it did not work on humans. If so, then but could only be used on skeletons, which wouldn't be too useful. Abel could do the same for just a little bit of mana. On top of that, the other skeletons other than Ribbone No. 1 were not great in combat anyways. Bishabosh also had the Firebomb, which was just a slower, stronger firebolt. However, Ribbone 1 had no casting abilities of his own. Therefore, it could just be another bluff since it wouldn't do anything when it came to increasing Ribbone No. 1 attacking power. Lastly was the Fire enchantment. This was Bishabosh's greatest ability. It basically completely negates fire damage, and it could increase the fire's physical damage by 100%. Therefore, 1 strike could equal to 2 strikes. Abel couldn't be sure about its other abilities, so now he could only hope Ribbone 1 got lucky. The golden liquid encompassed Ribbone 1, slowly absorbed into its bones. Suddenly, small little sparkles of flame began to arise from its body and spread. Bit by bit, Ribbone No. 1 started to catch on fire. Eventually, Ribbone 1 was fully engulfed in flames. If Abel didn't have the power of the will to sense that Ribbone No. 1 was not in danger, he definitely wouldn't be able to suppress his urge to put out this fire. The fire had burned quickly and ended quickly. After 10 or so seconds, the fire was completely absorbed by Ribbone No. 1. However, the weird thing was that there were numerous tiny red patterns appearing on its bones. Afterward, they had faded away. It seemed like it was their lucky day. Ribbone 1 had gotten the fire enchantment. Abel's face was filled with shock as he stared at the now returned normal Ribbone No. 1. He knew it was very unlikely for Ribbone No. 1 to get fire enchantment from this power potion. It already had ice enchantment, so the chance of the opposing fire enchantment was extremely slim. Ribbone No. 1 couldn't answer what ability it had gotten, but Abel was able to command it to test it out. As soon as Abel had commanded, Ribbone No. 1 started to demonstrate its newly acquired ability. A faint red glow appeared around its body. Afterward, another red glow appeared on his ice magic sword as he lifted it up. The blue magic stone on the hilt of the sword came in direct contact with the red light and let out a cracking sound. Abel hurriedly got off Black Wind and grabbed the sword out of its hand. Afterward, he threw the sword far away the moment Abel had put on his frozen armor and golden combat Kai enchanted armor. Bang! The ice magic sword exploded into countless little pieces from midair. Abel felt like he was struck by those little pieces, but this explosion was caused by the normal magic stone. They were unable to pierce through his double layers of defense. Not one bit of his armor was lost. He then did a little search in his Kong spirit portal bag and took out an ice magic sword and a fire magic sword. He tied the handle of the two magic swords on the body of Ribbone No. 1. Afterward, he instructed it to pick up the ice magic sword with the ice enchantment and fire magic sword with the fire enchantment. He was lucky that he had realized the explosion in time, else it could hurt Ribbone No. 1 quite badly. It would not be too bad if the explosion struck Ribbone No. 1's bones in a battle. But the consequence would be the server if it struck the soul. Fire of its skull. This time with the magic fire sword in hand, the red glow had turned into a flash. The fire above the sword flickered, and the sword had hit a rock on the ground. As the sword made contact with it, the fire enchantment runes on it activated, doubling its power. The rock was split in half, leaving behind a scorched mark. Satisfaction showed on Abel's face. He confirmed that Ribbone No. 1 had gotten the power of fire enchantment. No matter ice or fire enchantment, it would improve with levels, constantly increasing its power. As Abel was thinking about Ribbone No. 1's level, the soul potions came into mind. It was time to distribute them. This battle had unexpectedly yielded a lot more soul potions than he expected. There were also many of them that he had to transfer them into the Kong spirit portal because of how much space it was taking in the Horadric cube. He took out 2 of the 24 bottles of soul potions from the Kong spirit portal, giving it to Ribbone No. 1. Ribbone opened the bottle, poured the dark gold liquid into its eye sockets. In a flash of an eye, his bones had become polished as a jade. Resurrection of Skeletons also got a level up, increasing the number of skeletons, summons from 3 to 4. And armor increased to 95, though no changes were made to damage. Though this value was only representative of the skeletons as a whole, Ribbone 1 attack and armor were way beyond that. Ribbone 1 could probably be called a wizard killer. With the increase in armor and the ice and fire enchantments, it provided it with near immunity. Therefore, wizards probably were not able to do any damage to it. Though he had the ability to summon another skeleton, it would have to wait until the next time he entered the cold plane for a corpse of an infernal creature. The first skeleton he had summoned disappointed him as it was incredibly weak, especially when compared to the ones from the orc's deity. No matter attack or speed, they were able to proper wizards. But there was hope. As resurrection of skeletons increased in levels, the skeletons summoned were also stronger. The skeletons were strong but do not improve anymore. Because the orc's deity required a special torture ritual to impart the abilities of the skeleton's owner onto the skeleton, Abel felt that it was barbaric and unacceptable. Abel thought that the resurrection of skeletons was the correct way of summoning. The evil method of getting a skeleton from someone alive was not the moral way to do it. It appeared that resurrection of skeletons had started weak. But as time went on and level increased, soon enough, it would be able to exceed the skeletons from the orc's deities. Black Wind stared at Abel passing the soul potions to Ribbone No. 1 with its eyes wide open. How come it didn't get anything? He began to ruthlessly rub his head against Abel. Now, Black Wind, don't be naughty. I'll make sure to put aside your share. Abel felt like a parent lying to a kid about tooth fairies. He had to constantly comfort Black Wind. Abel left Black Wind and White Cloud 3 bottles of soul potion each, so he could do anything he wanted with the 6 bottles he had left. In the past, he felt inclined to drink these soul potions because of how beneficial they were to the mind. However, now he realized that not drinking these soul potions was even more of a waste since their power could not be fully utilized. Regardless, he should still be studying something with his time. He had the 2 recipes from Master Mara, and most of the introductions to crafting magic staff had not been looked into too deeply. In the next couple of days, Abel drank down 10 bottles of soul potions, virtually refining the healing potion and poison antidote potion recipes from Master Mara. Although he had not physically made any of them into real potions, he was confident that he had the recipe under his belt. He had also grasped a special spell called the Soul Gather from the Introductions to Crafting Magic Staff. This spell had not appeared on the skill tree after he learned it, so it seemed like he had just wasted those potions. The single spell was incredibly difficult to learn, and it had taken him 5 bottles of soul potion. Abel had finally understood why the making of magic staff required a blacksmith master and a wizard after leaning soul gather. In order to get the soul of an official soul beast, it had to be killed. Only wizards could kill official soul beasts, so only wizards could use soul harvest to get souls from the official soul beast. The soul also needed to be put in the magic staff. During the construction of it, that also needed to be done by the wizard, so you could say without a wizard, a magic staff couldn't be made. At the same time, only the expertise of a blacksmith master could make expensive metals and ingredients into a magic staff. Not every blacksmith was as lucky as Abel, who was able to get enough blank magic staffs to use as a carrier for an official soul beast. Therefore, making a magic staff that the Holy Continent had considered as very powerful. Similarly, without proper requirements, Abel was only able to virtually practice how to make the magic staff. Soon it came time to leave the dark world. Although 2 out of 10 soul potions' effect had been wasted, Abel didn't feel bad about it. The improvement in power was quite noticeable. Abel took out the attribute sign from his Kong Spirit portal bag. His attributes were displayed on the sign after a stream of white light appeared. Power 22.84. Speed 6.50. Constitution 17.02. Will 41/54. Mana 530/530. The Bahamut vampires ring plus 120 mana. After becoming a commander, his power, speed, and constitution had been raised considerably. Constitution had also been raised because he had risen in ranks as a knight, breaking the 15-point bottleneck. Because the dark gold rank magic staff Bane Ash was a 2-handed magic staff, it was usually kept in his portal bag. If it was equipped, mana would be improved to 560. Finally, it was the magic staff dropped by the fallen shaman. Though only 25 had been recovered, others were destroyed in the battle. Some of them were also broken, to begin with, and some more had been whipped out by Bishabosh's self-destruct. The fallen shamans were concentrated around Bishabosh. Therefore, there weren't many magic staffs that could be recovered. Abel threw one of the staff in the Horadric cube. Short staff common. Durability 1920. Plus 2-point firebolt. Plus 50% damage to undead. There wasn't much interest in white rarity magic staff, though plus 2 firebolt was alright. It was paled in comparison to the Bane Ashes plus 5. Abel identified the magic staff one by one, throwing them into the Horadric cube afterward. In the end, 10 of them were blank. 1 had plus 3 firebolt, 3 had plus 2 firebolt, and the others had plus 1 firebolt. He had hoped to get one with an official wizard spell attached, ideally an attacking spell. But out of the 25 magic staff, none of them had an official wizard spell. Abel was getting disappointed, but he noticed Rib Bone No, 2 awkwardly standing aside. It had a magic staff stuck in his ribs. How did it get there? Abel commanded Rib Bone No, 2 to come to his side with his power of the will and carefully removed the staff. This staff was unique, having a small indentation on its tip. He'd guessed that it was just another fallen shaman magic staff with a socket. Most of the equipment from the dark world had sockets, and they usually have all sorts of gems and patterns on them. This gave them different attributes and runes. The best equipment was the one with a rune word. Rune word was a special system of ordering specific runes in a specific order. When those runes had been installed with a correct onto equipment with socket, it could give it a lot of special bonus attributes. Afterward, the item could also be identified as dark gold. Therefore, a rune word would give your weapon a special name and great power. Abel opened the Horadric cube and threw the staff inside. Staff common 1. Durability 1820. Plus 50% damage to undead. Sockets 1. This was an attribute less fallen shaman magic staff. Other than the plus 50% undead damage bonus, it had no attributes. But despite that, Abel still formed an interest in it, since it was his first equipment with a socket. Previously, when Abel was making magic equipment, he would open up a socket on them. However, those sockets were not recognized by the Horadric cube. This also meant that it was not recognized by the dark world as sockets for gems and runes. Though the sockets he made could also harvest the powers of some magic gems, it was not suitable for a rune word. He would make equipment with rune word. if a socket was not recognized as sockets for runes. By the Horadric Q, the power of rune words would definitely not be able to be activated. Abel inspected the socket thoroughly. As a blacksmith master, he was confident in replicating the socket of this fallen shaman magic cane. All he needed to do is to compare the sockets he made in the past to the ones recognized by the Horadric Q. In his eyes, the socket on the staff seemed insignificant, just like a socket that had been made really smooth. But when it is inspected in more detail, the socket is made from intricately placed lines, barely noticeable by the naked eye. Using his power of the will, the lines inside the socket was actually a complicated rune net. Such intricacies on a common white item had completely exceeded his expectations. Perhaps equipment in the Dark World was far superior to the ones in the Holy Continent. His newfound confidence in his forging had just been utterly crushed by the equipment from the Dark World. Abel took out a bottle of soul potion and poured it into his mouth. His brain quickly began to operate like a supercomputer. His power of the will sensed that complicated network of pattern, and it had turned into 3D in his mind. Afterward, he ruthlessly examined every corner of the network of patterns. His power of the will had found where the network of patterns starts. Then, he began to trace the lines and etched out the structure of this pattern. As the lines began to change, Abel seemed to feel a strange power. After the entire network of patterns had been replicated and the original one faded away. At that moment, the shadow of a man emerged from Abel's mind. There was a full lineup of blacksmith equipment including furnace, hammer, and metal spoke in front of the shadow. There was also a big sword in the shadow's hand. The shadow had the same experience as Abel. As it began to open up a socket on the sword, it kept turning the sword round and round between the furnace and the metal spoke. Soon, a socket was opened up. Afterward, the blacksmith equipment disappeared, and Abel's familiar workbench, a rune pen, and a bottle of rune ink emerged in front of the shadow. It began to etch a network of patterns into the socket. It began to draw out that complicated network of patterns perfectly and effortlessly. However, the moment the socket was filled, it began to explode. It had failed. The shadow of a man in Abel's mind kept trying and trying. It kept adjusting the size of the socket. Although the socket he had made was basically the exact same shape and size as the ones from the fallen shaman, he still kept failing. Normally, the guy would have gotten frustrated by its failures. However, this shadow was not real. It only existed in Abel's mind. After the socket had been perfected, he began to change up his rune ink. He tried out all the different attributes of rune ink, even the ones he had not collected yet. Luckily, this was only happening on Abel's mind, so he only needed to know what the ink's ingredients and attributes to test it out. It still kept trying and trying, changing to another rune ink after every failure. At last, he found it. After emphasizing some ingredients in an attribute-less rune ink, the socket didn't explode. Instead, it began to glow in white light. It was just like the ones from the fallen shamans. Abel slowly woke up, seeing the 4 empty bottles of soul potion on the floor. He let out a bitter laugh. At first, he thought 20 bottles of soul potion was a lot, but the skills he had to learn now was too complicated. In a blink of an eye, he only had 2 bottles of soul potion left. Despite that, Abel was still very excited. Opening up sockets was a very impressive ability for a blacksmith in the Dark World. Abel returned to his blacksmith guild and began to forge Knight's sword. He first forged a 130 skills iron base, then mowed it into the shape of a sword. Afterward, he opened up a socket between the body of the sword. Abel was definitely deserving of the blacksmith title. He did not make a single mistake during this process. The socket was exactly the same as the shadow he saw in his mind. Afterward, he needed to make a special attribute-less rune ink. Since Abel had now learned alchemy, making rune ink was like a walk in a park. He combined through the Horadric cube, and a special attribute-less rune ink was completed. Abel used the Akara rune pen for etching so he wouldn't make a single mistake, as the Akara rune pen would remind him. After the last stroke of the rune was complete, a white light flashed, and a socket was opened up perfectly. Success, Abel took out a timeless blue gem from his Kong Kong Spirit portal bag and put it in the socket. The socket seemed like it was alive. It swallowed the gem into the sword without a single dent on its surface. Abel shoved the knight's sword into the Horadric cube to examine it. Big sword, common 1. Single hand damage, 3-7. Durability, 24/24. Plus 3-5 ice damage. Have socket 1. Abel's heart was filled with pride. As he saw the Horadric cube recognized a hole he personally opened up. If he opened up a socket on every one of his equipment, he too could have 3 chances in the dark world. After the excitement had died down, Abel was unsatisfied again. He then threw the big in the furnace for the second time. After it was burned red, he placed it on the metal bench again. He wanted to open up another socket. The process went very smoothly, without any challenges since he had experience. The Akara rune pen had helped Abel to draw the rune out perfectly yet again, but just when he thought success was coming his way, the sword began to crack. His commander's intuition began to alert. After making countless exploding big swords, Abel no longer needed to think, as he quickly shoved the sword in the Horadric cube. He failed. A perfectly fine big sword with a socket had turned into an exploding big sword. Abel exited the rogue encampment and opened the portal door after a while. The second before the portal door disappeared, he ran towards it and threw out the exploding big sword in his Horadric cube. He was back in the rogue encampment. A huge bang set off from afar as his heart filled with irritation. What could possibly go wrong? He was sure that he had done everything correctly. Looking at the last 2 bottles of soul potion, Abel had an itch in his heart. Afterward, he picked another bottle and poured it in his mouth. That virtual shadow of a man appeared again, but this time its magic sword already had a socket. The shadow began to open up another hole, but the sword had exploded and disappeared just before it finished. There were countless experiments by applying countless attributes. Just when About was ready to reach for another bottle of the soul potion, he realized they were all gone. It didn't help a single bit, even after 2 bottles of soul potion. He didn't want to take black wind and white clouds resources, even if they were unaware of it. He didn't want to hurt his partners no matter what. His mind had kept experimenting when the 2 bottles of soul potion was in effect, but still got no result. It seemed like there could only be possibility left. He had never seen double socket equipment before, so the second socket might be completely different from the first one. He was certain of this idea in his heart, but it was already too late. He had dwelled in the rogue encampment for 10 days, so it should almost be morning back in the Holy Continent. It was time to go back. He thought to himself. He might have a chance to come across double socket equipment in the future as he ignited the Tome of Town portal. He retreated the skeleton summon spell and arrived back at the mansion in Lamb Road, Linnate City, with Black Wind. After he gave Black Wind and his blood-stained body a good clean, he put away the 2 barrier circle. "Master, it's time for breakfast," said Steward Brewer with a bow. He had already been waiting for Abel outside of his door early in the morning. "Thanks, Brewer." Abel smiled and tipped his head. Steward Brewer couldn't help but feel like his owner was a little odd today as he led the way. It seemed like there was a scary impose coming from his owner's body. He had almost screamed the moment his owner opened the door, but he didn't since he was a well-trained steward. Still, it was like a scary monster was about to come out. Abel's senses were very sensitive. He quickly realized there was something wrong with Steward Brewer's emotion. That was odd, so he gave his body a little scan with his power of the will. He immediately knew the reason afterward. He had almost killed 10,000 inferno creatures in the dark world. That was the most he had ever killed. Weird impose would be created every time a person takes a life. Some people called it murderous scent, and others called it radon. It could easily scare off a normal person when an army of troops who had killed many people appeared. Luckily, Abel had stayed a few extra days in the rogue encampment after killing tens of thousands of inferno creatures. If not, Steward Brewer might break down when Abel's murderous scent appeared in front of his normal soul. There were many ways to subside the murderous scent. For example, peacefully resting for a while, going out for a walk, or finding a partner. However, Abel was different. He directly took out the meditation jade pillow from the Akara tent in his personal storage box. He then put it in his chest pocket. A cool breeze emerged as though he was washed with the cleanest water. Afterward, all the radon had disappeared. Abel arrived at the dining room. When Steward Brewer was preparing the table for Abel, he realized his owner's friendly scent had returned. It was just like the time they first met. All the impose was gone. Although he felt puzzled, he did not show it as he kept surviving his owner. After breakfast, Abel shoved the meditation jade pillow back to the Akara tent in his personal storage box. This thing was really a treasure. Those soldiers had spent countless years trying to get rid of their murderous scent so they could socialize with normal people, but Abel had got rid of it in almost no time. Abel sat on the horse carriage in a silvery white suit. It was the elves' favorite color, but not all elves could wear it, only noble elves could. The silvery white suit was gifted by the Duke Palace for this lord-granting ceremony. It also came with a pure white suit, which was also only used by the nobles. At that time, that pure white suit was inside a luggage box by Abel's side. The carriage slowly slowed down. Brewer turned his head back from the front of the carriage and said gently, "Master, we arrived at the Grand Ducal Palace." "Mr. Bennett, I am the Grand Ducal Palace's steward, Derek." "Welcome to the Grand Ducal Palace." Upon seeing this carriage, Steward Derek quickly stepped up and carefully opened the carriage door. He then greeted with a bow. As the steward of the Duke Palace, of course, he knew who this young elf in front of him was. From the mansion in Lamb Road, this carriage, to the suit personally designed by Grand Duke Edwina, were all arranged by him. There was a big chance this young elf could be the future husband of Countess Lorraine. This young elf could be the star of today. But no matter what, Steward Derek still had great respect for him due to Grand Duke Edwina's respect for him. "Derek, thanks," Abel returned the bow. Although Derek was a steward, this occupation was very high ranked in the Grand Ducal Palace. And most importantly, this was the steward that Lorraine had mentioned who raised her up. "Mr. Bennett, you're too polite. Please follow me." Derek made a welcome hand gesture and led Abel into the Grand Ducal Palace. Abel's steward Brewer held the luggage box with the suit and followed from behind. His job today was to give Abel some advice on clothing and makeup, since today was not just a lord-granting ceremony. After the ceremony, there would be a banquet to welcome the new noble members into the noble circle of Angstrom City. The elves had all kinds of ways to entertain themselves in their long life. A banquet was one of the most important ones. The familiar hall, the main seats, was still empty. Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert had not arrived. Only 12 suited elf counselors were standing there saying something. When they saw Abel come in led by Steward Derek, 4 female elf counselors smiled and nodded. The other ones seemed to be ignoring Abel. There were even 2 of them who showed a slight distaste for him. "Mr. Bennett, I leave you here," said Steward Derek after he led Abel into the hall. Afterward, he bowed and left. The elf counselor was the one who truly controls Angstrom City. They were separated in charge of things like the city's economy, safety, tax, army, and land. In order to be in a powerful position, you must first have a high status. That's why all the elf counselors were to pick out by all those noble elves with the land. This had to do with the elves' special system of authority. Since the grand nobles with land could not be personally in charge of how things run, they had to pick out someone else with high status to help them. This would increase the status of the person they picked out even more, making the elf counselors a level higher than normal nobles. They simultaneously had power, but needed to obey the Grand Duke and the Grand Noble family they represent. Since they did not hold the highest authority, this weird dynamic limited the elf counselors to abuse their power, while allowing the Grand Nobles to enjoy their lives without worry. Abel felt like an outsider in the hall. None of the elf counselors stepped up and talked to him. Up to this point, Derek's voice emerged from the entrance of the hall. The Honorable Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert had arrived. Suddenly, all the chatting in the hall stopped. The 12 elf counselors spread into 2 groups and stood against both sides of the hall. Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert emerged from the entrance, but all the elf counselors in the hall realized there was something different about Grand Duke Edwina today. She seemed like she had returned to her younger appearance. Her skin was smooth like jade, with a faint blush emerging from within. Her long hair was shimmering in the light, spreading smoothly and naturally down both sides of her shoulders. She was even wearing a silvery flower-patterned crown. This brought the old elf counselors back to a few hundred years ago. This was what Grand Duke Edwina looked like when she became the ruler of Angstrom City and promoted them to become the counselors. "Bennett, good morning." Duke Albert ignored the elf counselors and greeted Abel with a smile. He did not care about these so-called high-authority elves. "Good morning, the Honorable Duke Albert," Abel replied with a bow. However, he felt a little weird as he stared at his future father-in-law. The age on his face had disappeared. Instead, he looked young and unrestrained. If they were humans, both Duke Albert and Grand Duke Edwina would look around 30 years old. In the past, he seemed 50 years old and she seemed around 40. No need to explain, both of them had definitely used the lotion and conditioner Abel made. I was right, you are good. Duke Albert patted Abel on the shoulder with a big laugh and took a seat in the middle of the hall. Grand Duke Edwina also gazed at Abel. She gave out a little smile and a little nod, seeing how both rulers of the city had greeted Abel. All the elf counselors' expressions immediately changed. The 4 female elf counselors who smiled at Abel were now putting on their most welcoming look, and all the other elf counselors had gotten a lot friendlier towards Abel as well. The Lord granting ceremony took place in a peaceful atmosphere. Steward Derek placed a luxury purple cushion with flower embroidery in front of the stage and asked Abel to sit on it. Abel was no stranger to Lord granting ceremonies. He stepped up and kneeled down with a serious look, staring forward. The surprise of all the elf counselors, Grand Duke Edwina did not request an oath from Abel. She only took out the silver sword from the hands of Steward Derek and lightly tapped it on both sides Abel's shoulder. Afterward, she placed a Lord's Medal of Honor in front of Abel's chest, and the ceremony was finished. Grand Duke Edwina couldn't do anything else anyway. Abel's status as a human was too awkward. If he didn't have the Moon Goddess's transformation necklace, Grand Duke Edwina would never even consider giving Abel a noble status, such as a Lord of Elves. It signified Abel's identity as an elf, so she needed to be certain Abel's true identity would never be exposed. Now, since Abel had the transformation necklace, he was able to completely change into an elf inside and out. Of course, there were also those few royal elves who had seen the transformation necklace, but Grand Duke Edwina was sure they would not make it public after they saw how she had treated Abel. The oath an elf needed to say in a Lord granting ceremony could only work its power against elves. Abel was a human, so it didn't matter much if he said it or not anyway. The Medal of Honor in front of Abel was the ones of a lord. Since he was not granted any land, he could not design his own coat of arms. He could only show his noble status through this Lord's Medal of Honor. After the Lord granting ceremony had finished, Abel had put on his skin-tight white suit with the help of Brewer. Afterward, he sat in the resting room with a bottle of fruit juice, waiting for the banquet the Grand Ducal Palace had organized for him. Suddenly, Carrie appeared by his side. She glanced at Brewer, who was also standing by Abel's side, and said to Abel, "I'm looking for you, Master the Honorable Countess Carrie. I'll go first," Steward Brewer quickly said with a bow and left the resting room. "Countess Carrie, why are you looking for me?" Abel put down his juice and said with a slight bow. This sister of Lorraine had a special ability. She always broke people's good mood when she appeared. "Let the Grand Ducal Palace take care of the selling of those elven perfume," said Carrie with a monotone voice. "But I'm not even planning to sell those elven perfumes." Abel carelessly threw out this sentence. He wasn't in need of any resources anyway, and the things he wanted could not be bought by gold coins. Maybe the only thing he was short of was some fresh crystal cores. Those things were a very crucial resource, but they could not be bought with wealth. They could only be attained through a soul beast hunt. That was Mother's decision. Carrie replied to Abel's disinterest with the same monotone. Carrie's attitude was basically commanding Abel to give the elven perfume to the Grand Ducal Palace, for sale no matter if he liked it or not, since that was what Grand Duke Edwina had said. That was crazy. "Countess Carrie, you really are good at persuading men. I'll give some elven perfume to the Grand Ducal Palace for sale in a few days," said Abel with a hint of sarcasm. Seemed like Carrie didn't catch Abel's intention. She continued to say, "You also need to prepare some conditioner and lotion. Master Mara is helping you to apply for honor from the Alchemy Union. It doesn't matter if you pass or not, all your alchemy will still belong to the elves." After Carrie finished her sentence, she turned and left. Abel wanted to follow up and ask, "Do all the elves like to make decisions for people without asking?" Suddenly, Carrie stopped. She turned back to Abel once again and took out a portal bag from her chest pocket. "This is some resource." When Abel took the portal bag, Carrie had already disappeared from the resting room. This portal bag had a cute bear embroidery on it. It was the complete opposite to any other vicious bears he saw. He could tell this was a female bear at first sight. Abel gave out a little laugh. He would never guess the serious all the time elves would like embroidery of this style. He reached in with his power of the will. Inside was filled with elven perfume, conditioner lotion, and countless ingredients that were commonly used in alchemy, some of which were even very valuable. Too bad he didn't find a single beauty grass. It was the main ingredient for beauty potion. It seemed like beauty grass was too rare, and he didn't know where to get them. Of course, he wasn't preparing those beauty potions for himself. He was still young. He was thinking of making some for his mother Nora and future Lauren. Abel then thought about Master Mara, helping him to apply for honor from the Alchemy Union. Suddenly, joy struck his heart. Back in the days when he was learning to forge, Master Bentham had also sacrificed his only chance to help Abel apply a blacksmith master examination. Although he wasn't sure how many times Master Mara could apply, he was sure this opportunity was not easy to come by. "Master, the banquet is about to start," said Steward Brewer as he appeared beside Abel. Upon hearing Brewer's reminder, Abel wrapped the portal bag on his waist. He was very cautious as he wasn't sure what would happen if he threw the portal bag Carrie had given him in his personal storage box in the Horadric cube. This white suit for elves was also almost skin tight, so he could only wrap the portal bag on his waist. The Lord of Bennett had arrived. With the call of the Grand Ducal Palace's steward Derek, Abel entered the hall. At first, Derek did not follow as he stayed at the entrance. It was only after another steward had arrived he began following Abel. He only had one mission today, and that was to introduce Abel to every noble in here. Word. The nobles in the hall turned and gazed at Abel. Some smiled and some ignored, but all 12 of the elf counselors were very friendly towards him. They all separately stepped up and greeted Abel respectfully while Derek introduced them to Abel. All the nobles in the hall were surprised by this. Those big ego elf counselors were not easy to interact with. Although this lord-granting ceremony was organized to welcome Abel into the noble circle, it was just another excuse for the other nobles to gather around. No one actually cared about a lord without land. The thing that surprised the nobles the most was Steward Derek's attitude towards Abel. It was like he was serving a master. Since Steward Derek was the steward of the Grand Ducal Palace, he was only a status below the elf counselors, so no one would want to mess with him. Because of this, the elves began to guess Abel's identity. Some of them had even stepped up and started to chat with him with a friendly look. By this point, Abel realized the elves were just as fake as the humans. They weren't graceful like their appearance at all. Suddenly, a voice came from the entrance. The Honorable Master Mara had arrived. Young elf entered. All the elves were extremely curious. From what they had heard, Master Mara was already entering her old age. How come she was so young? "This is Master Mara. My God, are my eyes okay?" an elf counselor said in shock. "I told you," elf counselor Croc turned and replied. "That's hard to believe. What potion could it be?" said a female elf counselor. She stared at Master Mara with her eyes wide open. All the female noble elves quickly began to gather around Master Mara. It seemed like they all wanted to know the answer to this question. When Master Mara saw Abel, she increased her stride and avoided the elves rushing at her. When she was in front of Abel, she greeted with a bow and took out 3 bottles of gold color potion from her bag. "Congratulations, the Lord of Bennett. These are 3 bottles of space-breaking potion. I'll give them to you as a gift." "The Honorable Master Mara, thank you so much. Your gift is too valuable." Abel did not take the potion immediately. He bowed first. Then the Grand Duke Palace steward Derek whispered against Abel's ears, "The Lord of Bennett, you must take this gift. It's the elves' tradition." Upon hearing these words, Abel quickly took the 3 bottles of potion from the hands of Master Mara and said, "The Honorable Master Mara, I will make some potions that you can use and organize my steward to deliver to you." Master Mara was feeling a bit weird that Abel had refused her gift at first, but her mood had lightened up when she heard those words. She only had 2 bottles of lotion and conditioner, so if she wanted to continue preserving her looks, she would have to keep applying them. Master Mara was very happy with those 2 potions, so she had made the decision for Abel to apply for an Honorable Master Alchemist title for him. She had requested a bottle of blue-rank lotion, conditioner, and elven perfume from Grand Duke Edwina to send it to the Elves' Alchemy Union. Master Mara's train of thought was simple. She told the Alchemy Union that if a master alchemist could make a unique potion that was better than the ones herself made, that master alchemist definitely deserved an honorable title. The space-breaking potion Master Mara had gifted Abel could increase one's agility and speed. The ingredients required to make these potions originated from the Double Moon Forest. Humans rarely had the chance to use these potions, especially the gold rank ones. Only an honorable alchemist master like Master Mara could slowly gather the ingredients for these potions through connections. However, their rate of success was still not high. So these 3 bottles of space-breaking potion were definitely a very generous gift. As all the elves were shocked by Master Mara's generous gift, Abel shoved the 3 bottles of space-breaking potion in his portal bag. This action struck Master Mara by surprise. Only people with mana could have a portal bag, and among the elves, only the druids had mana. Abel did not only have 1 portal bag but 2. Master Mara smiled oddly face, especially when she saw that portal bag with the cute, animated bear embroidery. By that point, a group of elves arrived at the hall. Suddenly, the chapters in the hall had subsided. Abel could sense all those elves were druids. When Abel got close to them, he could smell that they had all applied his elven perfume, the Lord of Bennett. These are our palace's druid's steward, Derek softly introduced. By this point, Abel realized where those druids had got their elven perfume from. But he was confused why even the male elves had applied them. They were designed for women. Derek, why did the druids have elven perfume on them? Ain't they designed for female elves? Said Abel as he hesitantly pointed towards the male druids. As the steward of the Grand Ducal Palace, of course, Derek would know about this. However, he could not explain to Abel why. It was too embarrassing for the Grand Ducal Palace. As Derek was feeling a bit awkward, a voice came from behind. Mother gave the elven potion to the female druids to assist their training. However, the male druids also used those potions to help them cleanse their soul, so they blackmailed Mother, Carrie said with the same monotone voice. Young master, Derek bowed and said. It was hard for Abel to imagine the ultra-dominant Grand Duke Edwina getting blackmail. He didn't know how to react all of a sudden, so he just put up a weird face. Bennett, I will tell Mother about your mocking facial expression. Carrie's voice was just as monotone, but Abel could tell she was threatening him. MS. Carrie, what do you want? Abel said helplessly. He didn't want to argue. Give me a copy of the beauty potion's formula once you have the ingredients, Carrie said, leaving no room for bargain. Suddenly, a young male druid appeared beside Abel and Carrie, interrupting them. Countess, you're here. I've been looking for you. Abel felt a big rock lift off his chest. It was very hard to communicate with Carrie. He would get blackmail every 2 sentences. At least he could escape this time. Don't go, Bennett. You have not replied. Carrie ignored the young druid and said with a hint of desperation. It seemed like all girls take their appearance seriously. Why do you have Miss Carrie's portal bag? The young druid stared at the 2 portal bags on Abel's waist, and one of them had a cute bear embroidery on it. How would a male elf have something like this? By this point, tension began to build up in Abel's body. Every elf in the Grand Ducal Palace knew this young druid's relationship with Miss Carrie, and Miss Carrie was fine with it. They often chat about training together, and he always believed Carrie would be his future wife. As long as he could become an intermediate druid, he would be able to propose to Carrie in front of Grand Duke Edwina. But at that moment, Carrie had ignored him, and she was treating another young elf with a rare attitude. Finally, when he saw Abel's portal bag, he began to get angry. Merlin, I gave him that portal bag, Carrie replied without much thought. Merlin's last bit of rationality broke. The fire in his heart began to burn. He could sense this elf was only rank 3, so he didn't even need to use physical strength. Only directly striking his power of the will should turn his opponent into an idiot. Merlin might be punished for doing this with his status as a druid, so he did some quick calculations as he was losing his mind. In the end, he decided it was worth it. Considering his relationship with Miss Carrie, the punishment shouldn't be too harsh. And this would be a good way to show Carrie how much he cared about her. At the same time, Abel's commander's alertness began to lit up. He sensed this Merlin druid in front of him had bad intentions. Although it wasn't enough to threaten his life, this druid wanted to attack him. As Abel was still thinking, an elven force struck his brain by surprise. Due to their distance, Abel's commander alertness almost had no time to react. At the same time, this also showed his opponent's power of the will was not that strong. If not, Abel's strong intuition would not let him attack that easily. When Merlin's power of the will entered Abel's mind, his initially cocky expression was immediately flipped around. It was like he had entered the mind of a giant dragon. It was not like the mind of an elf at all. Merlin didn't know what would happen when the power of the will enters the brain of the giant dragon. There hadn't been a fool brave enough to do so. Now he felt like the fool. Druids were a type of wizard. Even though they could use close-ranged attacks, they could only be done through self-enhancement spells. Wizards also had strong limitations to their usage of their power of the will. They usually only used it to activate spells, rune signs, hexes, etc. Only a few wizards would use their power of the will offensively. This was because once their power of will was broken, there would be severe consequences. Merlin was in that exact situation. When his power of the will had entered into Abel's brain, Abel's brain was so complicated that even Abel himself couldn't identify what was so special about it. Firstly, the countless soul potions had allowed the soul in his brain to grow significantly. Secondly, after becoming a commander, his soul had significantly increased attack. Lastly, absorbing the imposed pressure from the dragon crystal through the ambergris wood big had also had an effect on his soul and power of the will. By this point, Carrie felt that something was up. How could Merlin attack Abel in front of her? Abel was her younger sister's love interest, the only blacksmith in the elven city, and possibly only one who could make the special elven perfumes, lotions, and conditioners in the entire holy continent. It happened when Carrie was about to ask her mother to stop Merlin. Attacks like this on the power of the will was among the most dangerous. Due to the lack of training, her powers were the lowest among the intermediate druids. Furthermore, she was not familiar with these attacks on the power of the will. As her voice was escaping her, she noticed that Merlin's expression had slightly changed, whereas Abel had shown no change. The suspicion grew, could it be that Merlin, as an official druid, had weaker will than a third-grade wizard? The battle had already been decided when she finished her thought. Merlin looked dumbfounded. All his power of the will had become a part of Abel's brain. As Merlin's power of the will entered Abel's brain, it was like there was a terrifying monster being awakened inside. His power of will had been stunned as it entered. Soon, all of Merlin's power of will began to leave his mind and enter into Abel's brain. Consequently, Merlin lost complete control of himself. A dragon's roar set off from Abel's mind. Merlin was a druid specialized in summoning, and he could communicate with soul beast through his power of the will. However, this roar had whipped out all of Merlin's attributes beyond Merlin's power of the will. Afterward, the weak little soul vicious dashed out and swallowed Merlin's power of the will, like a hungry snake eating an elephant. In the physical world, Abel posed no harm to an official druid, as he is unable to utilize his giant dragon-imposed pressure. This imposed pressure only exists in his soul, so entering his mind would be like entering the mind of the giant dragon. Abel had felt some change after the weak little soul had consumed Merlin's power of will. Though it has no sense of self, it had grown under the influence of the power of will of an official druid. "What's wrong, Merlin?" The shouting of one druid had attracted the attention of many others. Carrie looked at Merlin coldly. Although she was introverted, she wasn't dumb. Merlin would often discuss training, but she would leave whenever the conversation became off-topic. Who knew Merlin would interpret her tolerance as a sign of love? She didn't know Abel was able to survive Merlin's attack, but she had already put the blame on herself. Merlin's eye had lacked expression and was wide open. He was smiling awkwardly, and his saliva had flowed down towards his chest. Merlin's power of will is gone, an intermediate had shouted after investigating. "Who did it?" his fellow druid yelled, though he had his eyes on the similarly still Abel. "Who is he?" "He did it." Attacking the Grand Ducal Druid in the Grand Ducal Palace, off with his head. Several druids gathered to Abel, but Carrie stood beside Abel, silent. The druids had understood her intentions. "Why are you protecting him, Countess Carrie?" "He killed Merlin," said one of the druids who had shouted questioned her. Carrie hadn't even moved her eyes, worryingly staring at Abel. This action had aggravated the druids even more. "Calm yourselves," said Grand Duke Edwina as she and Duke Albert had appeared beside Abel. "Grand Duke Edwina, this elf attacked Merlin. Look at what he did to him," said one of the druids. He was a very close friend of Merlin. Are you all blind? Between an official druid and a level 3 elf, does it need to be said explicitly who the aggressor was? Grand Duke Edwina said with piercing eyes, staring at the druid who talked back. He attacked the Grand Ducal Palace's alchemist. He deserved being counter-attacked. Do you still want to take revenge for him? Upon learning Abel's identity as the Grand Duke's alchemist, nobody dared make as much as a squeak, including Merlin's buddy. Everyone had also understood that the mysterious alchemist who made the elven perfume was Abel. Before he arrived, there hadn't been elven perfume that improved the purity of souls. There was no need for words. Grand Duke Edwina's attitude had explained everything. Mother, is Mr. Bennett all right? Carrie said in a slightly concerned tone. I just checked, he's all right. Grand Duke Edwina said with a slight smile. As she finished speaking, her beast portal bag suddenly opened. 5 ravens flew out and eyed Merlin, and without hesitation flew towards Abel. After flying around him for a bit, they land on his shoulder, looking at his affectionately. Pledge transfer, shouted most of the elves present. This was almost an urban legend. Only a few elves have even seen it themselves. These kinds of pledge could transfer the beasts they have pledged to other elves, and at the same time losing the spell themselves. As though removing one's body part. Almost anyone who attempts it regrets it. It seems a lot had happened behind the scenes. Grand Duke Edwina had shown some surprise. She knew that Abel was human, and human wizards are not able to coexist with druid wizards. This was not a rune conflict between a wizard and an alchemist, but one on the spiritual level. Because elven druids need to change their souls to a natural green to be able to communicate with animals. This same soul change also allowed druids to be accepted by animals easier. And the easier a druid is accepted by animals, the easier their soul is to change. The base of a human wizard was the power of the will. An elf druid's base was their soul's ability to be absorbed by nature. These were completely different occupations, and they could not coexist within the same being. By this point, Grand Duke Edwina began to doubt if Abel was actually an elf. Maybe everything he said was a lie. Although Abel might lie to Grand Duke Edwina, she knew well that her little daughter Lorraine wouldn't. There could only be one explanation for this. Abel was a monster. Yes, a monster. That was what Grand Duke Edwina had labeled this destructive guy in front of her. A druid's monster portal bag was strange dimension. Merchandise. It couldn't store any personal belongings, but one could shove their contracted creatures within. Not every single druid had a monster portal bag since they were very hard to get. Merlin's monster portal bag was given to him for his service within the Grand Ducal Palace. On top of that, he needed to supply an intermediate mana gem every 5 days in order to keep this bag. Not all normal druids could withstand this sacrifice. By this point, Abel could no longer see what was happening in the real world. His thoughts had entered the weak little soul. Everything had turned green, as though he had been altered after swallowing a power of the will. However, Abel didn't know the purpose of this alteration. Every single bit of Merlin's power of the will was swallowed, even the soul beast contract he spent countless years on. Now, Abel realized a set of strange symbols appear within his weak little soul. Slowly, he reached his power of the will towards them. 5 souls responded to him. The contract was signed to 5 ravens. At this point, Merlin's monster portal bag opened, and the 5 ravens flew out beside him, causing shock among the elves. Abel had successfully summoned the 5 ravens from Merlin's monster portal bag without being aware of it. And a strange raven symbol appeared on the skill tree within his Horadric cube. Abel began to examine the second set of symbols, and the soul of a vine responded. This soul of a vine was battle-thirsty. They immediately became excited after they heard the summon. Merlin's monster portal bag opened once again, and a poison creeper swam out. After seeing the poison creeper, the elves immediately backed off. This vicious vine could send out immense poison from their attacks, and the cure was often very hard to find. Normally, a druid would find a way to alter and intensify the poison within their own poison creeper. Therefore, the poison every poison creeper gave out was different. There were only 2 cures. One was using poison antidote potion, and the other was the poison creeper retrieving their poison. Depending on the quality of the poison antidote potion, their effect would be different. So most of the time, it just assisted the body to slowly excrete the poison through rest. That's why the elves began to freak out when they saw the poison creeper and tried to find a place to hide. The poison creeper swam beside Abel's feet. It seemed like it liked Abel's smell a lot as it brushed its scary flowers against him. The skill tree in Abel's Horadric cube had gained a new spell again, as a vine symbol appeared. Erlin's druid friend wanted to step up and close his monster portal bag, but the moment he reached his hand in, a scary sense engulfed his body. In a sudden, all of his strength and power vanished. He immediately understood this was Grand Duke Edwina's warning. He should not mess with this elf-frightening contract transfer. Abel reached his power, if the will, towards the third set of symbols, and he was connected to a strange soul. This strange soul was very powerful, and it seemed like it was very difficult to communicate with it. Luckily, Abel's power of will was extremely powerful, and the green souls around the weak little soul continued to hold down this weird soul. By this point, the weak little soul automatically injected some green power of the will into Abel's power of the will. The two power combined, making the communication smooth again. All the druids in the scene were at least level 6, and all of them could tell Abel was only level 3. Although they could not accept the fact that two types of low-ranking creature had just been summoned, they could guess what had happened. Merlin had used his power of the will to attack this level 3 alchemist Bennett, but alchemist Bennett somehow swallowed the soul within Merlin's power of the will and brutally extracted his contract. None of the druids could believe alchemist Bennett could summon and take away the low-ranking creature within Merlin's contract. All the druids were speechless. Dead air filled the hall. Even Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert could not take their eyes off what was happening below. However, Grand Duke Edwina gave out a little flick with her hand. A green wall of light appeared in the middle of the hall, separating all the normal nobles from the druids. As the nobles were blocked by the wall of light and the buzz began to build, the voice of Grand Duke Edwina began to fill the hall. What comes after was the Grand Ducal Palace's secret. Please excuse us. A strange creature emerged from the monster portal bag. Every druid in the scene knew it was a spirit. It was called the Oak Sage. The peculiar creature could increase the life force of its owner. Impossible. The druids began to doubt their eyes. This had exceeded everything they had ever known. A level 3 alchemist, which they thought was a level 3 druid, could control a level 6 spirit. By this point, Grand Duke Edwina no longer knew how to describe her daughter's little boyfriend. She was so puzzled that her head began to hurt. It was a good thing she had separated the ordinary nobles and the druids. Every druid in here was the member of the Grand Duke Palace, so they would not leak this information by her command. The Oak Sage floated mid-air towards Abel. It spun around him 2 times before landing in front of him. All of a sudden, Abel, the ravens on his shoulder, and the poison creeper on the ground began to glow in red. It was the Oak Sage's life force increase ability in action. A circle symbol of a spirit appeared on the skill tree in the Horadric cube. When Abel reached his power of the will towards the last set of symbols, 5 familiar souls began to merge. Abel's soul had gained his soul connecting experience last time, so this time Abel directly joined the 5 familiar souls with the weak little soul's power of the will. It was the soul of a wolf. Although he didn't know which type, he was sure it was a wolf by the soul's big ego and cold-bloodedness. 5 spirit wolves jumped out from Merlin's monster portal bag. Although these things were called wolves, they existed in a half-immaterial state. Afterward, they all lifted their heads and howled. Flashes of light flicked beside Abel, guarding him in the middle. A wolf symbol appeared on the skill tree. By this point, every druid knew Merlin was finished. He would be useless if he could wake up. The sacrifice of contract exchange was forever losing the ability to use magic. Therefore, it seemed like Merlin could never regain his ability, even if he starts all over again. Abel swallowed and gave him 4 spells from the druids this time. Actually, he was very lucky to have all the conditions met. As long as a single requirement was not fulfilled, this kind of contract transfer could not be complete. First, he needed to fully penetrate the opponent's power of the will. Normally, people would not do this risky behavior if they didn't have total confidence. Then, there was the soul and impose pressure, transformed by the giant dragon impose pressure. The power of the will poured into Abel's brain. This would instantly wipe out the opponent's intelligence on the power of the will. The giant dragon was known as the most advanced life form. Their imposed pressure can suppress almost any other life, especially when purely in terms of the power of will. When there was no defense, the imposed pressure of the giant dragon was invincible. Lastly and most importantly, a pure soul was required to consume another power of the will without being affected themselves. Abel's weak little soul matches these criteria well. Though it inherently has no intelligence, through the countless soul potions, it had grown similar to a proper soul, though still incomparable to a real soul. Therefore it was able to grow and flourish after swallowing the power of the will with no side effects. Abel's weak little soul had become a druid's soul, one that had absorbed an official druid and had inherited their summons. Abel slowly opened his eyes, feeling the summons next to him. Carrie was next to him, blocking him. Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert stared back at him with playful eyes. Further away were the druids who attended the banquet. "Your Royal Highness, Grand Duke Edwina, Grand Duke Albert," said Abel, bowing before checking his own well-being. "Greetings, all the druids here have benefited from you and will continue in the future," said Grand Duke Edwina, waving her hand. After looking around, she said, "I hope everything that has happened today will stay in this room. After all, Alchemist Bennett was the only one who could make the elven perfumes." "Do not worry, Your Royal Highness. The druids were no idiots. An alchemist that had significant benefits to their training must be given respect." There was no reason to backstab Abel. And as the ones who are benefiting from him, they should be trying to protect him. "Bennett, you have shown me more than I had hoped. Congratulations." After waving her hand, Merlin's monster portal bag flew into her hand, which she threw to Abel. "Keep the summons in here. They are draining the appetite of our guests." As soon as Abel tried to communicate with the summons, asking them to enter the bag, all of them jumped into the monster portal bag. With a flick of her wrist, the green wall that separated the noble and druid had disappeared. Two guards had picked up Merlin by his shoulders, dragging him out of the banquet hall. It was likely Merlin would be living the rest of his life like that, though the Grand Ducal Palace would keep him alive. "Everyone, there was a small complication which had been settled. May the banquet commence," Grand Duke Edwina said to all the elves in the hall with a smile. The elves in the banquet hall knew not to discuss what had happened. This was a buffet. The table had been filled with dishes full of food. In an environment like this, socializing had been put before eating. Some nobles that hadn't seen each other in a long time had formed circles of discussion. The druids had also started sharing their stories. All of a sudden, it was as though nothing had happened. "Follow me," Grand Duke Edwina told Abel. "Yes, Your Royal Highness," Abel said with a bow, entering a room by the banquet hall, trailing behind Grand Duke Edwina. "There aren't other elves here. I'll just refer to you by your name, Abel. I don't care how you got the power of the official druid, but I hope you can try and control the power of the druids," Grand Duke Edwina said to Abel. "Your Royal Majesty." As Abel said that, he was interrupted by Grand Duke Edwina. "Forget the formalities here. You humans have the formalities down pat. Though privately, you can call me Grand Duke Edwina." "Yes, Grand Duke Edwina. I can learn everything a druid can," Abel said with a questioning tone, knowing that druid training was unique to elves and could be passed on onto outsiders. "Abel, you're different. Because of Leorain, you could call us family. It should be fine as long as you avoid casting druid spells as a human. You already have low-level and basic druid summons. You're already past the first barrier. Now all you need to do was to learn a few summoning spells and you would be able to create summons anytime," Grand Duke Edwina said with a smile. "Grand Duke Edwina, I'm not familiar with druid. What happens when my summons die?" Abel asked with a hint of concern. "Summons don't actually die. When they receive lethal damage, they are sent back into the summoning dimension. They can be summoned again after resting," replied Grand Duke Edwina. "If the summons can go back to the summoning dimension, what's the point of the monster portal bag?" Abel questioned. "Summoning requires time and mana. And when you let it return to the summoning dimension, it loses all combat experience. Despite it being the same summon, you'll need to retrain it," Grand Duke Edwina replied patiently. Abel had now understood that druid summons and the summons from sacrifices are different. Druids summoned soul beasts from the summoning dimension, whereas a sacrifice should be better understood as obtaining a skeleton from a corpse. When a druid summoned, it was as though wiping their summon's memory, getting a fresh new summon the next time they do so. On the other hand, a deity could just put away their summoned skeleton for the next combat without affecting its abilities. "As for druid training, I'll get Carrie to help you," Grand Duke Edwina said as she left the room, leaving Abel to himself. Abel grew depressed as he heard Carrie would be his mentor. The way Carrie spoke would make his learning experience torturous. However, he understood Grand Duke Edwina's decision. To teach a level 3 elf the basics of druid, any druid teacher would immediately know that he wasn't even a druid. Assigning her trustworthy daughter was the most logical decision. Abel hadn't left immediately. Although the banquet was meant for him, it was only a gathering. His existence barely mattered. After sitting down, he started a self-assessment. Using the power of will, he checked the main soul, which had no change. Afterward, he checked the weak little soul. After consuming the power of the will, the weak little soul had become a whole druid soul. Abel could access druid spells through the weak little soul, now known as the druid soul. Inside the soul was 4 runes representing 4 different summons. Through the activation of the power of the will, he can summon them out from the monster portal bag. But resummoning them after they receive lethal damage was still a mystery to him. Through the force of habit, Abel checked the skill tree within Horadric Cube as he wandered off with his thoughts. To his surprise, 4 other signs had shown up, corresponding to the 4 different summoning spells of the druids that were now part of the spells. Under his control, he focused his power of the will on the first raven symbol. Raven. Summon a flock of ravens to poke the eyes of your enemies. Mana 6. Current level 6. Damage 7-9. Ravens 5. Next level 1/106,410. This spell summons 5 ravens to attack the enemy. Even though the ravens have low damage, the best part of it is the chance to blind. Ravens are not the main attacking summon. They are used to harass the enemy. If the enemy has low defense, their eyes may get poked out. There would be a higher chance of disrupting spells if faced with 5 harassing ravens. Abel then focused his power of the will on the vine symbol. Poison Creeper. Summon a vine, which inflicting poison on anything that touches it. Mana 8. Level 11. Poison damage 37-39. Duration 45. Next level 1/352,020. This is a cunning summon. These intelligent vines will extend their feelers, poisoning anything they touch. Poison creepers are a key method of attacking a summoning druid. Since ravens are only used for harassment, the poison of the poison creeping is used to finish battles. Next was the 3rd sign representing the Oak Sage. Oak Sage. Summon a spirit, allowing you and your allies to gain health. Mana 24. Level 10. Health plus 75%. Next level 1/289,980. Lastly, the sign representing a spirit wolf. Summon Spirit Wolf. Summon a telekinetic spirit wolf to aid you in battle. Mana 15. Current level 15. Damage 23-27. Wolves 5. Accuracy plus 400%. Defense plus 190%. Next level 1/672,530. Abel had never considered the first spells he would learn as an official wizard would be a druid's spells. This time he had obtained offensive spells from an official wizard. In particular, it's a telekinetic spirit wolf. Abilities like this were much stronger than Black Wind's. Currently, could only use move in a flash twice a day, only reserving it for escaping death. In the empty guest room, Abel had allowed his curiosity to get the better of him, letting loose of the spirit wolf from his monster portal bag. A massive wolf, slightly smaller than Black Wind, though would be considered huge for a wolf, came out. It had black skin, though unlike the fur of Black Wind, it was like a shadow. Abel placed his hand gently on the back of the spirit wolf, wanting to pet it. But his hand went through the wolf. His hand was cold, as though putting it in some liquid. The spirit wolf, as the legend said, was half immaterial. Abel had just discovered what had made it unique. This also meant that the initial thought of mounting it was no longer possible. It couldn't carry anything alive. Lord Bennet, a gentle knocking came from the door. The housekeeper of the Grand Ducal Palace, Derek, was at the door. "Come in," Abel said as he put away the spirit wolf into his monster portal bag. Bowing as he entered, Derek said to Abel, "Lord Bennet, Her Highness has invited you to join the next activity." "What activity, Derek?" Abel asked as he heads towards the door. "My lord, it is the awfully delicious, the most unforgettable food in the entire Double Moon Forest. Derek says, looking ahead. Excited by the words of Derek, Abel picked up his pace, leaving the guest room. Grand Duke Edwina was already expecting him, waving, causing Abel to pick up his pace even more. Bennett will start without you if you don't come soon. Despite saying that, Grand Duke Edwina had left a gap beside her for Abel. The other elves could feel the care she was giving Abel, along with the confrontation between Abel and Merlin for MS. Carrie, as well as the bear embroidery on his portal bag. It seemed that many of the elves had understood what had happened between him and Carrie. Derek, bring on the dishes. Grand Duke Edwina signals Derek to serve up the next course. Yes, your Royal Highness, Derek replied with a bow, signaling outside the door. 20 elven servants, each holding a square box, entered the hall. Whatever was inside the box was growling, which brought a smile to the faces of the elves. Bennett, may I present to you the blue howling rabbits? Grand Edwina signals a nearby servant to open the box. The elf opened the box, revealing a medium-sized blue-haired rabbit. It also had fangs, staring down Abel with its red eyes, growling intimidatingly. Although his so-called blue howling rabbit looked menacing, constantly trying to look intimidating, Abel felt no threat, as though it was completely harmless. The blue howling rabbit is a type of soul beast, though the weakest kind. It has next to no attacking moves. Its only ability is to howl in an attempt to intimidate its predator. Grand Edwina explains, noticing Abel's suspicion. Your Royal Highness Grand Duke Edwina. These blue howling rabbits should be quite rare, right? After hearing the explanation, Abel thought that it must be difficult for something like this to survive in the wild. Certainly they only live in places with concentrated mana, usually mana mines. They also only eat grass grown in mana-rich environments. If it weren't for its requirements, it would have been domesticated by the elves ages ago, replied Grand Duke Edwina. Abel knew that the Holy Continent lacked mana-rich spots. Even the mana in mana mines, mana wasn't common. And yet these soul beasts still managed to only eat grass grown in mana-rich environments. If they were farmed, they would have to grow the grass in magic towers. However, they were used for teleportation and training. Even if there were leftovers, there wouldn't be enough to grow grass. Let's start, Grand Duke Edwina orders the elven servants. The elf servants start preparing the rabbits on the side of the hall. Grand Duke Edwina says, smiling, everyone here today is lucky. There are 20 blue howling rabbits, so everyone should get at least one piece each. As Grand Duke Edwina finished, everyone in the hall started chattering excitedly. Abel had managed to pick up that the blue howling rabbits are extremely rare and were extremely delicious. Even the higher-ranked elves were excited. 2 steps away were housekeeper Derek. Abel quietly asks, Derek, why does it have to be brought back alive? My lord, the meat of the blue howling rabbit is incredibly peculiar. If it is killed before eating it, it would be one of the best foods in the Double Moon Forest. But if you wait, a weird smell is released, completely ruining the meat. Every time a hunter encounters a blue howling rabbit, they will try their best to bring it back and serve it directly into the hands of the consumers. The mana-rich grass in the area is also harvested and can only sustain it for 1-2 days. Normally, upon catching blue howling rabbits, they would spend a lot to teleport it away. Of course, that cost is then passed on to the consumers, Derek explained patiently. At the other side of the hall, the servants start grilling the rabbits, each on their own charcoal grill. Soon thereafter, the banquet hall was filled by the aroma of the grilling meat. Bennett, Mother sent the elves to the known magic pit to find blue howling rabbit for this banquet. She didn't arrange it for my birthday, Carrie said with a hint of jealousy in her voice. Your Excellency, thank you very much for your arrangement. Abel felt the love of Grand Duke Edwina and could not help but bow to thank her. As long as you treat my daughter well, Duke Albert said before Grand Duke Edwina answered. I have got to thank you again, though. If it wasn't for you, we would have never had the chance to eat the blue howling rabbit again. Duke Albert deliberately said it, as loudly as he could. As noisy as it was. The nearby druids and practiced nobles could all hear what he was saying. Some of them were looking at each other, but nobody was saying anything. The word was starting to spread out, so it seemed. Grand Duke Edwina shook her head when she saw this. Duke Albert wasn't the type to read the situation. Yet this was the reason she was attracted to him in the first place. You're just about to finish roasting the howling blue rabbits, master. Please, have a seat in the dining room. Grand Duke Butler Derek said as he bowed to Grand Duke Edwina. In the middle of the banquet hall, 20 roasted blue howling rabbits were placed separately in 20 plates. Their surfaces were roasted to a golden brown, oil sliding with a mouth-watering smell. "Bennett, pick one first and try your luck," said Grand Duke Edwina, smiling at Abel. "Try my luck?" Abel didn't understand what she meant, because Grand Duke Edwina just said that these blue howling rabbits were to be eaten by all the elves on the scene. There weren't enough blue howling rabbits to share with the elves in the scene, so it was impossible to give him a whole one. "Lord Bennett, Master meant that you choose a blue howling rabbit first. Because these blue howling rabbits are spirit beasts, and they may have a crystal core. These are spirit beast that has just been killed. Crystal is helpful for the practice because today is your welcome banquet. Traditionally you have the first choice," Derek explained softly. After hearing Derek's explanation, Abel stepped forward and pointed at a blue howling rabbit and said to Grand Duke Edwina, "I want this one." Grand Duke Edwina nodded to the elf waiter. An elf waiter stepped forward and took out a dagger with a cold light, cut it obliquely on the skull of the blue howling rabbit that Abel just chose. This elf waiter was experienced. The knife was cut just above the seam of the skull, then the dagger turned, and the upper half of the skull was opened along the seam. "Congratulations, Lord Bennett, you've chosen a blue howling rabbit with a crystal core." The elf waiter picked the soft crystal core from the blue howling rabbit's skull with a dagger, placed it on a plate, and passed it to Abel. "Bennett, you will be very lucky today," Grand Duke Edwina said to Abel with a smile, and the elves beside him congratulated. It was less than half an hour after the crystal core had just taken out. Abel was not in a hurry to use it, but he was waiting for the actual meal, blue howling rabbit, in the banquet. Grand Duke Edwina, Duke Albert, and Lady Carrie had chosen blue howling rabbits, but a crystal core never appeared again. The next step was selecting distinguished elves from the guests presented. It doesn't matter whether the crystal cores were obtained or not. The important thing was the laughter and cheers sounded from time to time during the banquet. The atmosphere reached a peak in a short period. Abel was divided a rabbit's leg of a blue howling rabbit, cut a small piece with a knife, and put this rabbit meat in his mouth with a fork. An indescribable taste conquered his taste buds immediately. He understood why it was called the best dish in the Double Moon Forest. The color and smell was strong, soft, and tender, and the aftertaste was endless. No adjective could fully express the kind of rabbit meat. After Abel took a bite of blue howling rabbit meat, he felt a lingering scent in his mouth. A piece of blue howling rabbit just disappeared from the plate quickly. Abel glanced at the empty dinner plate with some interest, thinking about how wonderful it would be if he could raise this blue howling rabbit and eat this kind of food frequently. Suddenly, he thought about the breeding conditions of the blue howling rabbit. Maybe he could make an environment to fully meet these conditions. There was a kind of grass generated in the magic environment. It could be seen everywhere in Bloodmoor. That was not a problem to Gru in the magic place, in Rogue's encampment, or in the entire Dark World. The magic was richer than ordinary magic towers. If he could raise such a blue howler rabbit, then he could have collected crystal cores stably. Abel's heart was fiery for a while, and this idea seemed very feasible. Perhaps asking Grand Duke Butler Derek would be helpful because he should be very familiar with these. It could be seen that the meal of blue howling rabbit meat made all the elves have an endless aftertaste. Many elves shared these 20 blue howling rabbits, which made all the elves difficult to feel satisfied. "Derek, do you know where to know how elves bred the blue howling rabbit?" Abel asked Grand Duke Butler Derek when he got a chance. "Lord Bennett, you must be addicted to the blue howling rabbit meat," Derek said. He understood Abel. Yes, this blue howling rabbit meat was really delicious. "Do any elves know how to breed them?" Abel asked again. "There's not much research of breeding blue howling rabbits among ordinary elves. There may be attempts to raise them among druids. If you need, I can check for you through the Grand Duke's palace." Derek was very enthusiastic and said that he knew Abel's identity, which is Grand Duke's family. Although Abel's idea was a bit ridiculous, as long as he proposed it, he would find a way to provide him with correspondences. "Derek, thanks for your help." Abel took out 2 bottles of blue-quality elven perfume from the portal bag and handed it over. "Thank you for your reward, Lord Bennett." Derek knew what Abel had handed over, and the blue-quality elven perfume in the Grand Duke Palace was issued from him, but he could not obtain this kind of high-end druid's cultivation potion. Derek also had kids, so the 2 bottles of blue-quality elven perfume were great gifts. If they sent others as gifts, it might not be a problem for them to find a good teacher for his children. Lord Bennett, Grand Duke Edwina had just ordered you to use the crystal core you got immediately, so I arranged a place for you to live. I will take you there. Derek put away the elven perfume and then bowed. Abel came back to the courtyard where he lived. Abel's butler, Brewer, was waiting here. With Brewer's care, Abel enjoyed the same service as in his villa. At this time, the crystal core had put for an hour. If he still didn't use it, it might solidify. Abel opened the defense circle and set the mana gathering circle. He sat in the center of the mana gathering circle and threw the fresh crystal core of the blue howling rabbit into his mouth, and then he started meditation practice. That familiar sense of acceleration was back. Although there was not as much magic in Rogue's encampment, fresh crystal core had made him very satisfied. The only problem was that the crystal core from the blue howling rabbit was much smaller than those from the spirit beasts that Abel took before, and the energy contained in it was much less. However, it would not be a problem, as if he solved the problem of breeding the blue howling rabbit. As long as there were enough fresh crystal cores, he could use Horadric Cube to synthesize a higher level of fresh crystal cores, and even synthesize the top crystal cores was not a problem. After the meditation, Abel had been thinking about the problem of breeding the blue howling rabbit. He believed that he would not be the only one who had this idea. There must be other elves who also had the same idea as him. As long as he had others' experiences, then it would not be a problem to raise a blue howling rabbit in the dark world with enough magic and countless grasses growing in the magic environment. The Elven Alchemist Union in Angstrom City was a gray building. From the exterior of this building, it could be seen that this building had an abundant history. At this moment, in the Elven Alchemist Union, Abel's 3 blue-quality potions, elven perfume, skin lotion, and conditioner were placed on the alchemy table, and 7 greatest alchemists were judging them. These senior alchemists were the alchemists sent from Double Moon Forest after receiving the application from Master Mara. They were responsible for this review. The review of honored alchemists was not necessarily required to attend because alchemy was a very private thing. There were many secrets that were not known to outsiders, and there were many special methods that didn't want to be known by others, so the review could be progressed as long as there were productions. Of course, in order to prevent cheating, the identity of the elf was very important to apply for the honored alchemist. The greatest alchemist had only one chance in his lifetime. The confident alchemist would leave this opportunity to himself, and the honored alchemist master had 2 chances in his life. Master Mara used her first chance on herself and her second on Abel. Because the level of these potions placed on the alchemy table was too low, those were only blue potions. The controversy of the Elven Alchemist Union was still very large. After trying skin lotion on the hand and conditioner on the hair, although there was nothing special about the blue-quality elven perfume, it also made all 4 female greatest alchemists strongly recommended that this alchemist honored as an honored alchemist master. However, the other 3 male alchemists focused on the level of Abel's potions, thinking that the level of the potion he made was too low and the effect was monotone. Because several of Abel's alchemy potions were feminine supplies, and they were very ordinary alchemy potions, if relying on these, the title of honored alchemist would inevitably be a little tricky. Female greatest alchemists didn't agree with this view. What kind of potion was better medicine than the one which could make the skin younger and more supple? This effect was worth it for any woman to get it at any cost. If the 2 bottles of skin lotion and conditioner in front of them were not samples for trial, the female greatest alchemists on the scene wanted to use them directly on their faces. Eternal youth was a dream pursued by all women, and it came true already. In any case, they must obtain the title of an honored alchemist for this alchemist and then buy these 2 potions from this master. Although 3 male greatest alchemists explicitly rejected the review requirement of the honored alchemist title, it was important to know that there were 4 female greatest alchemists who were qualified to audit on the scene. According to the principle of auditing the minority and obeying the majority, as long as these 4 female greatest alchemists passed, and the review took effect automatically. No, we will never let a glamour guy become an honored alchemist. A male greatest alchemist shouted and stood up, yelling and waving his left arm angrily. The male greatest alchemist was outraged at the behavior of this alchemist, who only refined female products to please the majority of the senior female alchemists in the review team. If there was even a non-female product with special effects, they would have to handle it more seriously. If Abel was here, he would be very helpless. Who would think of an intermediate alchemist only refine a bunch of alchemy potions for women? Since he started to learn potion refining from Lorraine, he only learned to refine the elven perfume used by female elven. Although he could refine the nutrition potion and recovery potion, it was not known by others. It was not until Abel got the formulas of skin lotion and conditioner from Carrie that were almost equivalent to Women's Beauty Encyclopedia. Then he had discovered by Master Mara and sent the 3 alchemy potions she knew about Abel to the Elven Alchemist Union and review the title of Honored Alchemist. If you pass this application, then we will quit the review team. The greatest male alchemist shouted threateningly, and the atmosphere of the Elven Alchemist Union was nervous for a moment. While the 7 greatest alchemists in the Elven Alchemist Union were arguing, an elder old male elf came in. He walked to the alchemy table without saying a word, and did not look at the skin lotion and the conditioner. Instead, he picked up a bottle of blue-quality elven perfume, opened the bottle cap, sniffed it, and closed his eyes for a while before exhaling. "Master Alfred, why are you here?" The greatest alchemist bowed. Other elven alchemists came forward to salute. Master Alfred was extraordinary. Not only was he an honored elven alchemist, but he was also an intermediate druid. He didn't have to come here for the review. There was no idea where he got the news so that he would appear here at that time. "Haven't you heard from Grand Duke that the elven perfume can improve the purity of the soul?" Master Alfred asked the alchemists in a polite manner. "Master Alfred, do you mean this bottle of elven perfume is the legendary one that can enhance the purity of the soul?" The male greatest alchemist looked at the elven perfume in front of him in disbelief. The alchemists here were not elven druids. It was not easy to get results in 2 different fields at the same time. Many alchemists weren't able to become intermediate alchemists throughout their lives, not to mention spending time practicing to become druids, coupled with the terrible consequences of practicing 2 professional patterns at the same time. These made very few alchemists with 2 professions. This elven perfume can improve the level of strength of our elven druids. If the alchemist who can make potion has such an effect cannot get your approval, then the existing honored alchemist of the Alchemist Union are all unworthy of the name. At least I am that one. Master Alfred stared at the elf alchemists with a slow voice. "Master Alfred, this was our fault." A male greatest alchemist bowed and then said, "It's our fault to bother you to point out our mistakes. We are embarrassed. You are not druids, and you cannot appreciate the importance of this blue-quality elven perfume. Your fairness to the Union is commendable." Master Alfred looked at those 3 greatest male alchemists and said with a smile, "Let's vote then." A female greatest alchemist stood up and placed a wooden sign with her identity in front of 3 bottles of potion on the alchemy table. Then the other 3 female greatest alchemists also stepped forward and placed the wooden identity sign in front of the potion. I agree with Master Alfred's opinion. If the potions that can improve the level of druids of our elves cannot be approved, what other potions can be approved? The male alchemist said and stood up to place the wooden sign that symbolized his identity on the alchemy table carefully. Actually, I was just angry for a moment. This alchemist's attitude towards alchemy made me very angry. Now I know that I was a bit superficial and didn't really know the value of the potion in front of me. My choice was to agree to this application. The other male alchemist also stood up and placed his identity wooden sign on the alchemy table carefully. I retain my opinion that no matter what the effect is, the level of these potions is really too low. I cannot accept that an alchemist can obtain the title of honored alchemist only by making blue-quality potions, but I respect your choices. The minority obeys the majority, so I will put my identity card. Having said that, the last male greatest alchemist put the wooden identity sign in his hand on the alchemy table. At this point, after an unsuspecting review for Abel, his elven incarnation of Bennett Intermediate Alchemist became the honored alchemist of the Elven clan. In the evening, Abel opened the barrier circle Akara's tent was placed in it. He entered in front of the alchemy table to start refining potions. After the first bottle of blue-quality elven perfume had refined, Abel was no longer satisfied with the speed it took for this method, because it took 20 minutes for each bottle of refining. With this speed, not many bottles of potion could be made at night apart from the rest time. The main reason for the idea of accelerating the refining process was because Abel found that after Druid's sub-soul consumed the power of will from Merlin, he was able to command a large amount power of will. It was stronger than the power of will that the main soul could command. If Druid's sub-soul had an intelligent, active mind, he wouldn't have to worry about which is the main and which is the side. After so many days of multitasking, Abel was able to use it inadvertently in daily life, but he had never tried delicate work like refining potions with 2 hands separately. He took 2 Akara's alchemy bottles in both hands and took the materials separately in each hand, but when he was about to start the incantation, he got trouble. He couldn't say 2 incantations at the same time. However, he quickly dealt with this problem. He staggered 2 alchemy movements. He let the left and right hand performed completely different movements. The precise calculation separated the incantation time so that both hands could continuously perform the alchemy movement without delay. The alchemy that originally required 20 minutes was only half then, reaching a bottle of 10 minutes. In the next 5 hours, he refined 20 bottles of blue-quality elven perfume, 20 bottles of blue-quality skin lotion, and 20 bottles of blue-quality conditioner. No matter what level of alchemist would definitely be amazed if seeing his refined process. Although it was a 100% success rate at the cost of 3 times the material each time. The sublimation was because of the use of the flash of lights from Alcala's alchemy bottle, upgrading to a higher level. Then Abel went to sleep, did not dare to enter the dark world in the Grand Ducal Palace. The next morning, when he stretched his body in the yard energetically, he saw the butler Brewer walking toward him quickly. Master Mara wants to see you." Brewer bowed, deep worshipping Abel. It was a glory to have a master alchemist visit so early in the morning. "Brewer, quickly take me to meet her," Abel said after finished tidying up. Master Mara seemed to be in a good mood. When she saw Abel, he went up and performed a peculiar ceremony solemnly. This was a ceremony that Abel had never seen before. "Dear Master Mara, you knew that I have just learned alchemy recently and didn't know about alchemy etiquette well," Abel said without making a ceremony but made a sorry gesture directly. "Haha, that's fine. You only need to learn 2 alchemy etiquettes in the future. One is between peers and the other one is for the lower alchemists. The alchemy ceremony I have just performed was the ceremony between the peers," Master Mara said with a smile. "Dear Master Mara, you must be wrong. How could I treat you as a peer?" Abel said in surprise. "Dear Master Bennett," Master Mara said with a serious look, once again made a strange movement in the air with his right hand, and finished it in front of her chest, then bowed. Abel was shocked when he heard the word master. He thought he had been found as the identity of a master blacksmith, but thinking of what Mara just said, it seemed that Dame Carrie mentioned that Mater Mara had submitted an application to Elven Alchemist Union for him to got the title of an honored alchemist. It seemed that this application had been approved. Abel looked and smiled at Master Mara, whose right hand was still resting on his chest. He hurriedly imitated the movements of Master Mara with his right hand, and drew the same pattern in the air and put it back on his chest. "Master Bennett, I officially inform you as an applicant that you have been officially awarded the title of Honored Alchemist by the Elven Alchemy Union. Please come with me to the Elven Alchemist Union to receive the Medal of Honored Alchemist," she announced to Abel with a smile. "Master Mara, I am very grateful for your selfless recommendation. It is a great honor for me to go to the Alchemy Union with you," Abel said formally with a bow. The gratitude in Abel's heart not only came from Master Mara's application, but also from thoughts of Master Bentham in Harvest City. It was the same selfless recommendation that allowed him to grow up to this day. If it wasn't Dame Carrie's notice in advance, he might know the news of success after Master Mara told him. If it failed, then Master Mara might really just contribute silently. "Master Bennett, the last time I inadvertently disturbed you, that gave me some inspiration. Disturbing your alchemy but let me gain a lot, which made me feel very guilty, and your alchemy level has indeed reached the application of the Honored Alchemist, so I took your work to apply to the Elven Alchemist Union. I am very sorry that I had not discussed with you in advance. Master Mara did not hide her thoughts. Of the status like her doesn't need to hide anything, and only by doing things exactly as intended could achieve higher achievements. Master Mara, please wait for a second. I have to change my clothes. When Abel was about to turn around and change his clothes, Derek, the Grand Ducal butler, came in from the door and saluted to Master Mara, saying, "Master Mara, you have to wait for a while." Then saluted, "Lord Bennett, Grand Duke Edwina is asking you to come right away. Since Grand Duke Edwina called you to go there, there must be something urgent. I'll take a rest here," Master Mara said with a smile. When Abel followed Derek to the Grand Duke Palace, Grand Duke Edwina and Dame Carrie were already standing there waiting for him, and there was a smile on Grand Duke Edwina's face when she saw him come in and said, "Abel, how dare you? If I didn't stop you, then you would go to the Elven Alchemy Union directly." "Grand Duke Edwina, is there a problem?" Abel looked at himself with confusion. "Bring forward your transformation necklace," said Grand Duke Edwina, reaching her hand out to Abel. Abel didn't hesitate. If Grand Duke Edwina forced him to hand in his transformation necklace, it would have been taken away and didn't need to wait until then. He took off the transformation necklace from his neck and gave it to Grand Duke Edwina. When the transformation necklace left Abel's body, Abel felt the rapid changes in the bones and muscles. The body converts back into a human form within a few seconds. Fortunately, at that time, he was wearing a large uniform so that he would not feel awkward because of physical changes. Dame Carrie looked curiously at Abel in human form and spit out 2 words, "So ugly." Abel's human appearance was certainly not as ugly as Carrie thought. On the contrary, due to the perennial knight training, his body was tall and strong. It was completely different from ordinary wizards and looked very vigorous and handsome. Compared with the elves with exquisite faces, of course, there was a big difference in Abel's appearance. No race in this world could match the appearance of the elves. Abel, after the transformation necklace been obtained by the orcs, it did not activate the incantation, they just forcibly added some cracking patterns on it, so that the transformation necklace can only be used limitary, but the cracking patterns can't really completely function of this transformation necklace. If you use this transformation necklace to change identity to enter the Elven Alchemist Union, you might be discovered. You must know that the Elven Alchemist Union has a special smell detection circle, and it's very sensitive to all kinds of smells. This transformation necklace has an obvious orcish smell, and because the function is not fully used, your transformation is also stained with the smell of the moon goddess, Grand Duke Edwina explained, holding the transformation necklace glittering with a green light on her hand. After a while, Grand Duke Edwina returned the transformation necklace to Abel. "It's okay now. I got rid of the orc's pattern and etched the spell on top of it. You can connect your power of will with it. From now on, you can transform without any scent leaking out." Abel reached his power of the will into the necklace. First, a spell appeared. After he memorized it, it disappeared. Afterward, he reached his power of will into the core of the necklace. A ray of green light began to flash, and it slowly began to get absorbed into his skin. Abel felt a bit weird as he reached his hand towards the emplacement where he put the necklace. Although his hand didn't feel anything, his power of the will could still sense the necklace was on his neck. Not only that, but their connections were even stronger. Spell was the elite elves' language, and Abel had said it without putting in any effort. Afterward, some choices appeared within his power of the will. It included humans, orcs, and elves. He could even select the appearance according to his own desire, randomly or even the ones he vaguely remembered. After Grand Duke Edwina broke the pattern of the orcs, the spell in which the transformation necklace could be used had gotten even more powerful. At that moment, Abel didn't spend too much time looking into the different features of the transformation necklace. Instead, he just directly transformed back to his elf appearance. "Thank you, Grand Duke Edwina," Abel bowed with gratitude. "Abel, if you must go to the Elf's Alchemist Union. If it was not you who became a master alchemist, I would not give the ability of the transformation necklace to you. According to the legend, the transformation necklace was made to assist the goddess of moon travel between different races. Its usage has always been controlled by the royal elves. The scariest thing about the transformation necklace is that it can hide its scent during a transformation," said Grand Duke Edwina, looking at Abel's helpless face. If her little daughter did not fall in love with Abel, she would have taken back the necklace. She would have never told Abel about its proper usage. Hiding a scent was actually a very scary ability. Abel was also very suspicious if Miss Carey had something with a scent hiding ability. When someone had this ability, they could easily get close to an extremely sensitive professional without being spotted. For example, sometimes, Ms. Carey could just appear next to Abel out of nowhere, without his commander senses being triggered. If an assassin had this ability, they would be like a lion with wings. No one would be able to expect their presence. After Abel resigned from Grand Duke Edwina, he was getting ready to go back to the Grand Ducal Palace to meet up with Master Mara. Suddenly, Miss Carey emerged from behind. "Abel, I heard you are seeking some techniques to raise a blue howling rabbit," she said with a calm, monotone voice. "Yes, Miss Carey, I want to see if I can actually raise one," Abel said with a little nod. She had most likely got this news from the Grand Ducal Palace's steward, Derek. Actually, the Grand Ducal Palace has a servant who grasped the technique to raise blue howling rabbits. "I'll take you to him," she said to Abel with a hint of friendliness, which was hard to see. In the garden of the Grand Ducal Palace, Abel saw the old elf Miss Carey had mentioned. At that moment, that old elf was looking after the flowers. From the linen clothing on his body, it seemed like he was the Grand Ducal Palace's gardener. "That is Old Mund. He knows how to raise a blue howling rabbit. You can go talk to him," said Carey, pointing towards the old elf. Abel could not sense a single bit of mana or an impose from practicing combat kai. It seemed like he was just an ordinary old elf. Also, Abel could sense this old elf's life force was not strong, like he was reaching the near end of his life. "Hello, Old Mund. Can you talk to me about the technique of raising a blue howling rabbit?" Abel said with a slight bow towards Old Mund. "Mister, I'm only the Grand Ducal Palace's gardener. You are too polite. You only need to ask directly if you want to know anything." Old Mund was a little shocked, so he quickly waved his hand around. When he heard about the technique of raising a blue howling rabbit, he couldn't help but turned his head towards Miss Carey, waiting for her confirmation. "It's okay, Old Mund. Go ahead, just answer that ever Lord Bennett asks," said Miss Carey, nodding her head. "Yes," Old Mund said with a bow. Afterward, he turned his head back to Abel and said, "Mister, when I was young, many big noble palaces had raised some blue howling rabbit, and I've been a breeder ever since." When Abel heard that many nobles had raised a blue howling rabbit raising was banned many years ago, Old Mund explained. "Why? Blue howling rabbit is the #1 cuisine of the Double Moon Forest," Abel asked. "A magic circle needs to be set up in a blue howling rabbit's inhabitant to make sure they can grow up properly in a mana-filled environment. The grass they eat also needs to grow within a magic circle. This would need countless mana gems in the course of 2 months, which is how long it will take for a blue howling rabbit to mature. Because of this, it is extremely costly to grow a blue howling rabbit. On top of that, mana gems are a druid's resource, so the elf parliament had banned them. Even the Grand Ducal Palace had to stop raising them." Old Mund explained with a hint of sorrow, thinking about the old days. "What if I want to raise a blue howling rabbit?" Abel got straight to the point. Old Mund looked at Miss Carey again, and she nodded. Old Mund then followed. "You must first need a medium-sized mana-gathering circle and some already formed baby blue howling rabbit. You also need some specialized breeder." Suddenly Carey interrupted Old Mund. "We could help you find a medium size and some baby blue howling rabbits. In regards to a specialized breeder, Old Mund is very experienced. The only thing we needed from you was a flash of light blue beauty potion." Carey stared at Abel with a yearning for some beauty potion. With Abel's skill as an alchemist, those normal conditioners and lotion he made held immense power. He was just unsure how powerful his beauty potion would be. "Miss Carey, it's not that I don't want to make a beauty potion, I just don't have the ingredients," Abel said while shaking his head. By this point, he realized Miss Carey wanted to use some blue howling rabbits to exchange some beauty potions. "Our squad will be heading out for a mission soon. Some beauty grass is grown there. You can come with us." Miss Carey really wanted a beauty potion, so she invited Abel with excitement. "Miss Carey, do you really need me? Can't you just bring some back directly?" Abel stared at Miss Carey with a puzzled look. She was an intermediate druid. What was the purpose of Abel coming along? An intermediate druid's mission was probably too dangerous for him anyway, so he quickly rejected. Don't you know that those beauty grass can only have an effect if they are used right after picked? Miss Carey didn't understand Abel's look. Abel was a master alchemist. There was no way he didn't know about the beauty grasses. Characteristics. Abel really wanted to argue back. He had not learned alchemy for long. He only knew about those ingredients from the formula. He didn't know their characteristics. Could have guessed even an elf with a big attitude like Miss Carey would activity help Abel connect with a blue howling rabbit breeder for some beauty potions. Actually, Abel didn't know that Miss Carey had reached the point in her life where her looks would soon start degrading. That's why she was so desperate for some beauty potions. Especially when she heard that Abel had become a master alchemist, her trust for Abel had grown a lot. "Give it a thought, Abel. Our squad will head out in a week," said Carey, seeing Abel's contemplation. She then looked towards Old Mund and said, "Write down all the things required to raise a blue howling rabbit and give it to Derek. From now on you no longer need to work in the garden, just focus all your time on this." Afterward, Miss Carey gave a slight bow and left. Seeing the deeply shocked look on the old gardener's face, Abel waved his hand and left. Since the elves could raise blue howling rabbits in the past, he could definitely do it as well. As long as he could mass breed them, he could have a stable supply of crystal cores. Abel felt uneasy whilst traveling towards the Alchemist Union with Master Mara. The nerves were getting to him as he constantly thought about the mission Miss Carey had mentioned to him. "Don't worry, Master Bennett. You've already passed the review. You're just following the rules and getting proof that you are a proper alchemist master." Thinking that Abel was worried about being questioned at the guild, Master Mara tried to comfort Abel. After hearing Master Mara's consolation, he forced a smile out. He wasn't worried about the guild. Compared to Miss Carey's mission, the guild was a piece of cake. Upon entering the gray-white building of the Elven Alchemist Union, Abel felt the stares of the surrounding elves. Every so often, an elf came forward to greet Miss Mara, and all of them stared at Abel with questioning eyes. Being stared at like a zoo animal made Abel feel uncomfortable. Master Mara noticed and laughed. The Elven Alchemist Union hadn't given out an honorary master to an alchemist for years. Plus, you're really young. It's no wonder they are curious. Naturally, after you receive the medallion proving you're a master alchemist, they will give you more respect. Before they knew it, they had arrived in the middle of the hall in the guild. A pretty elven receptionist bowed as they arrived. "Welcome, Master Mara. Please let it know that Master Bennett was here to collect his master's certificate." Master Mara replies with a nod and smile. "My spirits, your Master Bennett," the elven receptionist exclaimed. Thankfully, she covered her mouth, suppressing her excitement. Otherwise, the whole guild would have been alerted to his presence. "Yep, that's me." Abel was confused at her excitement, replying with a polite nod. "Master Bennett, when will you start selling your skin lotion and conditioner?" the receptionist asked after a pause. "Hurry up. We don't have all day," Master Mara said with a heavy tone. Sorry, right away, Master Mara." The receptionist bowed apologetically and ran into the passage behind her. "Master Bennett, now you know how popular your skin lotion and conditioner is with the female elves," Master Mara said with a laugh after the receptionist had gone a distance. Abel forced out another smile after hearing that. If the blacksmiths at the Blacksmith Union heard that the master blacksmith had become a master at producing beauty products, surely the response won't be good. Master Mara. And this must be Master Bennett. "Please come in," a female elf said with a bow. A female advanced alchemist paced over and did a one-handed bow. Then, she brought out a gift after drawing a rune in the air. "Master Bennett, this is advanced alchemist Ernest, the elf's best alchemist," Master Mara whispered to Abel. "Master Bennett, can you sell me some of your skin lotion and conditioner?" The elf leading the way, Ernest, slowed down and asked in a pleading tone. "Thanks for your compliments, advanced alchemist Ernest. I brought some today to share as a gift," Abel replied, smiling. "That's great. Please go in, we'll talk more later," advanced alchemist Ernest said with a large smile on her face as she invited Master Mara and Abel into a guest room. "Master Alfred, why are you here?" Master Mara said to a smiling old elf in the room. "Long time no see, Master Mara." Master Alfred greeted Master Mara the alchemist way with a smile on his face. "Master Alfred, this is Master Bennett." Master Mara greeted back and introduced him to Abel. "Master Bennett, your elven perfume possesses mysterious powers, crafting unordinary potions with ordinary Ingredients, what a sight. Master Alfred looked at young Abel, thoroughly impressed. You're overstating my accomplishments, Master Alfred. It's nothing, really. I'm only a novice in alchemy, learning as I go. I need a mentor like you to show me the ropes. Abel could feel the immense power radiating from the old elf and replied with a bow respectfully. Please don't sell yourself short, Master Bennet. Let me introduce you to everyone here. They were going to leave after the review, but they insisted on meeting you before they left, Master Alfred said with a smile. Master Alfred introduced the advanced alchemists in the room to Abel. There were 3 males and 3 females. The last advanced alchemist, Ernest, hadn't replied to the greeting of Abel, but instead gave him an intense look. I have to let you know, Master Bennet, I was against the passing of your review. I do not recognize your alchemy skills. Advanced alchemist Ernest said with piercing eyes. Advanced alchemist Ernest. I was completely alone on the path of alchemy without a mentor. I was going in blind. I am not aware of how good my alchemy skills are. This honorary master had also been registered by Master Mare. Abel replied honestly, not denying the claims of advanced alchemist Ernest. You're selling yourself short again, Master Bennet. After being strongly affected by the way you performed alchemy, so I registered you without your permission, Master Mara said with a smile. Master Bennet, you mentioned that you had no mentor, Master Alfred asked surprisingly. Yes, Master Alfred, I was enlightened by Countess Lorraine, Abel said with nothing to hide. What a waste, Master Alfred mumbled. Had he met Abel before, he could have taken him under his wing. Alas, it was too late. Even if he was better, he couldn't accept someone of the same rank as a disciple. How about this, Master Bennet? Demonstrate your crafting. Just the main process, you can skip the last sublimation, spell for brewing potion step, suggested Master Mara. She thought of the day that Abel had touched her emotionally in the mansion. Not a bad idea, Master Alfred said, clapping. He was also curious about the bar set by Master Mara that triggered her to voluntarily register Abel to be a master. Of course, the advanced alchemists present had not objected. This was a rare opportunity to see the famous master alchemist do his craft. Abel saw the excitement of the faces of the elves and said, shaking his head with a smile, Since Master Mara said so, I'll try to not embarrass myself. The humility that Abel possesses was not usual in the Holy Continent, no matter human or elf. However, the elves present had felt his humble and respectful attitude. What to do, Abel thought. How about the method that I tried this morning? Advanced alchemist Ernest, can I have 2 sets of potion crafting apparatus and 2 sets of ingredients for elven perfumes? As it was the request of advanced alchemist Ernest, Abel had directed his request to them. Advanced alchemist Ernest took about 2 apparatus from the cupboards underneath the alchemy stands and had also set up the ingredients for the elf perfume. They then bowed and said, It's ready, Master Bennet. Thanks, Abel replied with a slight bow. In front of the alchemy stand, Abel took a deep breath. He placed a flask in front of him using his left hand, then inserted it into it was the same ingredient from the 2 sets of materials for the perfume. He then repeats the same motion with his right hand, though slightly slower than his left. The elves present were stunned by Abel's performance, utilizing both his left and right hands, constantly chanting spells. 10 or so ingredients. 2 crafts were completed in mere minutes. As Abel stopped, 2 half-complete potions were left on the table. Despite that, the elven alchemists were completely quiet. Just like Master Mara and Master Alfred, everyone present was stunned. Master Bennet, your alchemy speed is unmatched in the Holy Continent. Master Alfred looked at the golden bottle filled with half-complete potions. It's hard to imagine the amount of talent one needed to operate like that, performing different complicated actions in both hands. For normal alchemists, using 2 hands may not even match one of Abel's hands in terms of flexibility, not to mention speed. No matter a pure alchemist or druid alchemist in combination, there wasn't anyone in the world of alchemy that could match Abel's constitution. Alchemists are required to spend large amounts of time practicing, just like knights or other melee combatants. Unless they learned by absorbing the combat kai of others, there is no way they could match Abel. Only someone who is as physically fit and well-trained could perform alchemy at such speed and maintain it. Of course, alchemy wasn't just about speed, it also requires a large amount of thinking and calculations. Being a wizard, his power of the will is incredibly strong. in addition to his druid soul being stronger than his main soul. His physical and mental foundations for high-speed alchemy had already been laid. "Master Bennett, your alchemy skill level increased again," Master Mara said after a long pause, recovering from the shock from the incredible performance. "All of your movements were incredibly precise. The most impressive part of that was the speed and zero wastage of power or ingredients. If we talk about alchemy standard procedures, your movements would be the standard. All alchemists would benefit from watching you perform." "Alchemy," Master Alfred said with a glow in the eyes, as though a child witnessing something impressive. "I think I know why Master Bennett frequently has flashes of realization," Master Mara said in awe. "Oh, do tell, Master Mara," Master Alfred said, showing his interest. The other advanced alchemists present were also interested. The chance of flashing spells being successful was incredibly low. It was virtually decided by luck. When Master Mara was going to explain the reasoning behind it, all alchemists' interests peaked. Although Master Bennett hadn't entered the sublimation phase of the brewing just from the performance just now, I noticed one thing: speed. In the short moment after the ingredients have been prepared, a small change occurs because of time. Due to the speed, Master Bennett reduced the wasted time as low as possible. I think that's the key to the flashes of light. Using the years of experience and the second-time viewing, Master Mara had proposed this hypothesis. Especially from the first time she watched him perform, the 100% success rate of the flash of lights had thoroughly impressed her. Master Alfred nodded, though he didn't know the chance of success of the flash of lights. From all the blue rarity elven perfumes, skin potions, and conditioners from flashes of lights, he knew that the chance of Abel's flash of lights succeeding was incredibly high. "Master Bennett, I take it all back. You're a real master alchemist. I've never seen any one of the masters demonstrate ability such as yours." Advanced alchemist Ernest congratulated. "Haha, great. Master Bennett had just demonstrated his incredible alchemy skills. I, representing the guild, welcomes you into the guild." Master Alfred waved his hand at advanced alchemist Ernest, taking out a box containing a medallion. He then presented it to Abel, attaching it next to the Lord medallion on his chest. "I, honored Master Alchemist Alfred. I, honored Master Alchemist Mara. I, Master Advanced Alchemist Ernest. Together, we are the witnesses of Alchemist Bennett's honorary alchemist master," the alchemists present said in a serious tone. "Master Bennett, from now onwards, you could get all your alchemy needs from the alchemy guilds in Double Moon Forest. Of course, if you were to sell your products, the guild will help you with fees," Master Alfred said with a smile. "I've already promised Grand Duke Edwina from the Grand Ducal Palace for the distribution rights," Abel said apologetically. "It's understandable. These potions could improve the souls of a druid, aiding them in combat. Of course, the Grand Ducal Palace would want strict control over it." Master Alfred nodded and said. Master Mara and the 7 other advanced alchemists nodded in agreement. As alchemists, they knew the importance of a potion that could cleanse the soul. "Today, I brought some blue skin lotions and conditioners as a gift." Abel took out 20 bottles of skin lotions and conditioners from his portal bag, placing it on the alchemy stand. The 4 female advanced alchemists present excitedly approached the potions, thinking on how to split it. Although the male advanced alchemists were more restrained, potions that made themselves younger were superb. Like the other alchemists, Master Alfred had noticed the portal bag on his waist. This meant that Abel also had 2 occupations. It was hard to imagine how someone so young was able to balance them. After bidding farewell to the other elven alchemists, Abel chose to stay at the guild, preparing to explore the guild alone. Preparation was needed to carry out the mission Carrie proposed. Abel wanted to buy ingredients for healing potions and poison antidote potions. He stood behind 5 alchemists who were also looking to purchase. "Master Bennett, why are you in the queue?" Advanced alchemist Ernest happened to be in the ingredients area, asking Abel. Ever since he witnessed Abel's performance, his attitude towards him had completely changed, from the initial disagreement to the current admiration. "I'm looking to buy some ingredients, Master Alchemist," Ernest Abel replied, smiling. Upon heading advanced alchemist Ernest, the alchemists in front turned around. Seeing the master title on Abel's chest, they bowed and apologized. It turns out they were the lowest of alchemists. In fact, they weren't even allowed to use the alchemist greeting. They must have been disciples of alchemists. "Master Bennett, you have priority within the guild. You don't need to queue up anywhere," explained advanced alchemist Ernest. "Is that so?" Abel understood the rule. Judging from the fact that virtually everyone in the queue was disciples, he knew how short on time alchemists were. The more advanced they were, the less time they had. How could they let a master alchemist waste their time waiting in a queue, though it was unlikely to see high-level alchemists buying their own ingredients? Alchemists that had the title of a master likely had many disciples. All they had to do was ask, and their disciples would be ready to help.